Here we are again. Today, we are ascending to the next phase. Hell yeah. What's a shame is that I really can't sleep any longer than this because it just gets that fucking cold. And I'm really not the type of person to like put on 1,001 layers just to get, sleep or feel comfortable. Like, fuck that shit. If the world deigns to wake me up early, then I shall be up early. So I'll just let my computer run, let everything get warm as shit in here, and then we'll go from there. So, let us commence. First things first. Since it's the beginning of the stream and nobody really shows up anyway, I can be a little bit lazy. Now, there's been a lot of discussion, and that was asked the other day about the difference of satisfactory versus the difference of factorial. Um, I tried to express it, the best I could. However, I sucked at it. So factorial has let me get away from that machine. I don't think there's anywhere that's like semi-quiet. It's not too bad. So factorial. The main purpose in factorial is to put down a factory, upgrade your materials so you can strengthen your defenses, and unlock new and more important things. So factorial is built around getting resources for base building. So if you played any type of survival base building type of games, it basically just streamlines the resource gathering. You put down a shit ton of, things on ores. Ores are a lot bigger in factorial. Like you have an ore like deposit that you can put a lot of mines on. And then from those mines, you'll have grabbers putting all of those on a conveyor belt because the conveyor belts typically don't attach to the machines like they do in Satisfactory. And you'll have a grabber and an inserter. And that's your Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, etc., etc., etc. That you'll increase speed from. And the grabbers grab parts from the machines and sit them on conveyor belts. The conveyor belts then take them to wherever they need to be respectfully. And then you have inserters that inserts the parts into other machines. So when it comes down to factorial, let's say this area right here is a huge deposit of ore where this dirt is. You would put down machines pointed that way, machines pointed this way, and then you would run a conveyor line from here all the way down, just straight down the machines, and then straight down this way. You would have inserters or grabbers before the conveyor belt. So you would have mining machines, one line going this way and one line facing this way. You would have grabbers on the edge of every machine. Typically, you would have like two, but on the edge of the machine, all the way down, grabbers, 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 grabbers. And then you would have a conveyor belt, one just line going straight down, zoop, and then one line going straight down, zoop. Now, in Factorio, you don't have to, use splitters and grabbers and all the other bullshit like that. Conveyor belts automatically combined. So you just go through, zoop, zoop, and then you take it on back to the source. The grabbers then grab from the machine and put it on the line. Each and every one of them. There is no direct power to machines either. You have power poles that you sit down and the power poles cover a specific area. So you don't have to hook up every single individual machine. From there, all of the ore and all of that gets grabbed from the machine and put on the conveyor belt, and they get sent down the line. And that's kind of the build for Factorio. You can put down machines super quick and all of that other shit, like in a snap. As long as you have the materials, you can set up, an entire array in a couple of seconds. You go, voop, you drag, you put down your grabbers, and then you run a line. And then you're done with this area. Well, then you run some power poles if you haven't already. And then you're done with the area. In Satisfactory, you have to go in and like this entire ore thing would be one thing. You put one mining machine down, boop. Then you run a conveyor belt to wherever the hell you need it to go. Then you have to connect power directly to each and every machine. And then put that wherever the hell you want to go, etc., etc. So, the main difference that you'll see in the factorization of Factorio is, well, one, you'll see more detail because it's 3D, and you'll get a lot more, UI interfaces and things like that. The factory aspect of the game is going to be a lot more detailed than it is from a game like Factorio. Factorio is basically all of this, streamlined. Where Satisfactory is slow. Each individual machine does its own individual thing and requires individual setup. Now, Factorio still uses, well, Factorio, you can make a blueprinting system as well. You can just throw down a blueprint and then shit, So let's say I wanted to set up a factory of, I don't know, anything. Same factory on an ore and all of that. I could put down a blueprint on top of the ore. Zoom, zoom, zoom. It's just going to be transparent as fuck. But it's going to be there, everything that I need. So I can blueprint out exactly what I want to make. I can make sure everything has room. Everything can fit that I want it to fit. Satisfactory does not have blueprinting as of yet, and I think it really should, but, So when it comes to Factorio, you can set up your entire base via blueprints, as long as you have, the appropriate thing researched that, you want to slam down and whatnot. Ooh, it's cold. You can blueprint your entire factory. And if you have the drones will then go and build the blueprints and everything that you put down. If you don't have drones, then you'll just have, the transparent blueprints that you can place the machines over, and the blueprint will disappear. That's kind of one of the super strong things that Factorio has. So when you go and you need, let's say in this game, like over there, the huge power plant that he was building and whatnot, he could put down the blueprint for everything that he needed from start to finish. And even if he left the game and I was playing by myself, or if we had drones, the drones would just automatically build that shit as he was blueprinting it down, and he wouldn't have to go back and forth getting, resources and all of that shit. But even then, he could blueprint everything down exactly how he wanted it. And then when I walked over to help him, I could literally just fill in the blueprint. I wouldn't have to ask him what goes where. I wouldn't have to ask him what looks neat. There wouldn't be a lot of that, kinda do what you want, and if it don't work, go back and fix it. Blueprinting also would get rid of the problem of invalid conveyor shape, because you place something a little bit slightly off to the right and the game doesn't want to just curve a little bit and put it in. It gets rid of those conveyor problems. It also gets rid of the spaghetti factor. If you can sit down in an area and say, I want so and so many machines, and you can blueprint them out, then you can blueprint the connectors and blueprint, the power and everything. It helps with the spaghetti, and it helps setting up, huge factories, etc., etc. I do hope that the Satisfactory team allows you to do blueprint building. I don't know why they don't have that as a thing. Why make it to where you have to have the materials for something to put it down? It would be so easy to just slam something down. And then on this tool right here, go bang, left click or right click, disassemble, left click, build blueprint, Boom. Bro, how screwed up is it when you have to break into your own house? We've all done it at one point in time. You ain't the only one. It happens. It happens. It don't feel good though. Because you're like, man, one of the neighbors could misconstrue, not know that it's me, call the cops, and I have to deal with that shit. I'm just trying to get home after going to work, etc., etc. I got a keypad to my front door and battery is dead. Most keypads have safeties in them that if they're not powered, they're supposed to be able to be open, but I assume your keypad has a keyhole in it that you can stick a key into. Because if not, that is kind of a poor design. Most powered keypads that are just keypads, if power doesn't go to them, unless they're like a security keypad, for like you using a business or something, they're supposed to unlock automatically when there's no power. Also, keypads are terrible for security. Just bear in mind that the only thing that is stopping anybody from going into your home is an electrical signal. Or anybody that, knows about that, they can literally just boop. I do not recommend having any type of keypad lock. They are the lowest security that you can have. The only thing that you have inside of that lock is a wire going from the to a solenoid, and that small solenoid, which has to remain basically frictionless for the most part, slides over and unlocks your door and locks it back. That's it. Anybody that knows, and you can watch the lockpicking lawyer, he has a bunch of videos where he's literally bypassed and opened those no problem. It does. That is why I have a solar system set up for my security camera. Gotcha. But yeah, those security pads and all of that are one of the easiest locks to bypass. You can literally walk up to it, and if you know what you're doing, go zzz, and you can get into anybody's house that has those. So be very, very careful. And if you are going to run one of those, make sure your valuables are in some sort of safe, and not a shitty safe, like an actual, like, good safe. Anything that's like super valuable, have that shit actually locked up, because if you are unlucky and somebody who is an actual criminal comes along, they gonna get into your shit. Now, keypads are eye deterrents. Most people that are looking to break into somebody's house, if they see a keypad lock, they probably won't go for that particular house. However, if they're a criminal, they've probably been doing this shit for, quite some time. So the only ones you're going to get into your house are, the more adept criminals. So dumb criminal that's only doing it for the first or second time, to get drugs or some shit, probably won't fuck with your house. But actual criminal is going to specifically target your house, because you're paying the money to get, the keypad locks and the security cameras and shit. Unfortunately, in the court of law, if they can't prove that it's actually him, it don't hold up. So they just throw a mask or some shit on, waltz up to that shit, open your door in all of about 5 seconds, and they walk into your house, steal some shit because they know that you have, or at least they're going to assume that you have money because you have a keypad. And then they're going to walk in, take your shit, and then leave. And as long as they don't show a license plate or show their face, there's no proof that it's them. Even if they do, somebody does call the police. And it's a sad thing, because as much as we would like to go into the next digital age and have, the Alexa opening up, locks and all of this other stuff, unfortunately, all of the digital things that we have security breaches. Every single one of them. Security breach, security breach, security breaches. Some leak personal data, some are easy to bypass, things like that. And it's really sad. Anyway, as I was saying about the factorial versus the satisfactory. Satisfactory, I mean, it's in its name. You get satisfaction from building the factory. You set up every single component of the factory, step by step. It can be fun, it can be grueling, depending on, what you're setting up. Setting up biomass generators and things like that's a pain in the ass and is more of a grueling experience. But once you get beyond that and get coal and other power sources, it becomes, fun to set up factories. And this game is designed in a way to where you only need one mine to basically run a majority of the things, in your particular system. Factorio has a streamlined building process because you are going to build big. People build, gigantic structures in Satisfactory, but in the time that they build these gigantic structures and all of that, which, seem big because they're 3D, but they're actually quite small when you talk about Factorio. Factorio factories expand the length of the planet that you're on. You will have a huge factory with multiple lines being run to, different places. If you've ever seen somebody's Factorio playthrough, you understand when I'm talking about how extensive. Let's say this was Factorio. My Factorio mine, and this is the map. My Factorio mines, our factory, would reach like all the way out to like here, like towards the edges of these maps, and it would go even farther south than what this map shows, and it would go farther north than what this shows. But around me, I would have aliens nest here, aliens nest here, aliens nest here, you know, some here, and then some way out. And there would be a pollution ring that you could see around my base. And as that pollution ring goes over to the nest, they come and attack. And that's what makes Factorio fun is you have to have a minimalist build for whatever phase you are and however many nests you take out. Like if you want to just go out and you build like all wild, then you need to go out and you need to clear out the nests before you need to go out and clear out the nest before you start expanding. Most people only deal with nests once they have, you know, proper security perimeters and all of that set, but you know. But you have to build quickly. Well, you don't have to build quickly. That you just, you know, if you're trying to build big, but you have to build efficiently for where you are in the game. And as you research more things, which again, like I stated yesterday, you take parts and you convert them into research bottles. And then you send research bottles into research facilities. And that's how you get your research points in Factorio. Whereas in this game, you have to actually go out and scan things in the MAM. And there's a lot of people that have, well, especially on the satisfactory side, as much as they want to be obdurate about their behaviors and all of that, Factorio and Satisfactory are quite a lot of bit similar. They really are. They are very similar. They're not exactly the same game because there are obvious differences and all of that, but they do both operate on the same premise. It's just Factorio has the objective of protect your facility and get rid of any alien nest, and this game has the go out and kill aliens and harvest them for their material, while also eventually collecting artifacts and whatever the hell else they decide to add into the game. So both, you're still going out and you're killing aliens and whatnot. Only difference is Factorio's aliens are part of nests and hives that attack when angered. And this game just has, you know, natural things running around that you kind of go after for no reason, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess there's a reason because it's indicative to the story and trying to save people and all of that. But I mean, honestly, they're just doing their own thing and you're walking over and slaughtering them for their DNA and taking their artifacts. So, you're kind of the bad guy here. You're the bad guy in both of the games, but you're like super bad guy in this game. Because the animals don't mind the pollution that's happening, because I guess there barely is any. And they really don't bother you unless you go near them. Factorio, they only attack you when the pollution gets above an unacceptable level. Then they come for your cheeks. They don't mind you harvesting some resources, but when you start, you know, making noise, getting pollution up and things, people get pissed just like any other animal gets pissed. Some animals run away from the area, other animals get pissed and go and investigate. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? This was a quiet place, clean air and everything, and now it's dirty. Like, oh hell nah. Let me speak to your manager. But essentially, Factorio, again, being the completed older game, has a very streamlined base building process. It's very quick to set up. It's very quick to, you know, zoom lines down and all of that. and you're going to be constantly engaged doing something. At least you should be constantly engaged doing something. Satisfactory is the slow version of that building process, and it's more meticulous and takes a little bit more time because every machine is customizable and requires its own, resources and things like that to get everything done. Conveyor belts attached directly to the machines, so you have to use splitters and mergers and things like that instead of just running one conveyor belt line and using grabbers like Factorio does. And because all the conveyor belts connect and they don't connect to one another, that makes the mergers and splitters and all of that, worthwhile using. Plus, it's on a 3D plane, so where I can zoom in 2D in Factorio, I have to take my time to get to a particular area in Satisfactory. I gotta go up mountains and shit like that. I can't just walk straight to where I want to go. But Factorio needs that because you're going to be getting attacked by aliens and a whole bunch of other shit. But those are going to be your main differences, is the lack of danger in this game unless you go to a dangerous area, and then the tower defense that's in Factorio where you'll just be attacked because your pollution gets too high. And trust me, if you play the game and you're new to Factorio, you're going to probably build way too much shit and you're probably going to get attacked and the aliens are probably going to push your shit in. The first couple of nests are easy enough to where you can handle with your gun, but if you don't pay attention and notice that you have ammo and you're not making ammo and shit like that, it's everything you have to build resources for. The turrets that you have, they take ammo that you have to make and you have to send to them and keep them stocked up. Those have been made easy though, is you can run this particular thing to where, they can fill automatically and you just have a line that goes by them with ammo on it and they'll grab the ammo automatically. But I mean, coming from Factorio to this game, I do enjoy just the factory building process and how detailed it is. However, it does leave me much to be desired of something else. I mean, if they want to make it an adventure game to where you want to, go out and harvest aliens and find, you know, new nodes and find power slugs and things like that, if you want to take it into the adventure aspect, then you need to add events into the game to make it an adventure game. If you want to make it like Factorio, to where, it's a tower defense or a hostility or, things like that, then you need to add events to where, and when I say events, when I'm talking about adventuring, you need to add in like an alien nest, you need to add in encounters, you need to add in, more things that most open world games like this lack. So you need to add in, more things to make it, worthwhile. If you want to make it like that adventure style of game. If you want to make it a tower defense, like base protection thing like Factorio, you need to add in more variants of enemies and you need to add in an actual raid system and things like that. If you want to make it specifically just getting on and dealing with factories and machineries and things like that and keep it just a factory building game, then you're going to need to do a lot of quality of life, and I would recommend adding in a lot more machinery and things like that to help people. Somebody from the dev team has got to have had to have worked in a factory at some point in their life So you should know that there are rollers and how the conveyor belt systems can be made and how there's corner pieces and 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 the ways that you can connect conveyor belts together just for, ease of access. Leave the sorters and mergers and things for like the big items, big, sets of items that you're needing to send through, other areas. And actually make it the where, easy and streamlined as possible to make a natural factory. So I would like to see them double down their efforts and actually make it to where you have, you can run a clean, legitimate like factory. Make it so good that let's say if somebody was wanting to plan a factory for their business, they could jump on Satisfactory and they could plan that shit in this game and use this game as a blueprint, to walk around and build their own factory. That's the kind of details that you're kind of looking for in a game that, would be just specifically around building factories. Obviously, this game isn't specifically around building factories, but factory setup and all of that is a big portion of the game. So, I mean, when I first got on, I do notice that you're missing, just basic things. Like, for example, forklifts and pallets. You can have a lot of resources going into, storage tanks and all of this other stuff, but once you put a storage tank down, unless you want to delete it and drop everything into a box, you can't really move them. What I would like to have added to this game is just storage pallets. You can take a material or something, put it into a boxer if you want to do it that way, and then have the materials be shoved on the pallet. So if I want to transfer, like example, we are building there, he built that other factory over there. Instead of me having to get a truck or anything else that's going to transport things, I could just load a whole bunch of shit from my inventory onto a pallet, wrap the pallet, pick it up with a forklift, and then drive it all the way over to where he is and drop off all the materials that he needs, turn around, and then take the forklift back. Forklifts aren't super fast, but I mean, it would have done, what it needed to do. By the time I got that one, pallet over to him, he wouldn't really need any more resources. Because there was concrete over there, so we could cut out the concrete so I could send a bunch of wiring and a whole bunch of other shit. The size of the forklift that this game would probably have would, look like this shit right here. Like the bottom of that, it would probably be like that fucking tall. From like here over, it would probably be like that. So that forklift should probably be able to lift storage containers, like the industrial storage containers and things like that. But it should have its own unique, boxes and things. And it's like the ability to just move machinery without having to delete what's inside of it is sort of one of the things I would actually like to see too. You can make it easier by using this, because this doesn't use the alt. I can alt and click on a machine, and then I can move the machine to the side, maybe do some maintenance or something wherever it needs to go, or say a machine I placed down is misaligned, alt and click again, and then move the machine back. And then boom. That could potentially just be an easy thing that they could be added into this game to make it, a lot cleaner. Because if I have the ability to move machines, I can craft machines, wherever the hell I need to, and then I can slide them into positions. Or if I have to put down a machine temporarily like this, and then I'm like, okay, I got what I needed, I can slide these out of the way. I can put down flooring, which I mean, I can put down flooring probably under these anyway, but I can put down flooring, get this area looking nice and all of that, and then slide the machines back over into place, and and then boom, it's good. Or if I'm trying to put a machine down and there's something else encroaching its clearance, I can just grab the power pole and slide the power pole over like 2 feet. As long as the connections going to it allow it. Grab it, slide it over 2 feet, and then put my machine down in a perfect line. Instead of deleting the power pole, putting the machine down, putting the power pole back, and then attaching it to whatever the hell it's attached to. But that is kinda what this game is it's kind of the convoluted, factory building system. Everything that you do is supposed to take a large amount of time, and it's all supposed to be done, by hand, manually, until you get farther along in the game. So, those that have a technical mindset and are used to being meticulous in everything that you do, setting things up and whatnot, are going to be used to doing shit like that, and it's not going to really bother them. But for the general public, they're going to hate this shit. They are going to absolutely positively hate Satisfactory because the general public don't have the patience and the time, and they don't want to go through doing everything, meticulous and things like that. They're going to be like, nah, fuck that shit. He says me. Like, they're going to absolutely positively hate that. And they're going to be like, I'm not going to spend 2 hours setting up a small factory thing. I should be able to put that shit down, connect it up, and be done with it. And because of their design, I mean, you're only going to grab technical people. That's really what's going to be playing this game. Technicians, engineers, architects, things like that. Anybody that has a technical job, love this shit. Me too. Me as well. Which is why I kind of like this, because, this is kind of sort of the things that I've been good at and what I've been trained to do most of my life. So I don't mind doing shit technical. But there's a lot of people that would just straight up stop playing Satisfactory. Like the Satisfactory players stop playing Factorio. Because they're like, I can't do it. After going there playing Satisfactory, I can't play Factorio. I'm like, you would have a lot of fun playing Factorio, but you would actually have to, play Factorio. It's not going to be a walk in the park. You're not going to be able to transfer your knowledge from this game over to Factorio. It don't work like that. Completely different setups. While you're over there trying to, connect conveyor belts in, go here, put a conveyor belt there, go here, put a conveyor belt there, and do things like that and set things up. No. Factorio, one line, grabbers, power, done. That's it. And the power, again, is just one pole. One power pole, boom, I post that here, all of these are powered. Very quick, very streamlined. Once you get the hang of that and you understand that, all the screws from this need to be sent down to another portion of your factory and distributed to do something else, etc., etc., you then build niches of machines. Screw facility here, this facility does that there, these facilities do that there, these facilities do things there, these facilities do that, this does that, and that does that, and then they all run to a central hub, or they run to the next step, and then eventually get back to like your central hub. And then boom, done. So, I mean, I can see how Satisfactory people don't like Factorio, and I can see how Factorio players won't like Satisfactory. I can see both sides of it. Only thing I can say is those of you that played Factorio in the past are going to be blessed, because you're going to be able to transition over to Satisfactory. I doubt anybody that played Factorio will be able to do a full playthrough of Satisfactory unless, you know, they are really just in it to win it. Because again, Factorio has the base tower defense and things like that, you know, which keeps you entertained and moving as you're doing your factory and all of that. And bear in mind, I talked about it the other day, and everybody says, like, when I say tower defense, I don't mean like on a timer. You're not going to be sitting here completing, you know, your build and be attacked by aliens most times, as long as, you know, you're watching your pollution. As long as you are, I only have 7 fuel. Get up there. As long as you watch your pollution and all of that, and you're not getting near any nest, or if you're clearing up nests that, you know, your pollution is getting around, keep in mind that you can't see the entire map in Factorio. You do have to go out and, you know, explore a little bit. Well, that's not true. You can see the entire map in Factorio, but there's also things you can do to where you can't see the. So it depends on if you're a pansy or not, whether or not you can see the entire map in Factorio. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Those of you that play the game know what I'm saying, and those of you that don't are probably like, huh? So yeah, basically, I mean, it's just kind of simple. And then, again, at the beginning, the couple of hives that are around you are going to be small hives. Unless you build to a big hive, then I mean, that's on you for being a dumbass. But most around you are going to be small hives. So as long as you have a couple of guns set up, it's going to kill anything that comes around you or towards you. It's not that big of a deal, and it's not that hard to hold off the waves of aliens and whatnot. So you're not going to be sitting here putting your final pieces on, you know, a base, building shit like that, and aliens are just going to come start attacking you. It's not going to happen like that. Now, you're probably going to be upgrading a line of like electricity or something that's a super heavy pollutant. You're probably going to just now be, or just have built a huge line of generators and whatnot. And then you might, you know, as you're finishing that, get an alert that you're being attacked because, well, you've just increased your pollution like tenfold. But I mean, you have to put quite a bit of machines down to expand that pollution ring out that huge. You had to have been like, you know, I don't want power, I don't want to have power issues for the rest of the game. And you had to have put down like, you know, 1,000, like a ridiculous amount of generators for power or something, or a ridiculous amount of factories for what you need. And that's kind of sorta why Factorio has that sort of tower defense thing. It's to keep you from super expanding too fast. It's to help you help yourself. Because if you take every single thing like people do in Satisfactory, and you make these super convoluted, huge ass monuments for resources, you're only hurting yourself in Factorio. You don't need a huge amount of all of this other stuff because that stuff is going to convert with other materials. It's not just you, brother. You, everybody who plays this game, I guess besides me, that I've ran across, makes these super big ass structures. So it ain't just you. You are included, but it ain't just you. It's most of the player base that comes to this game. So doing things like that, you're going to have a lot of excess materials not doing anything. It's going to be an overproduction. And the game tries and sort of makes you not do that by having pollution be an issue. So it kind of sort of tries to dial that back. It wants you to be more efficient in what you're building, which is kind of sort of the strategy that comes into play. It makes you think critically about what you need and how to supply it. Whereas this game lets you scale out of control. You can literally just sit there and build as high, as tall, as much as you want, and then supply it with power. And then have, you know, a million of each and every resource on demand at every time. Which, I mean, it's good because, you know, it's kind of a factory builder and factories are made to mass produce. But it's also bad because it eliminates the struggle. What the fun that I get out of this particular game is that there's the struggle. What I get out of Factorio is there's the struggle. If I build too much too far, too quickly, I have to deal with getting attacked until I destroy that nest. And the nest constantly regenerate and resend things, you know, until, you know, they're gone or you're gone. So you'll get attacked, and then like 5, 10, 15 minutes later, sometimes like half an hour later, you'll get attacked again. It's intermittent and random. They'll randomly attack you whenever they have more troops. So until you go out and take out the nest or the nest takes you out, you guys are going to be in this tug of war. And I like that aspect because it stops you from basically cheesing the game. Now, obviously, with other games, there's probably mods and all of that that get rid of the aliens so you can build, you know, indefinitely. But I like that aspect, you know. It makes you think, again, critically. It makes you have a strategy. It makes you plan out your factories to see how much you need, etc., and doesn't let you just scale out of control and essentially break the game. And if you want to do that and try to break the game, then you had better be very good at kiting and destroying nests. As there are different nests that do different things. I'm not going to spoil that for you. But different nests spawn out different aliens. Different aliens do different things. Oh, different nests do different things. So good luck running out there by yourself with just some ammunition and taking out the more advanced nests. That's all I'm going to say. Even if you have a vehicle, they'll still push in your shit if you don't know how to do everything properly. Now, this game has a lot of different researching because of what it wants to do. You have research at the MAM, which you can take specific, you know, things, and you can you can research to unlock, you know, other things and help you out in the game. You have the main research that you need to do in this, and you also have the side research at the hub. So that's 3 different types of researches that you kind of sort of have to do. Factorio does the same thing. They have 3 different vials that you create out of materials. They just kind of simplified it. 3 different vials. All 3 of them go into specific machines. And then from there, you'll get research points. Once you have, you know, enough of each, you can then go in and you can research new things. There are no requirements besides materials and research to do the thing. So when playing this game for how long you've been playing, what would you do different if you were to start over, rebuild at a new location? Well, I mean, to be fair, when I started playing this game, when I first landed, and I know I'm not answering your question, but I'll get there. One, I'm stalling because I want that sulfur deposit to build up wherever the hell it is. I think it's over that way. And I want more resources because I know I'm still short on screws. I'm still short on modular frames and shit like that. So I'm kind of stalling for the factory to catch up. Or this when I upgrade it. But when I first landed on this planet, I was like, alright, I don't know anything about this game. I'm new. I didn't look at anything previously to find out how to build bases, how to do things. I'm going in completely blind. The only game that I have to pull on is Factorio, which I didn't build like I built in Factorio, but you know, I didn't know that machines took conveyor belts or any of that shit either, like directly into them at the time. So I ran as fast as I could to find a basic resource, you know, iron, things like that. As soon as I found it, I set up shop because I thought I was going to have to build very quickly and, you know, get defenses set. I was like, I need to get a gun in my hand. I need to get ready to, you know, do whatever it is I need to do. I don't know what this game entails, what this game has that's dangerous, and any of that. Ran across a couple of the running guys, found out that you could just avoid them, you know, by basically olaying them like they're a bull or something rushing at you. Got through there because I think the landing, the drop site for me was like literally like right over that ridge. Got to here, was like, oh, well, this is a decently flat, you know, area that's kind of surrounded and has mountains that I can put, you know, weapons at and things like that, and then just build fences if I need to. So I found a place that I could fortify. Started dropping machines and stuff down and all of that. That's when I noticed that the mining machines are huge and you can only put one mining machine on each thing of ore. So I was like, that's a little bit different. Started putting down machines and all of that, seeing that they all take a direct end of a conveyor belt. I'm like, okay, that's different. And then from there, I've just been learning the game, putting things down near things and just align instead of creating large patches of things to see, you know, all of that. The first one, I mean, this is just kind of like a taster. So I would put a machine down and then put the next machine right after it, then put the next machine right after it, just to see what they all do. And then doing that for as long as I have, ended up with machine after machine after machine after machine after machine, all being in one long line. Now I know that that shit's incorrect and you want to build it like Factorio machines and, well, regular factories. However, each new machine that I put down did something, and I already had the, you know, the beginning of that down. So if I have machine lines down, and then the next thing that I unlock goes into those machine lines, I'm not going to break down my machine lines and rebuild them all. I'm just going to keep building off of it. And that is what kind of created all this. It didn't create the spaghetti. The spaghetti I did on my own volition, because I think it's hilarious to be able to cheese the game. But the machine placement, for the most part, happened because, you know, as you keep advancing up, you get more machines that go in line with the other machines. So you start off with a miner, and then you go all the way to a manufacturer, and they all have to be in line with one another. I'm limited in space, so all of the tier 1 machines are down, then tier 2, and then you have the tier 3 up here, then the tier 4s on top of that, because that's just kind of the space that I have, because I decided not to expand out to that way until I get into the nuclear and all of that. Over there, that area is going to be nuclear. Now, if I could restart and do things differently, because now that I know that, well, the map is the same regardless, there isn't procedurally generated or anything, I would probably take my ass out to like the desert or to some place that is super flat that gives me a huge amount of room. I would just find a large flat area Doesn't matter if it has resources around it or anything like that, even though I've heard and seen that area over here that has like everything that you could possibly want. And I would find a flat area and I would literally build everything like I did in Factorio. I would have all my machines that are mining in one area. I would set a huge line of constructors constructing every different material over in one area. I would have smelters, a whole fuckload of smelters over in one area. And I would separate each individual key of the factory over into one specific area. And then I would have it all meet up at this hub. And that's how I would set everything up. So I guess imagine something like a star with the middle being the hub. And that's how I'd do it. I would find multiple flat areas around another flat area and I would set all of my machines up in the distance so I could run all the lines and all of that shit wherever I needed. And then I would have all the lines running cleanly down. Once I get the smart splitters and all of that where I can send, particular parts to a particular way, I would get rid of all the excess lines and all of that that I've had to run, and I would have one line eventually, coming down through the hub with everything that it needs on it, to more splitters, and I would have each individual parts going to wherever it needs to go. So I would have just a line of exit points all stacked up, boom, 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 with different materials. And I would have those coming out to splitters and whatnot, and have those go into whatever machines that they need to go to. And I would have it super orderly to where I would know if one line stopped or wasn't getting enough screws or something, that I could easily go and I could tweak it however it needs to be. So I would have a huge amount of smelters sending out ore, to the constructors. Have the constructors and all of that sending whatever it needs to do to the assemblers. The assemblers sending ore to the manufacturers. The manufacturer sending wherever it is to the next thing. And then I would have, power all isolated over in an area like that. And power would start there, and then it would just wrap around. And as I wanted to extend power out, I would just extend, I would have biomass at the front because it's the easiest. Coal setups with a line and all of that going around and whatnot. So I could pull off that line and in the back have nuclear. And I can also pull off that line and do, well, I just said coal. And then fuel would be behind that. So it would go nuclear, fuel, coal, biomass. And if I happen to be around a couple of geysers or something, maybe have geothermal. And all of that would be, neat. And each and every one of the star points would have something on it that it needs. And then all of that would be sent back to this area. Let's say this would be the main hub. This would be the main hub. And that's basically how I would have things. Also, storage. Storage would either be at the main hub or I would have storage just in each unique place at the top. Not entirely sure how I'd do that. Eventually, I would like to have just one area that's full of storage containers that has every single material. Obviously, it's going to be the overflow, so I mean, that's just, an area where if I do need something, I can program the train to go pick that shit up and send the train over. It picks up whatever the hell it needs from, the multitude of stations that's going to be over there for all the materials. And then that shit can turn around and come back down this way. But the way I do it I will never have any issues when it comes to organization. Despite me being spaghetti and all of this, this is not how I have my factory set up. It doesn't bother me to have factory set up this way because I'm learning as I'm doing things, but now that I've learned, if I tried to go into another file and start over and spaghetti this shit, it would bother the absolute hell out of me, and I would have to change it. Like I've said, my world is in the desert with several factories all over the map. Each building something different. If I have a factory clear on the other side of the map, I use a train to transfer whatever product back to my main base. Then I use trucks/tractors to transfer whatever item I have to a machine to craft another part. I mean, it's fine doing it that way. That's what the trucks and everything else are for. But the way I'm talking about is a constant supply. Because again, this game doesn't have limitations or anything. So I actually would only use the truck. Well, actually, I would only use the train because that's the biggest thing that can hold the most and can be programmed. I would only use the train because specifically I can send the train down to a storage area, which is technically where trains do go. They go to get loaded in specific, storage areas. I would have send the train down to the other end where all my storage crate is just to pick up whatever I'm short on. So if I ever find out that I'm short on concrete or something, the train would only grab, extra resources for me. And I could say, pick up this, that, and another and make like a grocery list. The train will go down there, they'll load it, and then it'll bring it all the way back. That's the only thing I would or use the train for, because honestly, that's the only thing that I really see any use for it. Because I mean, honestly, by the time I run a train track down and get it programmed and, get everything the way I would want to do it for a train, plus the train has limited storage as well. So I'd probably have to run multiple trains or anything like that, multiple stations and all of that. It's better to just run a conveyor belt because they don't take power all the way straight back. And if you run conveyor belts all the way straight back and you have them stocked with whatever it needs to be stocked, then you run it to like smart splitters and then you send each and every item into different storages or wherever the hell they need to go. You no longer have to worry about that problem. You always have a constant flow going into the next machine. Now it's going to be, a decently long priming time for the conveyor belts to start the flow. But once they do get to that machine, it's always going to be a constant in. Obviously, I'm not going to do anything long range in the future till I get to about Mark 4 of anything. Well, I guess Mark 3 would probably be sufficient enough, but I'd have to replace everything with Mark 4 so I wouldn't extend too far. And that's kind of sort of what I talk about when I talk about this game is because the way the game's set up, what's the point in making a truck system? What's the point in making a super big, train system expanding around the map and all of that? You still have to make the tracks go around the map, and in that time, you could have just made conveyor belts and sent everything, down the line to wherever it needs to go. When it comes to trains or trucks, as the train's going around, nothing's being delivered. When the train docks, nothing's being delivered. As the train's heading back, nothing's being delivered. When it sets off and drops everything, you're only getting a finite amount of resources per delivery. So you're going to have multiple trains on the line, each delivering different things at all times. Whereas me, I'm always going to have every part that's being manufactured sent down the line towards me. And if I send them to storages beforehand, like I've been doing before, I can have my stockpile wherever I want them. I can have them on that side. I can have them on this side. I can have it sent across the map somewhere else into a storage like warehouse. And I never have to worry about it again. It might not look the best because I'm going to have conveyor lines everywhere, but I mean, if I ever do decide to go out to that other part of the facility for whatever reason, I have an express line back. I can just jump on the conveyor belt and run, and I can zoom all the way across the map. And because this game's ridiculous, I can just build tracks if I really wanted to. I could build a platform over the top of everything and just go super high into the sky and do things that way as well. Because as far as I know, train tracks don't or can't just float in the sky. I mean, I haven't tried, but as far as I know, well, no, in this game, they probably can just float in the damn sky like everything else. I probably can just connect them on the ground. Actually, I know I can connect them on the ground and just to random ass places. So I guess at the end of the day, it depends on how nice, orderly, and how many entities do you want to have in your world at one time. This game can handle a lot. I haven't lagged and I have machines and everything everywhere because anything that's outside or not around you gets unloaded and it just gives you the parts through code. That is one of the good things that I'll give this game. But I'm also like in the design of not having things clip and all the other things, you know, protecting the integrity of the game and stopping it from crashing. They've allowed you to exploit the game to phenomenal levels. To the fact where I'm like, why use all of this extra crap when I can just run a super fast conveyor belt line wherever I need to go? Like the coal line, for example, that I have running. Is that the coal line? It looks like the coal line, yeah. The coal line I have running from here all the way over to that side. I could have made a truck to go out and deliver that, and then come out back and deliver coal in, and then go back and then deliver coal in, and just have a truck station there full of coal that goes to the machines. But why, when I can do Mark IV conveyor belts to a tier 2 drill, and I can even overclock it to where, you know, the drill will turn itself off and have a constant supply coming down into this machine and never have to worry about it again in my life. Once I deviate the flow to where my machines can't keep up, I delete that last machine and I max everything out to its utmost efficiency. And the only thing it cost me was one material, which is why I believe that the conveyor belt should cost more materials to make because they're so cheap, it's just better to use conveyor belts. I mean, train stations aren't that expensive as well, or truck stations, tractors, you know, all of that other stuff. The motive, electromotive, and all of that. They're not that expensive to make, and you can make an obscene amount of them very easily. Just with the excess things I have on me, I can make what? 2 train stations right there and set that up. It's just I ask myself why. Why would I do that when I can just run a conveyor belt there? So hopefully sometime in the future, or if they don't do it, hopefully a modder makes more realistic cost for things. So a tier 4 conveyor belt isn't just beams, because it doesn't make sense. It really don't. If I go into this, your tier 1 conveyor belt only costs plates. that don't make sense. There is a lot more things, and the conveyor belts don't cost power either. You look at everything that's going on here on the conveyor belt. Let me go to the ground so I don't have to float. And it doesn't matter if it's tier 2, tier 3, or tier 4. The only thing that the encased steel beams, or the industrial beams, or whatever the fuck they're called, encased industrial beams, the only thing that they would make would be this outside little case. What about what the conveyor belt's made out of? What about the components and all of that? We have things like rotors, engines, motors, and everything else going into the conveyor belt, but it doesn't use them. Why doesn't it use them? Because it would be too convoluted. But it's also like this game is about sticking it through to the end and actually making everything appropriately. Why not have to, and why not just take those extra resources that they have in the particular tier system, have those go into an assembler, or, you know, tier 1 go into a constructor, go through constructors, tier 3 go through assemblers, or all of that. Things like that. Tier 4 go through the, you know, manufacturer. Speed them up quite a bit because tier 4 has to go through a manufacturer. So increase the speed of these quite significantly, and then make it to where you have to craft them in a machine or craft them in a crafting bench. And then when you put these down, have these basically teleport materials from wherever the hell they are to where they need to go. Tier 4 would be the Omega. No longer would you have to wait for materials to be delivered. They just basically teleport. They're that fast. Hell, they could just be teleporters that attach to the end of machines. You click one in there, boom, you click one in there, and it teleports from that end to that end. Through the dimensional void or whatever the hell that it creates. Done. Have the tier 4s take the strange alien metal, which you're not using at the moment. Boom, bada bing, bada boom. Done. But this is where modders come into play. They can do that. They can make tier 4 take the strange alien metal that's not being used, and they can make it to where it teleports, in parentheses, materials between one place and another place. And that's kind of sort of what I would like to see mod creators make things like that. Have them be made in a manufacturer, you know, do things like that. I would love to see that in this game. Obviously now they want you to actually try out the machinery and whatnot, and, you know, basically mainstream things so they can get testing data and all of that. They're still in early access. They can change everything. Right now they're trying to get their main game together, so I don't expect them to do, you know, any type of huge changes that could hinder, you know, them seeing anybody else do anything. But, you know, there are mods for higher tier belts, which use, for example, rotors for belts. Yeah, I think we were talking about that yesterday or the day before, or you can go up to like Mark 8 types of mods and things like that, machinings and conveyor belts and things like that. But I mean, you know, modders are coming up with these ideas and things like that, and these devs seem to be keen on it, so sometime in the future I do expect them to go back in and turn this game on its head and make things cost materials. At least I expect them to. They might not do it because they might say, fuck it, dude. We've already, you know, dug our grave. Might as well lie in it. But, you know, they might. Who knows? I'm curious as to the direction they plan on taking, if they even know. It is so lackluster. It just goes and then it takes off. It would cause a lot more lag, but I mean, they have other shit doing other things, but I would like to see it charge up. This thing be like a light and watch it go when it gets to the top, have like a little bit of like screen shake or something, and then make it go and like shoot a beam that goes up that's huge, girthy, and in design, and then it hits it and it goes and then it shoots it up while the beam's on the end of it. Then the beam fades out, and then the elevator just zooms the fuck up. I would like to see that get to that point as you're upgrading it more and more. It might already do that, but I mean, like, I'm at the last tier that I can upgrade. I think they said it was one after or some shit. But I'm towards the end of my tier list, and I haven't seen this upgrade basically any as I've been putting materials in it, unlike the hub. So it just kind of makes me wonder. Is it quantum? Nuclear pasta. Pasta, you don't say. Thermal propulsion rocket. Magnetic field generator. So this does upgrade to have rockets and shit on it. I wonder what that's gonna look like. I can't even open this to see what it'd take. Interesting. Ah, I see. Alright, well. So it didn't give me anything extra to my inventory, so I'm going to have to go and research some more things. That's fine. I am going to check the awesome shop to see if anything else got added to it. There you are. I do like the light control panel. That's a good aesthetic to have. Unfortunately, it just doesn't get super, super dark at nighttime. Granted, I have my gamma turned up because I'm streaming, but I mean, it doesn't get dark enough at nighttime. Because at nighttime, it still has a planet and some things up in the air, which gives you like a moonlight background. Honestly, I think they should, in the future, design a dynamic, type of system to where some nights are just pitch fucking dark. Like, dark is absolute shit, and you have to use the lighting every once in a while. It's very nitpicky and doesn't need to be done, but I mean, a dynamic light system, instead of just having day and night, would be interesting. I got all of the shit that I needed from here. I don't know what these wall power outlets do, because if they only attach one line to it, then it's like, what? Could be cosmetic, I don't know. Foundation-wise, honestly, I can just overlap pieces. And again, it comes down to the same thing because I can overlap and clip things into one another. Why bother getting all of these extra corners and things like that? I can always just use the pieces that I have to do what I need to do. Wall wise, I've used the basic walls that I have to just keep myself from driving off of a fucking ledge. But besides that, what's the point of using walls except for, architectural and cosmetic wise? You can have a gate, but you don't need a gate. Unless you, I guess, I mean, if you do have a lot of enemies around your base, I guess the gate can come in handy. But I mean, you could also just build something that they can't get into. Architectural wise, as much as I would hate to say that it's useless, the architectural tab is actually a lot better than the walls tab, in my opinion. Because you have these pillars and things like that that you can set things on top of, which makes them very useful. Putting down the floor, I have to stack up floors to the height that I wanted and then move and expand where I want to expand from, or I have to hook onto an edge of a machine or something. Pillars, I can just pillar to where I need to and then I can build off of them. So they're actually very useful. Same as with, the frames and shit like that, and the road barrier so I don't roll off that shit. It gives you the catwalks and things that, I mean, instead of me putting down conveyor belts and all of that other shit, I could be putting down catwalks and shit. And more importantly, it gives me access to the ladder that I never bought. A lot of places that I need to go up that a ladder would be more useful than anything else. Well, would have been before I got the jetpack and the launchers and tubes and shit. Same as with the stairs. Customizer. I mean, he did show me the other day that all of these materials and whatnot, like the concrete foundations and whatnot, make it to where you don't have to carry around a lot of steel plates and shit for them, which is kind of worthwhile, but it does use up an excess of concrete for that. I say he, you. I mean, those are worthwhile to pick up, especially when you're low on plates or you're needing inventory and trying to build something. You can drop the low bunch of plates and just grab concrete. So it's inventory condensation, or condensing. Not condensation, what the hell? Condensing. All of this shit is apparently useless besides the boombox. If you want more tunes, the boombox is worthwhile. Don't know what's in it though. But all of this other stuff, this is just clout chasing. And this thing, somebody told me was absolute dog shit, and if I bought it, I should be ashamed of myself. So, I guess I'm never buying that. If this was like the forklift, which they could simply replace this with a forklift and make it, usable, it would probably be more worthwhile and go off of that premise. But this is apparently one of the worst things that you could ever get. It's a troll, is what people said. It's that gigantic troll. Parachutes are easy to make. The coffee cup, see, they could make the coffee cup really worthwhile if they added the ability to basically hold the coffee cup and eat from the coffee cup. So, like, store berries and the nuts and everything else that you have. If you could just grab the coffee cup, put it in your hand, and then drink from the coffee cup, and it just eat berries and shit that's in your inventory. So you don't have to, hold multiple berries and keep swapping them out. That would make the coffee cup a worthwhile buy. Easy. Hell, having the coffee cup have storage inventory slots, like four, or food, if you want to do it that way too and stick with the old satisfactory thing, would be great too. Parachutes, useless because they activate automatically. What I would like to see is like a kind of healthy change in the parachute. Is one, well, instead of it being an actual parachute, have it be a automatic or a manual deploying parachute that you have to manually deploy, that deploys automatically if you're about to take damage, instead of it just using parachutes. Because as I jump back and forth through my factory and all of that, it's constantly using my parachutes up, and I'm like, hey, I don't want to use my parachutes. Filters, I probably won't ever use. Ammo, I can literally just craft the ammo. It's not that hard to actually make the shatter rebar or any of that, or the regular iron rebar. Not that bad. Part wise, this is kind of where I sort of say this is cheat mode. It really is. It's just straight up cheat mode. For whatever reason, as long as you've researched it, it gives you the ability to grab things for tickets. And if you're a ticket hoarder, or if you're smart enough to again cheese the game and you just have everything from your factory being made, going into what do they call, washers? What do they call? The trash compactor is what I call it. If you have everything being made in your factory going in lines to a bunch of trash compactors, you can build up a fuck ton of tickets. And when you have to make, the next new thing, because after you research it, it pops into here. You can literally just use tickets to get, however many you need and immediately research what you need to research. So you can streamline the research process of that just by having tickets. I think that that shit shouldn't be available to buy anything for until it's been properly researched and until you've made a milestone of that particular product. Obviously, you're going to have to go through and decide how many AI limiters you're going to have to have made before you can buy them out of the machine, etc., etc. But I mean, it shouldn't take that long because there's only a certain amount of things or a certain amount of items that are in the game. So, that would be the easiest way to do that. I'm all set up with the awesome sink. When the storage bin gets full, it goes into the sink, which generates tickets. That's how I have all of my stuff set up. Anything that's excess that's just freezing, I eventually send it over into again, I'm just gonna call it the trash bin to generate tickets. I send it, I trash it, and I get tickets for it. But I mean, again, this game's very exploitable because that thing don't take any power by how many materials are getting sent through and all of that. I could literally take my entire production, everything that I'm making, and have it all be produced into sinks. Walk away from my computer, go to work or something for the day. Come back, have a fuck ton of tickets. Then hook everything back up because all you'll need is just like a smart converter on each line attached to a smart sink. When you go back, switch everything back over the hell to your facilities and whatnot. So you're also constantly producing things, and then hop into here go here and say, oh, I need so and so and so and so, and then I pay tickets to get that, and that, and immediately research this. Tickets, that, and that, immediately research that. Tickets, that, and that, or anything that I don't already have made. That, and that can all be made with or gotten with tickets. That, and that can all be made and gotten with tickets. And then boom, done. So what do we have? Hover pack. The hovering midair would be pretty cool. Wirelessly connects to nearby power connections. Disable hover pack, double tap C while hovering. At least they made it sensible. Something you're not gonna accidentally touch. And if you do lose connection in mid-air, it seems that you can still hover down to the ground and slow fall, even without power. So if I was to go out exploring, I could jump and then hover on over to the or hover down to the ground as a slow fall. So hover pack's good for building things. However, yeah, hover packs are good for being around the factory, but they're terrible for going out and exploring, is what I'm seeing. Makes sense. It would be OP if you could just hover around the map grabbing shit, so I kind of like what they did there. It has to be connected to power. Oh, however, damn, a hover pack takes almost as much as the train does at full speed. The train's like 130, the hover pack's 100. What the fuck? However, without power pylons and things like that to give you, a long range to transport electricity, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Luckily for me, I run power lines stupid and all over the place, so I probably could hover wherever I wanted to. But still, that's got kind of, I don't know. There's also tier 8 unlocked, but I said I was going to do them in order, so we're going to continue doing these 7 first, and then we'll move up to 8. I have everything unlocked for the tickets when leaving the game on, all of the different building options being unlocked. Makes sense. You do have a ridiculous amount of hours in the game. I'd hope that you've unlocked everything. Aeronautical engineering. I thought I already had supercomputers unlocked. Was it superconductors? I don't know. Package sulfuric acid. For batteries. Yeah, that's better to say. It's probably for batteries. Gotcha. Updated scanner, sulfur. I actually already found the sulfur and all of that. So things that you can unlock in the MAM, you can unlock naturally too, is what I'm getting. Drones. Refuels at any connected ports if able. It only has a 9-slot inventory though. I see. These are a lot different from Factorio drones. Factorio drones take the cake. When somebody told me there were drones in this game, I thought they meant like similar to Factorio drones, not just that they're drones. Factorio drones literally can go anywhere and build anything. You can have them go out to specific areas to build blueprints, or you can have them follow you in a swarm, and they'll build wherever the hell you're around. This is not what I was expecting, but I guess I should have expected it. Aerial flight is kind of the next thing that you can do after trains. So I kind of understand why it's built like this, but I'm also like, fuck that shit. It can hold 9 stacks of whatever, so I mean, I guess it would be good for like sulfur or something if I didn't want to walk. But I already done that. Interesting. It's not bad. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad. It's just, I could have done a lot more things. It's like the train or truck, it can be bypassed, is basically what I'm saying. Hazmat suit for radiation, probably. Yep. I love that it automatically consumes that when you get nearby, so you don't have to specifically have anything on. It just does it automatically. Cool. Again, this milestone cost all of this. You swap back over to your save and not the one we played on, correct? Indeed. The one that we played on is the one that I spent 18 hours on, upgrading or getting ready to upgrade it to this level. That's all I did once we got done is I got it to the next, or get primed for the next level. This one is the one that I played on previously without the big power plant. Conveyor belt Mark Fives, huh? Let me guess, you're gonna take those. Alkylate aluminum sheet. And aluminum's apparently bauxite, so I just need bauxite. Just wondering because I don't want to jump on and have to wait for the space elevator. Nope. Yeah. Been 18 hours going in, doing everything, and priming the space elevator to go. So as soon as we hop back on, we pull switch, space elevator goes up, and we've already unlocked this tier. That is the essence of being a streamer, is doing things like that to get things set up for the next stream. To be fair, I could have had it all done in 9 hours if I was paying attention to the factory, but we don't talk about that. Obviously, I have to get bauxite refinement first. From that, I don't care about conveyor belt Mark Fives. I don't. I don't care about them. I have nothing that's like needing resources to be delivered to it faster. I don't care about them. Yeah, the conveyor lifts, the conveyor belts. Again, after Mark 3. Well, I guess if you're gonna fully overclock a Mark 2 machine, you'll probably need faster conveyor belts and all of that. But I mean, like, you could just make another Mark II drill of the same material as well. So I guess at this point, they expect you to have most of your machines overclocked. I guess is what I'm thinking, and they're just expecting you to go buck wild, big facilities made. A lot of materials being produced, and a lot of that shit needing to be sent places. For me, playing minimalistic, Mark V conveyor belts are useless to me. I'll eventually research them because they're probably only going to take refined bauxite. Or refined bauxite. What are these called? Aluminum sheets to make. But it's also like, I don't need them. Depends on your building. Like my oil wants part now, or do you want to wait? Well, I mean, that's not a good comparison because my oil literally is like minimalized scaled. And if you want oil parts now, you also have access to train, truck, Mark IV conveyor belts, which I mean are super fast as is. You don't need to really go up to Mark V if you have Mark IV. So, I mean, you're literally only going to be waiting slightly longer, and it's going to be very slightly longer. Between the two. Yeah. Mark V's useless to my facility. I'm not saying they're useless in total, but they're useless for my facility. Hazmat suit. I don't think I'm going to require any uranium until I get to the next phase, so the hazmat suit's not useful to me. At the moment, until I probably get to tier 8. As with the supercomputers and batteries. So we're going to go bauxite refinement. Yeah, bauxite refinement. The aeronautical engineering is going to be the second thing that I get. Then from there, I guess we'll go hover pack, Mark V, and then hazmat suit. I wish I could reorder these and slide these over to put them in a specific order. It's nitpicky, but I mean, you know, shit. I did turn off my computers on this file, and I believe I turned that off too, but I do have the motors, rubber, and the frames and all of that for this. Alright. And now I can see the top right corner of my damn screen because chat's not up there anymore. I can literally see how much of everything that I require. I'm out of fuel. Nope. Let's see. Give me like 200. Alright, so I need to go up. Nowhere to go but up. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Also, before I do, oh god, that lag. Before I do anything else, turn your ass off. And you turn your ass off. Overclocks, you can stay in there for now. Turn your ass off. You're already off. You need to stay on. And you're still on. But I never rehooked back up the copper sheets that I took from that. Whoops. Bum, 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 bum. Mark 5 belts are more used for right after the drill or the smelts. Instead of using 2 or more drills to get decent production, can just use 1 drill that is overclocked. But again, you might as well just use 2 drills. Why would I go down and tear apart all the drills and all of that that I've made previously just to use Mark 5 conveyor belts in them? See what I mean? You happen to backtrack in order to go forward there. Why not just use the 2 drills that are up and then keep them Mark 4 instead of overclocking a drill and using a Mark 5? Not only are you limiting your resources, and all of that, because I mean, you could overclock a drill and have it turn on every once in a while, which decreases your power consumption. Or you can hook it to a Mark 5 drill and overclock it, and if it can keep up with the workload, your drill will be running at the entire time. And your machine will be using up, power the entire time. I prefer to just have it on a Mark 4 machine, or Mark 4 with 2 machines. Have them shoot out what they can, because typically it's a lot more than at least my factory will ever use. And then boom, done. I mean, there are a lot of counterpoints, but unfortunately, because of how the game's designed, it's just no point in me using Mark 5 drills. Or Mark 5 conveyor belts. There's no point. It's all minimalist. I upgrade as I need to upgrade, but the Mark 2 drills are faster than the Tier 4 things, and the Tier 4 belts are fast enough to carry the workload. Now, if I ever fall behind in workload and need more ore pushing out, I can then overclock the Mark 2 drills. And then if the conveyor belts can't carry the load, I can upgrade it to a Mark 5 to get a little bit more of whatever material it is pumping out. But it's like if I have 2 drills, some 3 or 4 drills in an area, it's like, what's the point? If I have 4 drills going in on Mark 2, then, that should be more than enough supply for the demand. Like I said, I'm not saying Mark 5 is useless. Mark 5 is very good, just like every upgrade is. I'm saying it's useless for me and my facility. There is no logical explanation that says that I should be using Mark 5 conveyor belts. There's none. Now, what there is something is copper sheets, and I don't know where I'm pulling copper sheets from, but something has happened. Like I might have pulled a line or something. You're all good, just say from experience. Yeah. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. But I mean, even speaking from experience, that's not something you should lead with. Because that's basically something that when one's defeated says. So if we're going into, debates, yeah, I don't have this connected to anything anymore. It makes sense. It's very, let me pick my words careful. It's very conceited to say that you're speaking from experience towards somebody. You don't want to say it to kids. You definitely don't want to say it to another adult. Because in that way, you were talking down to somebody, saying that what you know is right because you have more knowledge in that than they do. Even though that's not a factor when it comes to a particular debate. You might be more knowledgeable, but it doesn't mean that you're correct. And you can get yourself into a lot of arguments. I don't particularly care, but for the future, you can get yourself into a lot of arguments that you don't necessarily want to be in by saying, well, from my experience of, 50,000 hours in the game, this and that is useful, you know, when my original points being, my factory doesn't need Mark 5. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to increase efficiency by that much because it's already being filled. Something that you probably didn't know is I give psychological lectures and debate lectures and things like that on the side for money. This is why I bring this up. One thing that's been something that I wouldn't have been speaking on that I never actually speak on is the term OCD. But I guess I can go into that now since we're going down that line. OCD has nothing to do, well, I mean, it can include cleaning and orderly and structures and things like that. But OCD, people have been using that term wrong, and it actually pisses a lot of people off in the mental health aspect. You are not anything until you are diagnosed by a doctor. If you are diagnosed to by a doctor that you are OCD, then you can say that you are OCD. Most people are just neat. Human beings by nature are neat. Just because you want to have things orderly and you want to have things look nice, that's called being a natural human. You're getting up every day and you're brushing your teeth and brushing your hair and making yourself look nice and matched when you go out and dress. That's normal for society. OCD is obsessive compulsion disorder. You have an obsessive compulsion to do something. If that something doesn't meet your standards, you will flip the fuck out. You will have anxiety. You will go into panic attacks. You will have a whole bunch of other things. It'll completely alter your mood if things aren't lined up like that. And I see a lot of people using the term OCD nowadays, and they have no idea what they're talking about. It does not stand for obsessive cleaning disorder or excessive coordination disorder. OCD is made from any compulsion. If you have to put your feet through your underwear first, or you'll be stressed out for the rest of your day, that's that's OCD. And a lot of people, when it comes to this, they're like, my OCD's messing up, my OCD's all of that. It's like, you don't have a mental disorder, you're normal. Coming from a psychological perspective, and I'm not talking about you particularly, I'm not talking about you either, Reaping, or anybody else. I just figure I would point this out because, well, it's kind of sort of my job. I'm talking about people in general. If you say you have OCD to somebody who actually has a mental health disorder, or you say it to a psychologist or something like that, and they take that shit seriously, and they're like, oh, well, who diagnosed you? And you say nobody, then they're going to get pissed at you and say, well, you don't have it. Why are you making up mental health disorders that you don't have? Things not being in place might bother you because human beings are orderly by nature, but it doesn't mean that you have a mental health disorder. And us as a society needs to stop saying that, well, I have OCD, because the people that have it are being ostracized and all of that, and their condition that they have, which is a very serious condition, is being made light and basically into a joke. Like having the name Karen. Society has made the name Karen mean a joke, basically. You're going to be the person asking for a manager or a supervisor, and Karens get made fun of because of their name. It's ridiculous how society can, change things like that. Again, I don't particularly care, but it is kind of sort of part of my job, so I figured I would point this out so I don't just let it go, unchecked. Because it looks bad on me letting people say a bunch of things that they're ignorant about and not correcting it. Am I going to correct you if you say OCD or something bad like that? No, I'm not going to. But now that I've said it, if you say it to somebody else and they particularly get pissed at you, now you know why they're pissed at you. Because you're making light on their condition. I don't remember what the fuck copper I pulled for this. Actually, you know what? I can make explosives now. I can blow this copper line out, put a drill in it, and then hook that directly to the copper sheets. That's what I'll do. I have sulfur now. And I have coal. I have lots of coal. I missed the conveyor belt. But anyway, back to the stream. It's just small things that somebody that is in my field should point out that I've been negligent on. And then what was I talking about before? Oh yeah, the debation thing. Never try to flex your experience on somebody when you're trying to convince them to do something, or you will make them shut down and basically disregard all opinions before that. That is something that parents do a lot, that they don't even understand what they're doing. When they're trying to teach their child not to do something stupid, they go off of their experience and they say, you know, I've been through this before, all of this other shit. If somebody's looking for advice or looking for, consultation, you broke up with your friend broke up with his girlfriend. You don't want to say that you've been through this before, you understand how they feel, shit like that. That's not what they want to hear. They just want to get consoled and then move on with their life. If somebody else's mom died and your mom died, don't say I understand how you feel, because you don't. You understand what you felt when your mom died, but you have no idea what they went through. Your mom dying, might have been devastating to you, but you got over it and you moved on. There's some people out there that it's been 20 years beyond and they're still crying every other day that their mom's gone. They haven't been able to get a job. They haven't been able to move on with life. They completely shut the fuck down after it happened. And they refuse to seek any therapeutic services for it. Two different situations from the same scenario. So first thing, when somebody's ever crying, needing help, needing consultation or anything like that, you should never say that you understand how they are feeling. You are going to receive backlash from that shit. You should be supporting. I'm here for you if you want to talk about it, I see you're going through a lot of pain. What can I do to help you? If they're a hard-ass motherfucker, take them out to the bar, get them fucking wasted. If they're a soft motherfucker, give them hugs, shit like that. If they're normal, just talk to them. Be a good friend. But do not say that you understand the pain that they're feeling, because you could never understand what they're feeling, because you're not them. You'll never understand another human being because you're not them. You can't read that motherfucker's mind. And if you can read minds, then you probably should go somewhere, because you could probably benefit humanity as a whole and actually become like a super good, priest, treaty, doctor, and use your abilities elsewise. But the majority of you that can't read minds, only thing you can do is ask a human being what's going on. Do not make assumptions when it comes to another human. Look at this dumb motherfucker. Anyway, I'm the one that programmed that. That's why I called it a dumb motherfucker, by the way. I'm the one that drove and did this. This is following my line that I set for it. This is me. I'm making fun of myself. I like the water effects, how the wheels and all of that follow through and then they slowly fade away. That's good attention to detail. How everything gets shiny and looks different and nice. It's beautiful. But yeah, when it comes to a human being, child, adult, anything, you should first attempt to understand what that person is saying. You should not use anything that has happened in your life to try and understand another human being. You should ask that human being what's going on, what's happening. Now, don't be insensitive about it. Obviously, if they tripped and fell and hit their head or some shit, you don't want to say, what's going on or whatnot. You've seen that they tripped and hit their head and all of that. You ask them, are you experiencing any pain, any dizziness, anything like that? You try to understand what's going on with that other human. And that's what you kind of need to do. You need to ask that person relative questions to the situation to try and ascertain how they're feeling. And they're probably going to be, not wanting to talk and all of that. So you have to go in with a direct method, comforting them and trying to get the situation, all ascertained at the same time. You don't want to grill them because nobody wants to be grilled when they're feeling bad. But to get information out, you need to refine your conversation skills to further along the conversation. Once you find out what it is and what's going on, you need to figure out, if you're understanding what they're talking about by basically repeating, you know. So you're sad because this and that and another's happening. Yes. Then, before you go and make any type of changes, which this is where most people fuck up at, they listen to what the person say and then they decide to formulate a plan and then they start running away with the plan and the person's like, I just wanted to talk. I don't need you to go and talk to the manager or the boss above the boss and saying that, so and so did this. I wanted to keep it quiet. You should formulate a plan with that person and ask them what they want to do. Because if something happens and they don't want to talk to about it or they don't want to go to anybody else and they're just venting, then go with what they want to do unless it's something serious. If they're trying to commit suicide or something, obviously their health is going to be, more of a priority. But, if it's just your basic things and things like that, let them formulate a plan. Lead them to making a plan. Because if you say, okay, well, let's do that, that, and another, and you run off and you do a whole bunch of shit, you're going to get done. You're going to be expecting them to thank you because you've taken care of their problem. And they're going to be like, what the fuck, man? Why did you go and do all of this extra shit? I never asked you to do that. And you can get backlash from that. Then you're going to be mad at them and you're going to be like, well, you're just an ungrateful brat. I did all of this shit for you. It took me like a month to get all of this shit together. And you're not even going to accept it. You're not even going to do the thing that I want you to do. I fixed your problem. When in essence, you didn't. You didn't fix the problem at all. You just went and found a bullshit solution that you thought was right. And then you forced it upon them. They said no, then you got mad because you're the one that didn't communicate with the person. It's important to say that because a lot of people, I can't tell you how many people, like, let's say, let me see, one of the issues I've personally had this. I've lost a job. And immediately after saying that I've lost a job, I have 1,001 people saying, hey, you want to come work for me, man? I can give you all of these benefits, all of these other things, whatnot. Hey, man, I can come over right now, man. We can get a contract solved and all of this other shit. And they try to push their way into it to get you working for them. And then they go and they call 1,001 people without listening to what you say, and then they have their HR person on board getting out the documents and getting them printed, and they have everybody else in their company running around scrambling to get all of this paperwork done. They don't listen to what you say, and then when they arrive at your house to get the paperwork done so they can get you on immediately, you tell them, no, I'm not going to work for your company. And then they get pissed. Man, I had to call my secretary, my HR department. I had to wake a whole bunch of other people off, and you're not going to accept my invitation? No. And I can tell you why I'm not going to accept my invitation, because you pissed me off by trying to force me to do something that I didn't want to do. You never asked me what I want to do. Only thing you needed to say is, yeah, man, if you need help in finding a job, man, my work's open, or I can help you find another job. That's the only thing I wanted to hear. I can find my own fucking job. You know what I'm saying? And I can do any of the basic things that another human being can fucking do. I don't need help with that. I'm not a child. The only thing I'm doing is venting to you, saying, man, I lost my job. You say, okay, I got sources if you need a job, and then you give your little bit of consultation, and then we talk about it, and then we go to the next thing. We go to the bar, and then we're over it. Don't solve other people's problems unless they ask you to. And if they do ask you to, you want to lead them towards the solution. You don't want to solve it for them. That's how you get, like the spoiled little rich kids and shit that, or the dumbasses that don't know how to do, basic laundry and shit like that, because everybody solves all the issues for them. They need something done. They say, hey, I need this done. And then a lot of people go and they do the shit for them. They never do it themselves. So when they're alone, they don't know how to do the shit. Help somebody achieve their goals. Don't do it for them. Everything that you do, they're losing experience on, and they're going to suck ass at doing the same thing later on. That's petroleum coke. Petroleum cake. Could you imagine? Petroleum cake. Oh, God. I don't know. Human beings are extremely strong, but they're also extremely fragile. And you just gotta keep in mind that that's a thing. Oh, black powder and that smokeless powder. Gotcha. Why would I ever burn a hard drive for compacted coal? Oh, it makes the turbo fuel. Gotcha. That's what I was talking about the other day. Gotcha. So you throw explosion and then you use detonator to explode. It doesn't explode on contact as far as I'm seeing here. But you might not even throw it. You might sit it down. I guess I shouldn't make assumptions, though. So I need a shit ton of black powder. And cable. Black powder and about 2 stacks of cable will do me good there. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 Cable. But Sorry to go all dad mode on the stream. Typically, when I go dad mode, everybody leaves the stream, which I mean is fine, because human beings don't like to be taught something new that they think they know and it's against their initial instincts. People get pissed. And they're like, I don't want to hear this shit. I didn't come for a lesson in psychology. And then they just leave. But they're also the same people that try or that do the same problems that I try to prevent from happening, IRL. And they're kind of the scumbags of the world that, never make things better. They just make things worse. The ones that don't listen and think they know when they don't actually know. The teenagers, the kids, things like that, that just, if you just stopped and listened just for a second, you don't have to completely follow what somebody says, but if you listen to every single person that you speak to, listen to what they're saying and not go one ear in one ear and out the other. Not only will you raise your wisdom, knowledge, and temperance, you'll also have a better, more enriched life. Stop talking and just listen when somebody talks to you. When they talk to you, take the time to analyze what they're saying, unless it's just a general conversation about bullshit. But I mean, sometimes you can pick up things from general conversations, you know? If somebody's telling you a story about what they're doing and what's going on, you can pick up some personality traits from that person and how they act in that particular situation. You can find out when they're telling the truth. You can find out when they're exaggerating. You can find out when they're lying. And you can get a lot of details and information from a person when they talk. You can find out if they're temperamental. You can find out if they're an angry boy. You can find out just an unlimited amount of shit by just listening. And the more you listen and the less you talk, the less you are giving to that other person to be able to do the same thing. That's why therapists and, are so powerful, because the only thing that they do is sit there and listen to you most of the time. And then they try to point you in a more positive direction. But therapy is frowned upon in a lot of different places. So the people that actually need therapy typically don't get therapy. So they stay fucked up in life because everybody around them says, oh, no, you don't need to go to therapy. Therapy's for crazy people. Therapy is not for crazy people. Therapy is for people that want to keep their life on a positive track. And if half of you actually went to therapy, you would understand that therapy is a glorious thing. Things that took you 6 months to a year to get over, therapy could have had you good in about 2 weeks. That relationship that you were in that was toxic, that went on for a long time, therapy gets you out of that, or therapy makes your relationship better between the two. It can make some people realize what they're doing is wrong, and it can make them stop and make them realize that they're hurting the person that they love and they need to stop that shit. It can help them control that anger and all of the other shit that they have going on. I'm actually not going to pull from the coal lines. But nobody gives proper credit in the therapy. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Okay. Explosive rebar. Sounds like a bad idea. A cluster bomb? That sounds like a bad idea. Nuclear deterrent development. If I carry this motherfucker on me, every enemy and whatever the hell else should not be able to come near me, should not be able to attack me. They should all turn around and run. This shit takes 500 of those. If that shit blows up, I'm dead and this entire fucking planet's dead. Jesus Christ. Sad thing is I probably have the ability to craft this, like, right now. Well, not like right now, because I think I need speed wire, quick wire, whatever the fuck it's called. But I can grab the materials and craft that, but I have to research all the other nodes to get to this. Is this another boomstick? It's a rifle. But then there's rifle ammo. Turbo rifle ammo. See, this is the information that I wish I would have known. So the turbo fuel is not just for vehicles, it's used for the turbo rifle. So now I wouldn't mind eating up hard drives for that shit. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, the hard drives just makes crafting easier. I'm not here for a super easy crafting experience. I can always put up more machines and do what I need to do to get more shit pushed out. I don't mind that. But the rifle is very interesting. I can build that right now if I wanted to. I'd have to go grab some coal, though. I don't really want to retire the pistol, though, because I have, like, an unlimited amount of ammo for it. Actually, I have so much ammo going into it, I should turn off that machine and repurpose that entire line. That's steel. I think it's making steel rods, so that's steel rods that can go somewhere else. I don't know. Depends on how strong the rifle ammo is, honestly. It takes 2 hits from the rebar pistol, so I assume it's going to be a lot less. And if this only makes 100 rifle ammo, or something like that, it might not be worth grabbing, because if it takes, let's say, 4 bullets, for example, to take out one enemy, that's literally, 25, and that's if you hit every single shot. Hmm. This does give me +6 inventory slots by doing one or the other, though. But it'd be this, because I sure as hell ain't making a cluster bomb or a fucking nuclear deterrent. Hmm. I'll hold off on it right now. There's other pressing matters. I need to get that other copper line set up. So let's do the main objective now. And let's do the rest of that shit later on. I can make 12 of these. Actually, before I do that, where's the exploder? Say less. I will gladly hand you my object scanner. Easy. And then I can still have food in the last one. So to be fair, well, now I guess that's gonna be equipment. No, it doesn't go into your hand? Oh, it don't go into your hand. What, do I just drop it? Hopefully this don't destroy lines, but we're gonna find out. Where is... Stop. I gotta know. Oh, I see how this works. Gotcha. Now, if I explode this while this is in my hand, it probably doesn't activate until... Yeah. Alright, makes sense. Then we drop this here. And then we just... Well, none of my lines got damaged, so... Cool. Then I need 2 personal, whatever the hell they're called, portable drills, and whatever else it takes to make a Mark II mine. I have it all on me. Alright. Also, there's a slug that's in a rock somewhere around here. I don't remember where the goddamn rock was. Is it below me? Yeah, it's below me. You weren't here before. Did you spawn in because I made explosives? No, you were here. Never mind. You were here. Wrong button. Hopefully that's close enough. Cool. Yep. And that was that one. Wonderful. Oh, instantly regret walking into here. And then I instantly regret having that regret. Come on. Come on. I got inventory room. I'll pick you up. Next. Make sure I have room for that. Next. Next. Where'd it go? Like, I don't know, fuck it, dude. Up we go. No item in foliage. No item in foliage. That's broke as hell. That's that. Sorted. I don't know. That's one of the wonders in life that I never understood. Why human beings can talk so confident and so just outward towards somebody, and then somebody talk to them the same way and actually correct them, and then they just shut down. I was feeling superior, so I'm going to talk to you a specific way. And then somebody come back and say, no, you're not actually superior. Actually, this is what we're talking about, and this is the correct way. And then the person just shut down and get angry. It's like you did it to yourself. Don't talk outward towards people if you don't want people to talk outwards towards you. I'm going back to the last topic, and just in case you forgot what I was talking about previously. Long story short, if you're going to talk outward towards somebody, even though you think you have the advantage and you're being, smug about it, and you think that it's the only, and you think your solution to the problem is the only solution to the problem, don't be surprised when you get flipped on your head. Going through, working up the secretary, getting the HR and all of that, speaking kind of, towards that person like they need help doing something, even though it's something as simple as getting a job. Subject matter simple. It requires a simple solution. Search for job. And going in and inserting your own agenda into somebody else's, agenda, and trying to make them do another thing that they don't necessarily want to do. Don't be surprised when things get flipped on its head and you end up being the bad guy in the situation. Because at the end of the day, you're the one that put yourself in the situation. If you never offered, or if you never went through and all of that, and, if you would have made sure shit was okay to go through, do all of these steps, and done your job at being the consoling friend, instead of trying to fix everything, you would have never experienced the bad, emotions and situation that you're experiencing after that. And that's typically what most humans don't understand, and they refuse to say that it's their fault. You'll get a, how is that my fault? I offered them everything and they didn't take it. Yeah, you offered them everything. When you offer somebody something, that gives them the right to refuse. Like if you're offering an apology, they don't have to accept your apology. If you apologize to somebody, most people apologize just expecting them to accept their apology. If they say no, fuck you, they don't accept your apology, there's nothing you can do. That's it. You can try to make amends and things like that. I mean, obviously, if you're not going to accept my apology, what can I do to make you forgive me? Things like that. But they never have to accept your apology. That's you being conceited and entitled to think that, your words and all of that shit are just going to carry any type of, power and make people do whatever you want them to do. Any day that you interact with another human, you are offering your hand. They can slap your hand away, they can turn around from your hand, they can grab your hand, they can take your hand and give it to another person. But you are giving yourself at the mercy of that person when you offer your hand. If you get rebuked, it's your fault for offering your hand at the first place, not theirs for turning it down. Now, if you offer their hand and they cut your hand off for no reason, then it's more their fault. But if they say no thank you and walk away, then that's your fault if you get mad in a situation like that. It shows a lack of maturity, a lack of understanding, and you probably need to go contemplate your life a little bit. That's one of the reasons why people hate debating with me personally, is because regardless of what you say, if you're trying to insert something and trying to get any type of advantage over leverage, I will take that leverage that you think you have and I will purposely turn it on its head and make you look like a fool. It is what it is. If you tell me that a fire truck that I'm looking at's red and you're just being simplistic about it and you're being general about it, then I will say yes, that it is red. If you're being smug and you're like, you know what? I've been painting fire trucks for, all of this time and all of that. And the scientific painting and coloring and all of that other stuff in the paint and all of that is the composition of red. So all fire trucks are red. I'm going to say you're incorrect. And you're like, oh, I've been doing this for, 200 years. I've been making the paint and painting them for 200 years. That fire truck is red. I'm going to say you're incorrect. One, paint fades over time. So unless it's a fresh coat of that particular paint and it hasn't worn out any, it's not going to be that same kind of red. Two, not all fire trucks in the world are red. You got red, I've seen blue, I've seen yellow, I've seen green. That's about all I've seen. So, I mean, if you're being simple about it and saying that, that fire truck is red and you're being, courteous and, opening it up to interpretation to where I can say and add whatever I want to say, we can have a nice conversation because that's just being, assertive. Assertive is getting your suggestion out there while respecting the opinions of the other person. You want to be assertive when you speak. But if you're going to go over the aggressive line and try to basically say that, that fire truck is red and all other fire trucks are going to be red, and you're going to try to push something to me, I'm going to shut you down. I am somebody that it takes a large, large, large amount of force, factual data, and shit like that to intimidate me. I don't get intimidated easy. You can be as hard, as bad as you want. You can be knowledgeable as you want, but I will never be intimidated by you. But if you want to have a general conversation to me and you're an open person that is open to opinions and actually take the time to understand what I'm saying and not just kind of, be like, oh, okay, yeah, yeah. And and you're not really paying attention. You're just trying to pass the conversation to get me to shut the hell up. We're not going to be good friends. The friends that I have, that I make and I keep are, well, let me rewind that. The friends that I communicate with and actually have long, discussions and things with like that on a semi-daily basis are highly intelligent people that know how to talk to another person. We can have a disagreement and a heated discussion about things, but it's not going to go off the deep end, and nobody's going to leave at the end of the day feeling like shit, being angry and shit. Nobody's going to pull what most humans like to do when they're beat and do the whatever, I'm going to change the subject now because I'm losing an argument. There's not going to be any rage quitting from, the Discord call because they're losing. No, they're going to say, oh, well, I never, thought to experience things from this angle. And then they're going to come back and be like, so if that's the case on that, so what do you do in this particular situation using what you have? And they try to expand their knowledge. Those are the types of people that I keep around me as my closest friends, and those are the ones that I actually trust. If you're just sitting there like, okay, yep, I trust what you say, yep, whatever, yep, then you say a little bit here, and then you go, and then say some a little bit here and all of that. Quite frankly, I don't want you as a friend. I'll keep you around if you're cool, because everybody has other issues. Like if you're a very bad conversationalist, but you're good at a game or something that I play and you make my job easier, or if you're just generally around all the time, I'll still be friends with you, but I'm never going to give you the time of day when it comes for, important shit. If I win the lottery and whatnot, even if you've been around for 20 years, I'm not going to come to you with money and say, hey, man, I won the lottery, let's meet up, let's go get drinks and whatnot. Because you haven't respected my opinion and haven't actually gotten to know me and had conversations and shit. Viewers, I don't expect that shit. I'm talking about close personal friends. The people that I actually, like to keep around and whatnot. Those friends that I, have around me that I'm talking to and building a relationship with, they'll be the ones that I give, hundreds of thousands of dollars to because I know that their brains are working and they're going to be doing shit. My dumbass friends that could give two shits less about me, I'm not going to give two shits about them. I'm just going to ignore them and continue along what's going. If they find out I won the lottery and they ask for money, I'm going to tell them to shove it up their asses. I'm not giving them shit. Which I mean, most of them don't expect shit because they're just getting on to play a game or some other shit any goddamn way. But that's also why I don't want to become a content creator. I don't care much for YouTube and I don't care much for Twitch when it comes to that. Because there's a lot of people that just want to come in and, meme it up, talk bullshit in the chat, enjoy the stream, make a comment here or there, and, do whatever it is. If I was to run an official channel, I would make probably like a podcast or something like that is what I'd probably have to do. Something that where I can go into a tangent like this and people actually provide, comments and information back to me as I'm talking about something, and we can have, a conversation about things that interest you and interest me. That's what I want the streams to kind of be. And unfortunately, unless you're an information channel or something like that or doing podcasts, it's not going to happen. People that tune in the podcasts are used to people just talking. They can go clean their room and do everything and get informed while they're doing it. So it's kind of like background noise, and they can actually learn something here or there if it's relevant to them. Streaming, people are here for the pictures, the pretty movement. They're here for the satisfactory and things like that. And I am not the guy to go to for content on the actual game. I would rather sit here and talk for 18 hours than to actually play the game. The game interests me, yes, but unfortunately, as it is in an early access state, one, it has a definitive end. I'm trying to extend this out by stalling. Also, my factory needs to make a couple more resources, which is why I'm not moving right now. Instead of me just sitting there staring at a machine, I'm trying to provide some background noise while it's happening. Guess I can set up the new mine. That's something that I could do. Did I ever? No, I didn't make the things. But there is something that I do have in mind that I'm trying to do, and I know I don't have enough resources for it at the moment. It's one of the reasons why I spend a lot of time talking about random shit. Random but informative, if you pay attention. This probably ain't gonna fit. You'd make my day if you sat there. You say it's overlapping another's clearance, but... Ah, it's the machine above it. See? So... all of this wire and shit that I'm making, I no longer require that much wire anyway. That was just to finish everything along. So I can actually delete that line. And there we go. And then... sure. There you go. As of now, you're just going to be an overclock holder, because, well, I don't know what I want to set this up for. And I'm actually just going to shove this through. Where do I want to put the smelter? I can put the smelter here. Okay, I got it. We can do here. I'm actually short on rotors. That's funny. Bum 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 bum. Mr. Sandman. Oh, you're stators. Rotors is this one? Frames. This one's rotors. Nothing's being made from the rotors right now, so they should just be stacking. Cool. I love how it said plus 51, but it said 50 in total. It makes sense, but it looked funny there. Is that a spider that I just heard? That didn't sound like the tall boy. We want a smart splitter. It's not attaching to the line, is it? Oh, that's attached. Okay, we want to go straight full, right overflow. Pull that out like that. Pull out a smelter here. Congratulations. You're going to be holding overclocks. Do I have the power for this? Probably not, but I can always expand it. And there you go. Anything that's not being sent. 25 tickets. Anything that's not being sent into the smelter should... I did not hook it to the straight line. I hooked it to the left line. Whoops. There. Anything that's not hooked to the left line is going to be going as overflow all the way straight down over there into that. And that'll be more tickets. This is producing everything that it can. Now I just need to hook up the other end of this to the whatchamacallit. Wait, this was iron? I thought it was copper. What the fuck? I always thought that shit was a fucking copper. Well, god damn. That's fine. We can still do the same thing. This just changes what I'm doing here a little bit. I mean, this can be literally a screw feeder. Now, that might be something worth making a fucking Mark V, because fuck these screws. Honestly. I was kind of half joking, but I think I am going to make that shit go into 4 machines. Come on now. Okay. Great. Should be any, and the rest of these should be set to overflow. On this one, rate's going to be any, and the rest should be set to overflow. I don't even have one on the right line. Primary machine, secondary machine. Primary machine, secondary machines. Honestly, I don't know how much overflow I'm going to have, so I might just build another constructor. Like that. It probably won't be able to feed them all, but I mean, whatever. As long as the primary machines I have shit going for is being fed, it does not matter. Not going to overclock any of these machines because I'm going to have a ridiculous amount of screws coming out. And screws is something, you know, if I never see a problem for again, it's probably going to be too soon, and I can always change any of these constructors over to something else if need be at any point in time. And to be honest with you, I might. Long as I have all of these going into a merger, I can put smart splitters on the end of them at any time and have it go into opposite things. Screws. I can just shove into this. Go here. We have a merger. And then we're going to need a merger going into a merger. And I'm also going to set up a merger going into a merger going into a merger. Beautiful. Should have done the other one. Oh well. It wouldn't be spaghetti if I didn't have lines running on top of lines. um, I never tell you to. I did. No, can't keep up with it. Funny. I mean, I kind of expected that to happen, so I'm not too. But why is this one? Wait, what the hell? Oh, because this one's faster than that line. I see. That one's carrying 3. This one's carrying an extra 1. If I wanted to make this fair, I would literally just have to connect this line over to those to make sure it's feeding it. I ain't worried about that shit. Obviously, I didn't expect this one line to be able to run all of these lines. Eventually, I'm going to have to make another smelter. Split that over to the other smelter, and then the other smelter will fuel all of those. Right now, I just want this one, and then occasionally one of these to have like a tertiary flow. But right now, these two are the only two I really want producing. If these two are producing, that's all I really need right now. And right now, this one's producing and getting clogged up, so it's doing what it's supposed to do. And then this one's producing and getting something every once in a while. So I did what I set out to do, and then I future-proofed it to where I can, ooh, that lag. Expand that in the future if I need it. The only thing is, I don't know if I actually need it. So I'm not going to go out and expand it and use excess power. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to grab this line here. No. Well, they're industrial, honestly. I can just grab it from the bottom. Just in case I do want to use that out at any point. Alright. That gives me 2 storages for screws, and then But right now, it don't matter. And at any time, I can send screws out of either one of those via the top. So while I let that build up, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be back. Good thing about streaming is I can go back and look at my previous streams. So, there are a couple of things that I need to change in these constructors. I have what, five? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two of them should be producing screws. One I should have producing. So basically, one set of screws are going to go into the line for miscellaneous purposes. The second machine that screws, I'm going to send into another, what is it called? The assemblers to second phase, I think. Let me just say what I want. One line is going to go generally into the line to go wherever the hell they want to go. The second two machines after that's going to be plates and screws. And part of the plates are going to go into the line where they need to be sent to in the future. But as of now, they're going to be sent to the reinforced plate constructor. The last set of lines, I need pipes. I need another set of pipes coming out. So essentially what this is going to look like is it's going to be 2 screws. Actually, I can do 2 screws, 2 plates, and a pipe. The screws are going to be the priority, first 2 machines. After that, plates are more important, and after that, the iron rods are important. In that order. So the 2 farthest on the end are going to be screws, and then on the opposite ends going to be iron pipes. The one next to the iron pipes are going to be plates just flowing out. Then the third one and second one are going to be going into to make reinforced plates. And that's what I'm going to make out of this design. I'm going to include the second smelter now that I have a reason to. And I'm going to split the lines, and that's what I'm about to do here. But I'm also kind of stalling so that this shit can push out more screws, which it's taking a long time in doing, by the way. What is your cycle time? 24 seconds. Damn. Oh, you're not overclocked. So yeah, I want this line here to be overclocked. None of the rest need to be overclocked because they're just being general feeds into other things. So the first thing I need to do is come over here and lay down another smelter. From there, we want the center output to be any. Please let me do this. Thank you. From there, this is to make iron. Fairly quickly, because it should be able to put up with the load. Do I have all of these just going into one splitter? I do. I can actually feed I mean No. No. Absolutely not. Oh, I can't fit there? Come on, man. Oh. I'm actually gonna do this. Also doesn't need to be a splitter, you crazy man. We want this to be a merger. Because I want my facility to stay like this. I want this first machine to be clogged and this second machine to be clogged. These are the first three that are important. Then over here, I need to change the priority to left inputs any, and the rest of these are overflow. Like that. Then I need to make this be plates. Grab that line for now. I'm out of overclocks for you, brother. So yeah, this still feeds into this primary splitter, which will ensure these two remain topped up. This will go... Yeah. No. Yes. That's going to be reinforced plate. Hang on. Turn these shits off. I done fucking forgot what the suck or what I said I was going to do. This one is going to be iron rods. I actually am probably going to end up just feeding this back into the line directly. But I can do it from a storage crate. That doesn't matter. I don't think there's anything connected to these. 1, 2. So yeah, these next two, there's nothing connected to. And I could have just done this to check. Or this. But all of these are empty anyway, so I guess that wouldn't have mattered. For now, we want rods to be sent slowly down that line. So we have screws going in, screws going in. This middle one should be plates. It doesn't need to have a high priority. Go. Those are just excess plates for now, just so I have somewhere to send them. I'll pull off of that eventually. Screws, screws, plates, plates, and rods. These should be plates. Grab from this. We'll make this quickly iron plates. I always build something and then immediately change it. And to be fair, I'm aware Then I could have left all of those going into the mergers, then use smart, whatchamacallit, smart separators to send them to wherever I need to go. But this is the spaghetti. I'm doing this specifically for the spaghetti. I'm aware that this can be built smarter. And if you tell me it can be built smarter, I'm probably going to make fun of you at that point, because I already know. But that's not the spaghetti way. Now we got plates going into that. We got rods going into that. And we got screws going into these two. So screw, rod, plate. And I have both plates going into the same thing. Maybe I should separate that. I never know if I'm ever going to need plates for anything. And yeah, there's nothing attaching to it in the front. Let's separate this. Granted, I do have another storage full of plates. We're just making another one. There we go. Screw, rod, plate. Beautiful. Yep. Those two are connected. Yep. Appreciate your sentiments, but that's not what we want, right? 5,000 screws, God lord. There we go. Screw, rod, plate. Beautiful. These are doing them slow as shit, so I was going to send these two things off of splitters into a merger and have it send to a reinforced plate maker. But these are kind of like abysmally slow without overclocks and whatnot. So I think I can just send both of those lines just directly into that shit. They're like stupidly slow. And the only thing I'm going to do there is I'm going to go here. Not a constructor, an assembler. And we're gonna go. I could do modular frames too over here. Nah, they produce so fucking slow. It's not necessary. Sure. This to a power line. Before I pull for that, we're gonna send these. Honestly, scratch that. Is there anything attached to this? Doesn't look like it. No. I'm actually gonna send those into here then. Oh, it's only got 3 plates made. I was like, what the hell? The reinforced plates can be sent there, and then from that top I can send it wherever the hell I want to. Then it needs to be fed. From not the overclock screw line, so I need to feed it from the second line. About that. They all go into goddamn mergers, and they merge into one line. Sweet. I'll program it afterwards. So I want the right flow to be the any, and I want the other flow to be over center. Only problem is, that's never gonna clog up until that shit fills up. I guess we'll go any. Eventually I'll have to change this up. There we go. I want this first thing to be the thing that feeds into this machine, because it has, well, less screws going into it. And this is screw, screw, rods, plate, and plate. This one, I don't think it matters which one gets sent where. Also, are these connected? Like, what the fuck is... I think those two connect together, and it creates one coming out of the top. I think that's what that's doing there. I'm gonna delete those. Which has more? You have more than you. So I'm gonna pull off of this one. Yeah, that's definitely what that shit's doing right now. It's pulling from both of the crates. I didn't know those could go both ways like that. Or not. I don't know. I know I'm gonna delete that shit though. You being the weaker line. Can feed that shit in like that. And from there, the reinforced plates are sent into one of these motherfuckers. I might have deleted the crate that they were going into. I don't know. This one. That one. Okay. And those reinforced plates for now can store, because I don't know what part of the line would actually need them at the moment. I might be king of the spaghetti, but even that bothers me. Even though I have it exactly like that on the other side. I like to be able to see what's being pushed in the machine at a glance. So I want this to be higher, so if I'm over there looking over to see what this is producing, I can just tell from a distance. Then I have excess plates, excess rods, and excess screws being stored right now. Not really doing much, but that's fun, because I don't know where they need to be sent yet. I'm also trying to incorporate this in a way that makes the Mark V conveyor belts actually usable. Because the Mark V is going to be good for my facility because I'm going to try to set up everything over here and then transfer them far distances. And that's where the Mark Vs are going to excel over the Mark IVs. Again, I don't need the Mark Vs to do that, but I mean, you know, might as well use them because I'm going to eventually do the research to unlock them bitches anyway. So, might as well, right? Incorporate them in the long distance shit. Why not use the extra efficiency? Biofuel. Wood's not important. That's good. The iron, get that shit out of my inventory. Oh, iron ingot. That shit out of my inventory. Plastic. Petroleum coke, not cake. See, it stacks in the chest that way, but it doesn't pull out of your inventory that way. Or go into your inventory that way. But they already have the code made, they just need to refine that shit. Cool. Now I need to make 2 more portable drills. Portable miners. Cool. Make sure I have enough for another conveyor belt. Mark II. Barely, but I do. And then we need to scan for copper. That's what I wanted to set up, was more copper. Like I said, I don't know if I have any copper around me because I've only found 1 thing of copper the entirety. Temp. Purity is temp. Fuck it, dude. We'll go over to this one. Apparently, pure is better. I don't know how far this game goes into that. Because I know dirty things need to be cleaned. That's fine. But I mean, even if it's not completely pure copper, you'll just have more slag. This game doesn't deal with slag or anything like that, so I don't know But that is something that you don't have in smelters, which would kind of be nice, is to have that excess of slag and, you know, be able to refine it to do something else. It's like the refineries have. There's really no waste. Everything is like 100% efficient with the materials that it uses. How come it always has to be near or in some sort of fucking sulfur type of bullshit? You done me dirty. You done me real dirty. Putting it here. Should have escaped when I gave you the chance. There's also a cave in front of me. Interesting. Mod 2. I'm gonna have to run power lines out here. I probably should have went to the other one. Oh, what the hell? I'm not zooping, man. You gotta zoop. Oh, it's just an artifact. Lame. I'll be on my way, spiders. Ignore me. Yeah, of course. I should have known. If there's any type of sulfur, there's definitely a power slug somewhere around there. Grab it! Oh, God. How close can I get without taking damage? That's what this game is right now. Also, my advice to anybody playing this is to make the goddamn gas mask. Just do it. It's definitely worthwhile. You won't feel sad for doing it. Am I ever gonna do it? Probably not. It was on that one, right? Yes. Oh, good lord. Good golly, Miss Molly. I'm not gonna make it. Dead. Dun 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 dun. Bum, 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 na, 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 na. I'll walk out this way. To be fair, I let myself die there. I could have survived that fall. But I needed to have enough food and shit to rebolster my health. This isn't where I thought it was. But to rebolster my health with food and then take fall damage and then have to rebolster my health with food again, not very worthwhile. In this case, I'm spending time instead of food, which I'm fine with that, because I spend a lot of time in this game. Bum bum. Da, 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 da. Look at that. Sometimes dying's worthwhile. Get out of here, you stomping bitch. I don't want any. That's 6 health bars back. That's enough. Oh boy. That way. I need to go to that crate probably. Bum, bum, bum. There's another artifact there. I wish I hadn't ran this way. Yep. I'll just take the damage. I don't care. I'm not gonna look behind me to maximize. I dodge everything. Only thing I can do is serpentine and hope it don't hit me. Woo! That would have been dangerous. Good hit. Okay. Definitely don't want to do that. Don't hit me off, Dale. Okay. I think I'm safe now. I can mountain slide that down, but just in case, give me little HP. Should be able to mountain slide this. Beautiful. Cool. I don't know how deep that shit is, so I'm definitely not jumping down into it. Beautiful. Another exploit. Mountain sliding. Alright, now I can get my HP back and not worry about wasting the food that I have. Well, that couldn't happen any worse. I'm in danger. It actually jumped down. What the hell? No. Say it ain't so, Johnny. Bruh, if you aggro me from that far, I'm calling bullshit. I'm way far away. Did I even fall this far down? Did I have went up more? I don't know. I do have pathways and all of that over here, so it's not that big of a deal. Bum 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 ba dum. Bum 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 ba dum. Oh, this is a thing. Is it up there? Where the fuck did I fall? Okay, that's not the right one. I passed it. I do need to go this way, though. No, bro. Not those. Fuck off. This the crate that was stuck in the drill that I can't grab. They said they fixed this issue. So I should, in theory, be able to grab this some way, shape, or form. But I'm thinking that they actually did not fix this particular issue. No, I can't pick it up still. That's fine. We'll go around this way so we can pick that shit up. The other crate that I dropped. Wink. Doom 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 da doom. Doo doo doom doo doom doo doom doom. Bada doom bada boom bada ba bum. Bum bum badum bada ba bum. And it's that one. The one I'm looking at right now is the one I need to grab. Again, I have paths and all of that, so it's not that big of a deal. I just gotta slide down the other side. Should be looking for food right now. Oh well, whatever. That's unfortunate. I didn't even see any food either, at least that I glanced at. Copper? You're copper. Nice. I can zoom in, right? No, I have to go up top. Yeah, here's the cave that I was fucking with. Which takes us back up to here where that power slug is. And I fell somewhere over there. I do not see the actual crate though, which makes me hesitant to slide down. I think it's there. There. Probably where that last little thing is. I do remember sitting something down at the bottom to mark it. Yeah, I think it's right there. Alright. Little mountain slide down, taking very minimal damage. And it's still down more. Another mountain slide, minimal damage. And it should be here. There we go. Take all, because I have a huge inventory now. And we wanted to go big blaster, chainsaw, gun, scanner, detonator. And then food. Yeah, that's fine. Just in case I hit the old doozy again. I can understand why they didn't have the zoop function at the beginning of this game, because that's like very factorial. But I can also see them saying, yeah, maybe we should incorporate this into the game as well. Because the devs are trying to build away from Factorio as possible. And I respect them for doing that, because they could literally have just created a 3D Factorio, called it their own, and made a lot of money off of it, because Factorio is very popular. But instead, they're doing their own thing and giving you their own tailored experience. All you can do is respect devs that are taking the initiative into their own hand. And I have like a limitless supply of them, of respect for them. Doing it that way, though, it's going to be a lot harder to develop a game, but I mean, you know. That's the whole process. The whole fun of developing a game is developing a game, you know? Okay, this one's just annoying. I might die again, but fuck it. I'm tired of fucking with that one. Oh, I barely escaped with a sliver of my life. Again, why send a truck when I can just conveyor this shit back? I have to build the power lines and shit anyway to connect this in. It was like, you know, what's the point? It'd be different if the power lines, you know, worked like they did in Factorio when they had the distance that they could go. But if I have to run power lines this way, you know, what's the point? I'm running out of line, and I'm gonna have to replace all of this damn line in the future. What do I do? I'm not gonna mark 2 of these and then have to come back and replace the damn line. I'm just gonna pre-path the path to get back with lines, and then I'm just gonna connect the conveyor belts beside the lines. So I'm at least doing something as I'm heading out. I'm gonna put these lines close together as well. One for the yield hover pack. The more lines that I have going, the better. Not the more poles, but the more lines. But if I have poles, each of these poles have 3 connections that can be made to them. So I can make lines even more areas and go more places. So I'm just giving myself more options. Now, if I would have had tier 2 poles set up, this would be amazing what I'm doing right now, and it wouldn't be as lackluster. But I can always hook up tier 2 later on, as I'm going to a another way, another direction, another side of the map. And I also don't even know where the hell I want to necessarily connect this copper line into. I might just leave it up here near the coal. Yeah, I might just leave that shit here by the coal for now and hook it in later on. I'm gonna put down this first. That's actually not bad, because that... I can do that. Why am I making Mark 3s when I'm back at my facility? Oh, I turned off the concrete making machine. I might want to turn that shit back on. Or the, whatchamacallit, encased flame frames, encased industrial frames machine. Just transfer it. Well, it doesn't matter now because I'm already to the end. You. I'd already planned on dropping that. One thing I can say, if you try to craft something and your inventory's full, don't gray out the button. Just put in basic code to where your inventory's full. You can either go A, drop it on the ground, which is very not efficient, but just make it to where you click the button and nothing happens. It'll go up and then nothing happens. Or, like I previously said, add a storage to this. Just a temporary storage. It could be invisible, it could be anything. And then just put up inventory full, use the inventory full or free an inventory slot for materials. And you can easily just make a temporary like storage to where I can craft things in there, free up a slot, come back, and then it'll just drop the shit into my inventory. I know this is supposed to be basic as basic can be, but it's also like goddamn sometimes. Like, you're really gonna be that much of a stickler? Obviously, like I always say, it's your game. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm just giving some advice. Wasn't gonna build this backwards, but now that I relined that shit, might as well, right? Nice. I'm so bad at laying conveyor belts now. When I first started, I had the system down to continuously boost and send the belts and whatnot. Now I'm just trash at it. As long as a little bit's out, I'm sending you straight through the fucking mountain, brother. Never mind, the conveyor belt's too long. Here's our old foxy boy, or doggo as they call it. You'll always be a fox to me. You're painted like a fox and you're skittish like a fox. Once you tame it and all of that, it acts like a dog. But I never meant to tame it. It was just kind of a fluke that I dropped food sometime and I forgot to pick that shit back up. Please do not tell me all of those lines that I just laid, I laid backwards. Actually, that's actually a good thing. I'm gonna take this one out of the fucking thing. That's actually a good thing. Believe it or not. I wish I made this mistake on a lot of the lines and shit that I've laid in the past. Because what this does is, next time I decide to come out here and explore, I now have a, do I take damage? Where do I start taking damage? Okay. I now have a, path that I can hop on, and I can get back to this area faster, because it's tier 4. So believe it or not, I'm actually happy that I've made that blunder. Because now, if I ever decide to go farther, you know, over into that area to explore and look for power slugs and whatnot, or to check for something, I can follow this conveyor belt all the way here, jump on this last piece, and then I can just zoom. Probably put the launch part up there, though. Hang on, hang on. Another thing I love about this game, if you have a conveyor belt that might be too steep, you can literally just put stackable things however high you want and then delete the thing that it was sitting on supporting it. These shouldn't stand, oh god, shouldn't stand up if I'm just coming through on a conveyor belt, so it's actually safe to use that hill. They're gonna stand up as I'm placing this down though, which is gonna be a little bit of a problem, but I could blow them up. There we go. Now I have the ultimate yeeter. That when I come back over here is just going to, well, it's sending me in that direction, but I can change my direction mid-path and go that way. I can also build a conveyor belt path across the canyon if I want to. So that was actually a blessing in disguise, believe it or not. And this, I can ride back. So now I'll have a way in and a way back. You notice the way that I build, I never built myself a pathway back. So when I do these things, I'm always like, shit, I gotta walk all the way back now. And I'm too lazy to build a path back after I realize I need a path back. So I just walk back every time. And I'll just run this along the other conveyor belt. And now, if I come out this way, I have an option not to use but a small amount of jetpack fuel. If I choose to. I'm making a lot of small segments. That's something that I probably shouldn't be doing. Because all of these small segments that I'm making, if I do decide to tier 5 or mark 5 this at any point in the future, I'm going to have to go to every single one of these small segments and click. If you're going to be a long line conveyor belt runner like I am, you definitely need to run long segments as I run short segments. So, unfortunately, it seems like I done pissed off the general population, like I generally do. What else is new? While spitting facts, that's something you kinda get used to. As you get smarter and smarter and smarter and learn to do other things in your life, you find out that everything that you do, somebody's probably not gonna like. Am I sad about it? Nah, I honestly couldn't care. Because when it comes to the general public, as I always said, I don't typically know any of the people that I talk to. We're friendly towards each other, yes, but we're like online acquaintances. I am le streamer, and they are le viewer. The reason I say that is because if I'm out in the street and homeless, ain't nobody gonna fucking care. They're just gonna go to the next goddamn streamer to get the content they're looking for. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, that's very facetious, but I'm being very facetious, but oh, most of that's true when it comes to streamers. The, huge following and the huge streamers that are out there. One, they have their own money, and two, if they ever do need anything, they just put up a donation goal and it basically instantly gets hit. They have the fan base and people actually want to go and meet them and talk to them and things like that. They've gotten to the height of, being an influencer and a celebrity and whatnot. People want or will go out of their way to go and meet them because they love their content and shit. I'm not that high in content right now, or not that high up on the list right now. So if something happens to me and I stop streaming, people are just gonna disperse and go watch other people. Why I don't put a lot of value into online relationships in general. Now the people that swing by, like Galanonum and all of that, I would say we have more than, a viewer, whatever base, because we typically talk and bullshit about, you know, random ass shit that's really not stream related. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. We just kind of have a discussion. But the other, other people that come by, they come in, they talk about the game, and then they leave. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm not saying there is anything wrong with it because I am streaming the game on a streaming website that's made for games. I'm just saying I'm not going to put a large amount of value and I'm not going to, go out of my way. How am I going to feed these correctly? I can't make smart ones. I'm not going to go out of my way and change up the content that, I'm making and whatnot because one of them are like, yeah, maybe you should do this instead. Because as I stated before, I am a very toxic streamer. And if you don't think I'm toxic, it's probably because you've only seen my Satisfactory content. Go check any of my other content. I whine a lot, and I am extremely toxic for no reason. So if you haven't seen me being toxic or anything of that accord, don't watch any of my content and you'll have a positive opinion about me. Watch any of my other content and you probably won't be back unless you're toxic too. But toxicity is definitely my brand. I am toxic to the players on my team. I am toxic to my viewership. I am toxic to everybody. That is my brand. People typically like to stay and enjoy the toxicity until I start pointing it towards them. Then they're like, oh no, I'm the viewer. You're not supposed to be toxic towards me. I gotta leave. Like, nah, if you join my chat, you're on the chopping block too. Don't be enjoying me being toxic to somebody else. As they always say, it's all fun and games and funny as hell and all of that while it's happening to somebody else. But when it happens to you, you want to turn around and leave like a little bitch. Don't be like that. Don't come watch my streams and enjoy me making other people's lives hell. If you're not going to let me make your life a little bit hell. You know what I'm saying? Those people ain't welcome here. I want people that can take a punch and throw a punch. If I'm toxic to you, feel free to be toxic back to me. You know what I'm saying? And we can have this back and forth like bullshitting relationship. I use the word toxic, but I'm kind of like picking fun of. If I'm picking fun of you, feel free to pick fun back at me. Don't actually be like, you know, straight up toxic. Don't come in and be like, noob, you fucking suck at the game, you're trash and all of that shit. Dump all of the, you know, stress that you have for the day and then leave. That'll probably get you banned. But, I mean, feel free to, you know, have a personality in the chat and let go of some of the things that you normally wouldn't let go to other people. You walk in and you're like, man, I had a shit day today. My boss is a fucking asshole. Fuck all the people I work with and all of that shit. You know, I hope the building burns down. We can have a discussion about that, and we can have a very, you know, what would be considered toxic discussion about it. That's fine. Obviously, you wouldn't do that in anybody else's stream or anything like that, because people would be like, what the fuck? You need to calm down, buddy, and then they'll move on. Like, I don't mind going into that shit. I'm gonna pick fun of you and probably call you a pansy and whatnot, and tell you, you know, suck it up, buttercup. Because I know that's, you know, pushes buttons and increases engaging. But I mean, you should be able to take that and dish it back to me. You know what I'm saying? If you can't, then you probably don't have any reason to be in my chat. I'm just gonna put it point blank for you. If you can't take a punch and you've never thrown a punch in your life, you probably don't belong here. Punches will be thrown, and I will not spare. I won't spare any punches just because you're a sensitive bitch about something. I will give it to you harder. Just because you're being a little pansy about it. Because some of you gotta learn that you can't have your way in life. Something I say, or I disagree with something that you said, even though you think you're correct, engage me back and try and make me understand why it's correct. I'm going to give you counterpoints. And if you can't overcome my counterpoints, you're just, you know, more and more proving me correct. But if you give me, you know, an actual well thought out something that, you know, makes sense, and not just a 2-sentence statement that really doesn't matter. It's not indicative to the conversation. It's not supporting, especially if it's not indicative to my current situation. I'm going to give you a counter, and you're probably not going to be able to come back from it. No? Yes. Yes. And again, those type of people aren't very much welcome in my chat. Those are the ones that I typically block just because you don't belong here. Go jump on Fortnite. Go hug your mom. Go do something productive in your life, cause you ain't good enough to hang with the boys. Sorry to tell you. And I do mean this in like a highly personal level. If you are a weak bitch, please don't come to my chat. I can't tell you how many people have reported my streams or badmouth me or leave a comment or send me an email or some other shit saying that the viewers are the most important things. You shouldn't be treating your viewers like shit, etc., etc. And my reply back to that is viewers are viewers. I don't care. There's 4.7 billion people in the fucking world. If I lose a couple of million of viewers, who gives a shit? You, one person, saying that you don't want to come back. It's like saying that you're not going to go back to a store. I'll give you the same example I give everybody. Back when I was working at O'Reilly Auto Parts, I pissed somebody off, and they said that they were never going to come back to the store again, and they do business here every time they go to purchase something. And I straight up told them, even if you were buying 2 engines a year and giving us a total of $20,000 a fucking year worth of profits by yourself, even if you disappear, it's a drop in the hat. We're making $800,000 to $1 million a year. 20,000 is a drop in the hat. You are pointless. You are useless. It's when multiple people like you start to join your cause and multiple people that are putting out profits. You doing, $20,000 is fine. It's a drop in the hat. Now, 5 people do that. That's 500, or that's $100,000 out of the profit. That's about an eighth to a tenth of our profit margin that's going down. Then we need to talk about making the customer happy and trying to negotiate demands and all of that. But one person doing something doesn't matter. It's like when voting, when they say every vote counts and all of that, and that you need to go vote, they're not talking about you as an individual. I mean, there is some implications, but that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about that group of people that don't vote. If you as an individual vote, it don't fucking matter. But if you can get everybody in that group of non-voters to vote, you have a huge wave of votes going in, and they make a difference. So as I'm saying, you as a human being, as an individual, does not matter. Stop overvaluing yourself. You don't mean shit. It's when you join into a group of a group of people, that group holds power and pushes power through. So anybody that comes to me acting like they, as a single person, have any type of power, any type of anything, I laugh at them and I tell them to get the fuck out of my way. The fucking president can be standing in front of me. Guess what? The president's not useful. Elon Musk can be standing in front of me. Any of the big dogs. Bill Gates can be standing in front of me. You as a single person don't mean a fucking thing. It's your company, the system of people that you have behind you, that gives you the power, the flex and all of that. You as a person, you could say something stupid, and if your company says, no, we can't do that, because we would lose a huge amount of profit margin, guess what? It's not gonna fucking happen. You would be the equivalent of a kid throwing a tantrum. And that's what I wish more human beings would realize before they get attitudinal and they're like, well, you're treating me wrong, so I'm not gonna do that. Okay? Why are you still here? Why are you still talking? Why do you even still exist on my platform? I'll just block you, send you on your way, and keep going. You know what I'm saying? Only reason I bring this up is as I was sitting here, I received a email I still don't know why you weird motherfuckers email me. I didn't think anybody, but I get more emails than anything else. Saying that I basically insulted somebody and all of that, and that they're not going to be coming back. I insulted them so bad. And this was, streams ago. Streams ago, back when I was doing Rocket League. I insulted them so bad that they feel the need to send me this shit. That's crazy. That is absolutely positively fucking crazy. Which is why I kind of have a heightened mood and kind of went kind of hostile out of nowhere and started talking about this. I'm talking about basically what the email entails in parts, which is why I stopped here. This conversation didn't just come out of the blue. That's crazy. I interrupt one person's life. And you know what I replied back? I replied back simply. One person is insignificant in the pool of the population. Goodbye. Which means when you have an entire population, you as an individual person mean nothing. Absolutely nothing. Zero. So stop acting like you're important. Know your limitations. That person will probably never come in and hear what I have to say in an official reply, but there's my reply to that email. I hurt your feelings. Get over it, chump. I hurt a lot of people's feelings. And if I've ever hurt your feelings, I probably didn't mean to. Unless you were openly toxic first. If you're openly toxic first towards me, or speak to me in a way that's on some crazy shit, then I probably did mean to hurt your feelings to try to prove to you that one, you're not going to talk to me that way, and two, I'm the higher one on the totem pole here. But if I hurt your feelings and you weren't being openly toxic towards me and unreasonable, then I probably didn't even mean to, and you took some shit I said personally when it wasn't even meant to be personally. 'Cause I have people in Rocket League, but I'll be talking about one teammate, and that other teammate will take it personally and be like, really? Then I'm not going to play anymore. And I'll be like, I wasn't even fucking talking to you. The fact that you responded to that means that you were doing that shit, and I just didn't notice. You're pointing yourself out for being guilty there. I'll merge these lines for now and send it out as a single line, because I don't know what I want to do with this. I don't know. Touchy people piss me off. I can get touchy at times, but I'm like, people get pissed off. You disagreed with what I said. I'm never going to come back to your stream again. Oh, because that's being sent over. I already merged this into one line. Oh. Oh, I already merged it into one simple line. Oh. But like I said, I can get touchy at times too. And I'm not going to say that I didn't block somebody just because, they were kind of a nuisance. I've done it before. Because I did have some guy literally join the game. And he was like, or he didn't join the game, he joined the stream, and he was like, what rank are you? So I ignored him because it's clearly in the description saying not to ask for my rank or to join the play or any of that. So I ignored him. Next comment, oh, you're kind of bad. You're shitty. Maybe you're a plat. Next comment, wow, you're a noob. You suck. You don't know how to play the game. So then I stopped after a match. I told him that, I was the two highest ranks in the goddamn game. and he don't know what he's talking about because he's shitty ass platinum. And then I sent him on his way. And that's what's kind of funny about the Rocket League aspect is the fact that diamonds think that, platinums and diamonds think that champs and plus don't know how to play the game because they're not rotating all the way back to goal and whatnot. They're staying up. They think that they're ball chasing when they're actually positioning properly. So a diamond will tell a champ plus that, well, champ 2 plus, that they're bad at the game and that they suck at the game because they're positioning and they're keeping pressure on the other team. Whilst the diamond are always heading back to their goal to touch the fucking goal and giving them a full field worth of control. So when I hear people say that I'm staying up and I'm ball chasing and I'm shitty, I just instantly know that they're low as fuck level. Or low rank. And that just makes me laugh because I'm like, you're a low rank as shit because you think I'm not positioning correctly when I'm positioning like a GC or SSL would position. The only thing that I'm not doing, because I'm not doing a super serious series when I get on Rocket League, is I'm not leading my teammates' touches and I'm not leading the opponent's touches and all of that. I'm not pre-jumping for them, etc., etc. But it's just funny how you can have such disagreement because somebody's just, hasn't been to that level of play and don't understand why you're doing the things that you're doing. Typically, I try to talk about things that, I kind of sort of understand. And if I don't understand it, I'll preface it with, I don't necessarily, I don't know if this is correct or not, or I don't know exactly what this consists of, but this is what I think. And if anybody wants to correct me or whatever and tell me that, I'm wrong, I'm fine. I'm open for that shit. That's why I preface the things that I don't know with, I don't know this for certain, but I think this. But the things I typically know, I typically, know. I'm not going off of, a hunch and memory or something that I heard off the street. This is something that's been ingrained into my system, and I know. I've done proper research and everything, and unless something's changed, and the structure of all of that, I'm going to tell you exactly what I know. But there's not a lot of things that, I know, you know what I'm saying? I need iron plates. There's not a lot of things that I can confidently say and give you a 100%, variation on things. Despite it seeming like I know 100% of a lot of things, I typically only talk about things that, I've been properly trained in. But there's not a lot of things that are, generally, you know. You're a brain surgeon. I know nothing about brain surgeon. I can tell you about some things that have to do with the brain, psychologically speaking wise, but I can't tell you, anything beyond that, the parts of the brain. I can tell you some of those because we had to learn those when it came to psychology. The different lobes and whatnot. They're parts of the brain. Same thing. Like I can tell you some of those, what they're called, where they're located at, shit like that. What they, what part of your body reacts or activates that particular part of your brain. But I can't tell you, where to cut, where to drain blood, if there is any blood or matter or whatever. Like I don't know any of that. I don't know. And that's the first part of gaining wisdom and actually being able to debate with people and actually have conversations is to be able to openly say that you don't know. You don't know something, don't try to bullshit it despite popular beliefs. Don't try to bullshit it. Don't try to act like, or any of that shit. Just be open, be honest. Somebody says something that you don't know and you want to contribute to the conversation, let people know that, this is the extent of what I know about that, but I don't know anything beyond that. One, it's a conversation opener, because if they are passionate about it, they now know what they can talk about and how far you know about something. If you know a little bit about cars, but not a lot, it's better than me, knowing that, you're at, kind of a beginner level, but you can change your oil and shit like that. So I can use more advanced terms versus talking to somebody who's never worked on a car at all and doesn't know what anything is. They don't even know how to change a tire. And they're like, what's wrong with my car? Your alternator's bad. They're going to go, all the what? The all what? The what? What's that? And you say it's this. Sometimes they ask what it do, and sometimes they're like, okay, and then they go on their way. They go to a parts store. They say, I don't remember what it is, but I need this replaced. And they say, oh, that's your alternator. And then you get your alternator replaced. Somebody who knows a little bit about a car can change, can do maintenance and all of that on their car and do your basic tune-ups and shit like that. I say, your alternator's fucked up, guy, and they say, okay. And then they leave and they go buy it and they replace it. Or they at least know what I'm talking about and can go to the store and be like, I need an alternator or I need a battery. Different levels of people, you have to communicate differently. And if you come into the conversation with that you really don't know a lot about this, I can dull my terminology down and leave openings and what I'm saying to explain something that you don't understand. If you come in like you know everything, I'm going to talk fast and I'm going to continue along. I went there, I checked the alternator came back good, the battery came back bad. So I took the battery down to, O'Reilly Auto Parts or AutoZone, got the battery scanned, ran a load test on it and all that, came back that it failed, went and bought a battery, put the battery back in, about 20 minutes, boom. If you're car savvy, you understood, what I just said. If you're not car savvy and you are acting like you know, but you don't really know, you're just sitting there shaking your head like, yeah or no. Then eventually you say something stupid like, man, that must have took a long time. And I look at you and I'm like, what the fuck? Do you even know what the hell you're talking about? I literally just took the battery out. It's 2 screws. Foop, foop. And then a battery hold down if you have one. If you have one. Boop. For older models. I mean, newer models, they like to put them inside the HVAC unit. But, that's another story. And depending on what I'm talking about, I just look and I'm like, what do you mean that took a long time? Like, are you trying to insult me? Are you trying to call me a fucking idiot? You're saying that I'm slow in taking the battery out? What's going on here? Or do you not know what I'm talking about? And you start getting these negative connotations because you're trying to act like you know something that you don't necessarily know. You know where I'm going to send this? And trust me, I know a lot of people that feel pressure to speak that way because they either attended the auto shop class or their parents or something are a mechanic or, work on some shit or some other bullshit. Or they hang out with people that, are into cars and shit and they hang out with them as they're working on their car and shit. And they try to act like that they're the ones doing the work and all of that shit. And they try to come and they try to talk like a big shot and all of that. And I'm like, no, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You're speaking like you're an outside person looking in, not like you're the person actually doing it. I don't know. There's just a lot of people, because I know a lot of people, because I've worked a lot of jobs, and a lot of jobs introduce you to a lot of people. Go figure. But I just know a lot of people, and a lot of people like to hang out with a particular crowd, and basically that's what the word poser comes from. And wants to be a poser and act like they're, actually belong and they're actually doing, all the big boy things that that group does. When in all actuality, they're just a groupie. They're just hanging around watching everybody else do something and they picked up some general knowledge here or there. They should really just shut the hell up and bring the conversation down to their speed and only comment, when they don't understand something or when they do understand something to keep the conversation flowing and to have a good conversation out of it. Because when you're acting like you're knowing everything, I'm going to tell my short story and then the conversation's going to have to shift over to something else. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can extend this conversation if it's interesting and you can learn something. And learning something is more important than just having a bullshit conversation. If you are teaching me something, I will give you my undivided attention. Well, I'll give you like 80% of my attention. Let's be honest. You'll get about 80% of my attention. Because I'm going to continue to do the other things that I'm doing in the background, but you will have 80% of my engagement. If we're just talking random bullshit that's not important and we're just, slapstick, and we're just talking just to have conversations and make the time go by without being bored, you will be lucky if you even get 25% of my time. Half the time, I'm not even paying attention. I don't even know what the fuck you're saying, and I'm just going, yep, cool. Because I know, I already know where the conversation's going. I already know what you're gonna say. I already know. When you say it, I'm like, yeah, I know. I know where this conversation's going. I could save you about 5 minutes worth of speaking, but I'm gonna let you tell your story anyway, just in case something else comes up that I can key in on. Besides that, I can just go to the end of the conversation as soon as you get done speaking, and in my words, goes through the entire conversation. And if your conversations are very predictable and what you're going to say next, keep in mind that people aren't going to listen to you because they already know what you're saying. You could literally break your conversation off mid-sentence because they already know what you're going to say. And they'd get everything down. But some people are windbags like me and like to talk. And talk and talk and talk instead of playing game. And that is what I'm doing right now is I am talking because, well, to get to phase 4, I need a crazy amount of shit. Also, now that I think about it, I don't think I've returned back on my computers. So I've been stalling for basically no reason. I did turn back on the heavy modular frames, but they're slow go. No, I turned them on. We're good. I never fixed this line over here, though. But they should have been getting... Oh, no, that's what I was starting with. I wanted to send that line in to make copper sheets. I've been stalling trying to get more computers and shit made, but I never actually fixed the fucking line. Whoops. Actually, you know what? What do I want to do here? Oh. Oh, now we're back to the beginning. It's all finally returned back to Cookie. Um, I think that machine only needs copper. What the hell? I'll fix that on the other end. It must be that extra steel line that I just connected to down there. Now, like, what the fuck actually did I just connect that line to? This line? I have no idea. Well, I mean, I guess I'll know it if I just go to the other side of this line. I'll know exactly what I sent down that way. I hooked that into a steel line. Random ass steel line somewhere. Okay. Weird. Yeah, I should probably have fixed the line first. Crazy. There we go. Now it should be all pure copper. Literally pure copper. Now these are going to be getting made. Beautiful. Thought those were overclocks. All right. Why is this one struggling and the other one not struggling? Hmm. No, it's struggling a little bit now. This is getting ahead of the workload, so this is still technically too fast, but it's barely too fast. That's what we like to see. We use 35. 35s goes to 36. To 37. That's ahead of the workload. Beautiful. Look to the sky. I can throw this over to here. And we can overclock that to 150%. We would like to see this at 250% because it should be able to easily pick up that. But, you know. So that's producing copper sheet, which is now going to the circuit board, and it's now shooting out circuit boards, which is then going to make computers. On the other one, I had the circuit boards being stored into a storage before the computer. So I had a stockpile of those, but I didn't do that this time around. A lot of things that I didn't do this time around. All right. Since I'm already looking this way, I'm gonna head up here, blow up that rock, and go grab another power slug. It's right over here by my coal mine. It's not very far. Thank you. Bird. Bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word. But you see what I mean? I have all of these lines going back to the facility, but no lines that actually take me, you know, up to where I'm going. That's why I'm happy I accidentally did that other line the way I did. I don't think that's good enough. It's in this one. Just throw it right there. Oh, it was in that one. God damn it. I don't have any sulfur on me by any chance, do I? I do. Do I have any charcoal on me? It doesn't matter. I'm literally at the charcoal plant. I need the equipment bench. I am through the equipment bench. We turn those into black powder first. Yes. Ba-da-da-dum-dum. I'm not gonna fuck with the bike's bauxite refinement shit right now. If you're wondering why I haven't advanced the research, I don't want to fuck with the research until I have my base factory as it is, producing resources without stopping or without being starved anywhere. So I either need to delete some machines that are extra, or I need to add more resources into my machines. Or into my line. Add more resources into my lines. And once everything is going smoothly, and I know that everything's connected and nothing's, you know, dying or drying out from resources, then, only then, that's two right there. will I start trying to go to the next tier. This next tier goes into nuclear power afterwards. Which means that as soon as I get these sets of upgrades done, shit's going to get absolutely positively serious. We're going to go into in-game scaling and everything that that nuclear facility could need, plus the new things that I'm going to have to craft to go there. I'm going to have to ensure that I have all of that, you know, on hand, in demand, and being made. Now, I just want the base factory. All of these excess machines, like, has to make the things that are going into the elevator and whatnot. Yes, I will need them in the future, but I don't care if those are particularly getting made at the moment. I just want to ensure everything that I have up to now, up to this point, is getting the resources that it needs. Once I have that efficiently scaled and all of that, and I know exactly what my base facility needs, I can then shift around overclocks or go find more power slugs and whatnot to send any extra resources to manufacturing the next tier for the complete the phase 4 at the top right. Or I can go find separate lines or make separate facilities to just put out those particular components. Because again, once I get to the end game, I'm only going to be fucking with nuclear power. This is a min-max series. We produce just enough power to keep the factory running and get the next set of shit going. So if getting the next set of shit going requires more power, then I'll extend the fuel lines. And I could extend the coal lines too to make more coal generators if necessary. And once that reaches the bare minimum, the power of the nuclear generators, and I get them running, then all the other facilities are going to become obsolete, and I'm just going to run off nuclear power. As many as I can pop up. Once the nuclear power gets done, I'm done with this series. I mean, I might, you know, do the other research tiers and all of that just to see what, you know, the items do. Especially if they're cool, you know. I might go through and look at all that, but I mean, you know, as soon as I get nuclear power, I'm basically done. And when I say done, I mean like I'm done with the entirety of the game. Because whenever they do release a version 1, they're probably going to wipe my save and wipe everybody else's saves. If they don't wipe the save, I might come back to, you know, just upgrade to the next tier of the alien tech and whatnot. But it would be foolish of them not to. If it does wipe save, which they should at a 1.0 release, that's just kind of things that devs do. I'm going to, well, that's going to be the end of it. And unfortunately for you, I probably won't ever pick up Satisfactory again, which is why I'm doing everything, you know, as meticulous as I'm doing now. I'm what, 100 hours in? No, I'm only at 82. By the end of this, I'll probably be 100 plus hours in a very small period of time. I'm going to be burnt out of Satisfactory when I get done to the top. And once I hit the top, I'm not going to have anything else to build towards. I'm just going to be there, standing on top of the world with infinite power. Well, not infinite power, but more power than I'll ever need. Once I hit that threshold, there's nothing else. You know, power's kind of important, and you build power to run machines. But power is kind of the number one thing that you need. If I have unlimited power, that means I can have unlimited machines. You know? So once I have the power grid situated And, you know, probably is going to take 2 nuclear power plants. So it's going to be a little bit longer, quite a bit longer, before I get everything, you know, situated. But once I have the 2 nuclear power plants, because I assume they're going to put out quite a bit of power, that's it. That's the end of it. I completed it. Done. There was talk of there being another upgrade for the space elevator after that, so I might do the final upgrade if there's one after that, like they were talking about potentially happening. I might get on for like, you know, an hour or so and fuck with mods or something, you know, after I complete the series, if I even look in that far. But I mean, you know, that's just kind of side bullshit. Now, if I do decide to come back in the future, I will not be playing the clean run. I will have probably every mod that I can find. Like if there's any mod for like infinite stacking in containers or some shit like that. The super fast conveyor belt mods and all of that. Like all the OP mods. I will be running a fuck ton of them. And I will basically have actually there's probably a creative mode. I'm pretty sure there is or some shit like that. I'll probably just do it through that shit just to see what the, you know, new shit is if I decide to come back. And basically just skip all of that. Typically, I would just take somebody's save file and then go from there. That's already done it. So I wouldn't have to worry about all the bullshit building up to that. But you know, things. Well, I'm gonna upgrade this again. I mean, I just literally recently. Oh no, I didn't. I upgraded it in my other game. I was like, I know I just recently upgraded it, but no, I didn't. Also, keep in mind you don't need to turn machines off like I am. The machines only burn whenever there's a workload. If there is no workload, the machines aren't gonna burn. So all the biomass generators that I had filled full of fuel are going to always maintain fuel inside of them and not burn anything unless the power load demands it. So everything that you do build in Satisfactory, you can just always leave on, at least power-wise. And it's not going to burn any excess of it. You're not going to have to run the biomass generators if you have sufficient power. They will kick in, though, if you ever go below the consumption with the production. That is a nice thing that it does, because in real life, if you have excess power, it's going to burn that shit and it's going to waste all of that power. Completely and totally waste all of that excess power and all of the materials you're putting into. But this game is super efficient. Well, that's not true. You can buy things to automatically shut it down whenever it's not being used or whenever it's not needed. There are things invented. We're not still back in the, you know, back in the past. I'm gonna say back in the industrial age, but I'm pretty sure they were invented back then. So there are automatic shutoffs that read how much power your shit have, and you can set it to turn on a generator if your power drops below X amount. Cool. I don't know if that upgrade was for the better or for the worse, but I did it. It's the way I designed my factory to be minimalist and use less parts, is I designed it to where one machine clogs up and then the other machines receive resources when that machine clogs up. So it's basically what the smart splitters do, is how I designed my entire factory. I just did it through manual means. Which is what kinda sorta makes it sketchy to put in faster lines. Oh, I'm already out. Because if I do put in faster lines and it somehow unclogs the machine or delivers resources past where they need to go, I'm gonna be in trouble. I'm gonna be in trouble. You are gonna tell my mother. You are gonna tell my mother. Need more fuel. I've just been using the hell out of it non-stop. See, I don't think that you can wear the hover pack and the jet pack at the same time. Which is kind of what makes it sad. I wish the hover pack had... Okay. There. No. Drop my gun. I done got distracted. The last thing I said was I kinda sorta want something. Oh yeah, I kinda sorta wanted the hover pack to take fuel as well and be like a hybrid design, where when you're flying around the or hovering around the facility, it runs off electricity and hovers, and then when it's off of the electricity, or if you switch it to its fuel mode, you'll be able to just burn gas and keep going. Because the thought of me remembering to switch to my jetpack before I leave and go try and find something is terrifying. I think I stalled enough. I should have some computers made at this point. The only thing stopping it was the circuit boards, which are still slow going. I need 25 circuit boards per minute. So every 2 minutes I can... 2 minutes That goes into that. These take 24 seconds. So every 3 minutes or so, I'm making a computer. So that's 20 an hour. I should have like half an hour's worth. Like, oh, 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 I see. Modular frames, I'm pretty sure I turned off. So whatever I have heavy is what I have. Enough. I have to remember to turn that back on. And then I should have an unlimited amount of goddamn motors. I sneeze motors. There's circuit boards in here. There you go. Damn it. I'm gonna have to go down to the source of where they're being stored. Oh, here. I see. Yeah, look at that shit. Oh my god. And there's just more on the line. Mm. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a stack. Ah. Go ahead and get this sent up because I'm basically just in a waiting game right now. Might as well be productive. Send that in. Send that in. Send that in. It's primed to just take rubber and it's good. Again, I only know where like 2 sources of bauxite are. So I'm hoping when I scan there's more. But right now, I want to get my machines back up and running properly. You should still be running, but you're not getting reinforced plates. Which means I must have turned off this. Honestly, it doesn't matter where you send them. Yeah, this is on standby, so these are not going to run regardless if they have plates on them anyway. These aren't even hooked up, so. Okay, yeah, that stops here, which has it set to not send any forward. So all of them should be going that way. It should be full then, yeah. Nah, not quite. 5 per minute. Gotcha. Oh, I still have this line set up. Interesting. None of these are overclocked because they shouldn't be. I don't think I overclocked at this run. I'm gonna clog that up so all of these plates aren't just same machine. I never built a third one over here either. So this is before I built the third set. Gotcha. Should have made that a smart. Oh well. That's a merger and that's a splitter. I just grab this and shove this over there. Actually, if I make that a 3, that's gonna go slower anyway, so that'll at least let those go faster. Okay. Set this for what it needs to be set to. Modular frames. And then we take a simple power line and we don't hook that up. Nah, fuck it. It only uses 12 rods and 3 plates, so I mean, it's not going to be using a hellacious amount until I start overclocking it. So it should be able to keep up with the flow. All of those lines are hooked to this first merger. Oh, because all of them are getting fed from that one, and this one's... Gotcha. That's 2, 4, 6, 8 for the one that's up there. I need to build one more to have about 10 coming out per minute. And I'm comfortable with 10 a minute. Any machines that are starving, you're just gonna have to starve. It does make it kind of awkward. You're always standing on that shit. It is gonna make it kind of awkward. But I'm not too terribly worried about it. Because now I have to split this again. Hmm. Hell. It looks a little sloppy, but that's alright. There we go. Now I should just have to hook this up to power, yeah? Nope, I already did it. Modular frames. Did I not hook? Oh, I thought it told me it was hooked to power. I wasn't wrong. There we go. I assume all of these are going to emerge, or that I'm going to have to extend again, yeah? Yes, sir. Wait. What? Oh, those two aren't even hooked up to go any. Oh, no. Well, I guess my truck's never going to run another line again. Sorry, truck. I'll just have to move those over later on. Poor truck. We'll never run another line again. Now, the only other thing that was worth worrying about is not getting enough pipes. But I already accidentally brought in another iron line wherever the fuck I left it. From that source that's down there below me, I believe, pretty sure. Now that's the limestone, wherever that other source is. And I can simply feed more pipes into the system. I also have the 2 storage of pipes over there that I'm not doing anything with. They don't look like they need to be sent this way. So as of now, this system is good enough to handle the pipe. Which means I obviously have to upgrade it for future-proofing purposes. There's an extra one for pipes. That's a splitter. I need a merger. No, I just have to pop a line off and add it back. That's fine. Is there anything connecting to the bottom here? I think there is. I don't know. I'm not getting the option to connect there, so I only assume something's attached there. No. Hmm. Yes, yes there is. Oh, that's like one of the main lines in, too. I guess they're mergers, so they're all main lines in. Genius. I'll have to come back and make all these tier 4 in a moment. And since this truck's probably never going to be running again, I'm just going to do this. Dun, 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 dun. Beautiful. I already connected the line that's going over there. These are blah 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 backwards. Again, holding left alt and clicking to just move. I guess it would be holding left alt and pressing something else, even middle mouse button or something. Just to be able to turn these around. Actually, alt and left click should be to move that. Alt and left click should not be the ping. Most people use other buttons to ping. Make middle mouse click ping or some shit. Any other button for ping. You can make anything. I mean, they're going to be bindable keys and be able to be rebound to anything anyways. But if it's not in the game, then you actually, you can't rebind it, so. Alrighty then. Somebody wants attention. I honestly think that thing hates when you build machinery around it or by it. Maybe it's its natural yelling and whatnot, but it seems like that. Just to save on a little bit of resources, we're going to do that. When in doubt, scan it out. Right here. What I can do now that I actually have a use for this excess, so I can keep that on overflow. And I can just, ooh, that bounce. I call that the Spider-Man. Cool. No, no, don't connect to that. What clearance are we approaching right now? There's nothing. Whose clearance are we encroaching on? Whatever. For the time being, I'm just gonna set this one up. And have it shit in there. I need to check my power grid after hooking this up. Because I might be getting close to time. Nope. Not at all. My regular consumption's at like 12 to 15. I'm up around 2 grand. Max consumption's a problem, but I do have that battery bank. I don't know how much this is going to reliably take, but I don't want to go. Never mind, it's already stopped. Gonna say I don't want to start overclocking it and seeing, and just run it dry, but never mind. Oh, fiddlestick. Let's run it at 200% for now. Hopefully that eats up that entire line and I don't have to do much math in that. It's not, but the belt is almost constantly moving at all times, though. So I kinda like seeing that. You are producing 60 a minute, and these probably don't take anywhere near that. 15 and 15. They take a whole 15 a minute. A piece. So they... Oh boy. They're taking 30, it's pushing 60. So I can actually slow your roll. It's fine. This will produce 30 a minute. And these will consume 30 a minute. Okay. Let's hook these bitches up then. I gotta redo this relay. Those sometime in the future though. Because I made a relay system where all the connections from this area could go to make it simple, and then I never used it. I build over it, as a matter of fact, to the capacitors. But every time I look, I'm like, where's my relay system? I just see the battery bank. Well, duh. The relay system's hooked to the battery bank. And then everything is supposed to be hooked to the relay system, so we know we have, individualized power. Whatever, though. Modular frames, that should be now 2, 4, 6, 8, and then the one over there should be 10. All primed, ready, and connected. It's 10 modular frames per minute. I think I need more, but I'm happy with what I got. One every 6 seconds, you can't complain with that. These up here require 18.75 a minute, so it requires double of what I'm putting out. And there's probably other machines eating up modular frames, to be honest. But I'm not overclocking every single machine I have to push out an extra just to get 20 a minute pushed out. I'm fine with that. So every 2.5 minutes, it's pushing out 1 frame. That's not bad. 2 frames every 5 minutes or so. So that's 12 an hour. Kinda slow, but you know, I have modular frames that are heavy in my inventory right now that I haven't done anything with. And the rest of the shit I had to stabilize to get the rest of my shit pumping. So besides steel beams might being a shortage in one area, the rest of the facility should be good. Yeah, it's like good. So now I can go down to the rubber, grab some rubber, and then head on back out. Look at all this motherfucking... Ooh! I mean, thanks, I guess. Not gonna lie, I was half tempted just to pop that mug in the head, just so I didn't have to worry about him. Because he literally just sits there on top of that crate. I don't know if he can get down or not, but he's always there. It is free resources, but if he's bringing me raw resources from like 2 feet away, I'm like, you know, what's the point? Send it.
Milestone reached. Quartz and bauxite scanning unlocked. A new generation of basic aluminum parts is now available, which can be constructed from bauxite after a complex process of refinement. The
Aluminium.
blender will be used in future processes.
Wait, did you just say aluminum comes from bauxite and quartz? I'm throwing all of my quartz away, though. You can't do this to me. The train don't work anymore. But no. Oh God, no, please no. Maybe I misheard. Yes, I obviously misheard. I don't want to make the hover pack. I really don't. I don't know how fast the hover pack is. I could be faster than a jetpack, which would be good, but it could be slower and just float. The jetpack's momentum based, but we're talking about a hover pack now. It could be momentum based as well. Or it could be like, you know, the San Andreas type of situation where you're just kind of floating around. I am afraid. And to be fair, I don't really need it right now. I've built everything that I wanted to build thus high. I'll need the hover pack whenever I decide to build into the sky with a nuclear plant. Because it's going to be a ordeal. It's going to be huge. Nuclear plants, IRL, are huge. So I'm thinking about the scale of it in this game. It's going to be absolutely positively huge. So I gotta prepare for that. But that ain't useful right now. Hmm. As much as I'd hate to say it, the drones might actually be more useful than the hazmat suit. I'm not fucking with anything nuclear till the end, till I get to tier 8. If I get this, and I make the assembly for drones and whatnot, I can have the drones deliver whatever the hell I need up to the nuclear platform. Well, no, because it said that the drones can only deliver from port to port, right? Yeah, transfers input back and forth between its other stations. So I would have to feed all of the lines into the drone port. How many slots do you have? Oops, how many slots do you have? See, that's a problem. Uh, that's just for the upgrade for the space elevator. Yeah, if you can only go from port to port, like the train and the truck and all of that, you're not as useful as I thought you were. I have to send in lines to that, and then you're just basically just a glorified elevator at that point. Or a lifter. I can literally just install lifters and do the same thing I'm planning on with you. You are only long distances. Like that sulfur place. I could have put that down, set that up to power, and had these drones going through the sulfur pit and doing that back and forth because it was kind of a pain to run that conveyor belt. But you know, now that it's ran, it's always obviously faster because I'm always getting resources from it. This does unlock batteries and shit for me as well, though. I don't need the hazmat suit yet. Not until I go to tier 8. And again, I'm going to do 7 first, and then we're going to do 8. So I can't even do the advanced aluminium production, any of that. Oh boy. Well, this requires the aluminium. So fuck that for now. You require something that takes aluminium. So fuck you for now. You take both, so even more fuck you. And you take the regular. So the next one's going to be either hovercraft or hover pack, or it's going to be logistics. I'm going to be actively using those, so those should be afterwards. So yeah, I guess I'll stick with the original plan and we go hover packs. I gotta wait 10 minutes for that shit to come back anyway, so I guess let's go get some bauxite set up. Oh, it's only like 2.5 minutes left. Do I have everything for like 1 or 2 drills? I have enough for 1. I need 10. Well, 1's good enough for now. Yeah, 1's good enough for now. Let me go here. I keep making these portable miners and I keep not using them and storing them in chests. Let me grab the 2 that I have here. I know I have bauxite nearby, I just don't remember which way it is. I said, know I have bauxite nearby, I just don't remember which way it is. Thank you. Interesting. Hmm. Well, I don't have anything out that way, and I haven't explored out that way, so I guess I'll go to this one. That way. Yeah, I'll go to that one. I hate that two blips came back from over there, because I'm only installing one Mark II drill. I guess I could make, nah. Well, yeah, I guess I could make a Mark I drill if I put down an equipment thing there. This is right off the back of this platform. This is the one that I vaguely remember too, up that way. Yep, and duty. For now, only need one because we're researching. But remember, I have 25 tickets left over from the thing. So I could literally just advance all of this research if I wanted to by using tickets to buy all the research materials. Obviously, I'm going to wait till I get the last nuclear before I do that. But I mean, that kind of sort of goes with what I was talking about, the tickets. They're kind of like cheat mode. Fuck me. What was I doing? This one's the closest one. I think there's a slug in there. Pretty sure that's better than fried chicken. I hate this one. And I lost all of my speed. I'm clicking out of the inventory. And I'm stuck. No, I'm not going to use explosives to kill this shit. I'm actually about to go whip his ass. Everybody's like, use explosives. No. I ain't no bitch. I'm gonna strafe around it, waste all of my ammo, then I'm gonna go in like a fucking warrior and slaughter that shit. How do I want to run this? I guess I'll run this directly over to the coal plant and then just attach to those lines. Too bad there isn't any conveyor belts that have like two like I have the stacked ones where you can stack one on top of the other, but too bad they don't have like dual conveyor belts where it runs two lines at once. One, that would be amazing having a conveyor belt line over another line that you don't have to, run two at the same time. So if you do have something else in the area, you can just run two at once. But given the option, you might be able to run one line frontwards there and one line backwards towards your base at the same time. So to make like a pseudo loop at the end of it, and you can have a way to get there and a way to get back. That would be a good item just for me personally. I doubt anybody would use a double layered conveyor belt system. But, Mm, mm. hub is that way. I was going to run it to my coal line. Blender. Cool. Shit got stuck jumping. That's funny. Fuck it, dude. Honestly, it's gonna be a little bit slower getting back to the base. Whatever. Bauxite is important, so maybe I'll come back later and make this like a Mark V line, but until then, I'm not gonna fanny around a very short distance, so it doesn't matter how I send it back. This way already has a line prepared to send the shit back. And to be honest with you, this is a very tame line for now. Anywhere. Thank you. Because I don't want to run Mark III lines all the way to my damn thing and then have to turn around and redo them again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. Then I'm going to run my ass off and try and beat this line to the end. Shit, I'm out of AI limiters. These are only tier 2 any goddamn way. We're gonna go here. I'm gonna make me some AI limiters. Then I'll fix this on the other end. Coal's gonna shut down temporarily. If there's none stored, which there probably isn't, because it's slow as shit. Wire. Gotcha. I need to go up. Ooh. This was before I fixed this. God damn it. Yeah, all the issues that I fixed that I seen, they aren't fixed in this. Whatever, dude. Ba-dum, ba-dum, dum, 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 dum. You're at a copper sheet. You're always at a copper sheet. Hop back over here to the coal line. It's running on a tier 2, so it's not actually feeding whatever the hell it's supposed to go into that much. Here. We go here. We say center output is only coal. And left output is only bauxite. then we can connect this back to, I think it was this one. Fuck if I know, though. Yes. That goes straight to the coal machines. There you go. Just for you visual peoples. Okay, so that's gonna clog up when I get to bauxite. I need to figure out which one of these can hold bauxite. This might be the winner. I don't see anything else going into this. Nope. This container holds nothing. You really want to go into that one, huh? Ah, why do you gotta be this way? I mean, there's nothing in it. You made me do this game. Bauxite will go here. It'll go straight. And now it's going to go into this container. Which then can be fed out wherever the hell it needs to go. I have 3 overclock. Wherever this line's going needs to be overclocked. Do. Bang. How much steel is that going to eat up? 75 per minute. Is this a smart splitter? It is a smart splitter. Left, right is over. Yeah, that's fine. It's almost moving at full speed. So this is going to be shitting out 75 a minute, which is way more than these machines need. Its base is 15, so even if I overclocked it to 200, it would be 30. And if I overclocked that one to 200, it'd be 60 out of the 75. These iron rods aren't being used, though. They're storing up, so there's no point in overclocking this. That's fine. It's all good, man. The next thing I need to do is wait on bauxite. I ain't waiting on shit. I'm about to grab some motherfucking tickets and spend them there. I got 25 of them bitches, plus whatever's in this. 1. I got 31. How much? That's a lot just for two. Give me 6 worth. I got a lot more bauxite than I thought I was going to. That means bauxite ain't really worth a damn, huh? Whatever it refines into. I'm 5 short, and I need to go pick up motors. So I need to grab computers, heavy modular frames, and motors. It's already up there for the hover pack, already on my list. That drill. I keep shutting down. I already looked at that last time. This thing launches you quite far up in the air. Wait, what did that say I could do with that? Or is that just letting me see where I can angle that? It's just letting me see where I can angle that. I thought I could, like, do something. Do something. Do something. I'm going to put this pole here, and I'm going to connect that to that I still have yet to really use. Do not attach that to the fucking battery. What is wrong with you? I know it doesn't matter. What did that message say? Oh, message said something. By the way, yeah, it'll give me a nice little jump up to there. And honestly, it takes me a good distance up. Beautiful. Alright. Now that this has had time. Oh, the lag. Computers are starting to store. That's nice to see. As with the frames. I'll have to go to the machine and pick those up. Same with those. Bink, bink. 55 computers at least. More than that. I need room for motors. Better say, I thought I built a personal storage box somewhere around here. You can have the wood. That. 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 Have a couple of stacks of that. And that's it. Ah, it's finally warm. It's nice and toasty. My feet no longer like dying. They're actually starting to sweat a little bit. Oh, man. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. If I wasn't streaming these live and basically showing, you know, everything that I'm doing and things like that, at times like this, I would be on YouTube watching videos or some shit, letting my resources go. But I'm trying to stay moving and trying to keep, you know, upgrading and doing things, at least during the stream. If it's something that takes a super long amount of time, I might do an extended stream on it. It's not going to be 18 hours like prior. But I typically would spend a little extra time doing it. But, you know, not an insane amount of time. I'll put it over here. Yoink. Oh, it only makes it if I boost with it. Interesting. Hmm. Can't help but notice you haven't received any more motors. Probably because the machine's not on. I only needed 200. Speaking of, this machine's turned off and it doesn't store anything else. Why are these other machines that are also turned off storing things? Oh. You're still on. And you're still on. See? That's the type of thing that I've planned for. Even though I don't know why you're not getting... What the fuck do you mean you're not getting enough screws? I was about ready to say, what the fuck kind of bullshit are you on? But no, it's getting screws. At least that side is. What the hell's going on with this side? We'll try to do these. I have them merging right in front of the source. I know this line's better to pull from, though. We'll do a smart splitter here. We'll go line to the right. Any overflow. And we'll zoop some screws over to this, because apparently it's fucking lacking. No, it's this back line that has everything attached to it. Mm, I don't feel like fixing it. I feel quite lazy at the moment, so I'm just gonna do this. And go left output is overflow. And we're gonna do this at a tier 3 conveyor belt, and we're just gonna connect its ass all the way over to here. So anything off of either of those lines that ain't going into that machine over there to the left is gonna go into this machine. Then I have that extra metal line that I'm pretty sure is making rods. I can divert it to making screws, and I also have the other screw lines on the other side of the facility that I can now hook in because, well, I now have a use for it. All right. Now the bigger screw storage is that one, which has 20,000 screws. We're gonna grab from you. Oh, what have I done? Take that other line too. I forgot. I know I took it off the top of the hub. Oh, it's right there. I'm looking at it. Can't afford. Damn. Still can't afford. Alright, let's handle this problem. You seem to be having fun. That's one thing I have noticed about the design of the animals. Well, the actions of the animals, I should say, is that the animals are designed to look towards the player if you are near. That's how most things spot you as you're moving or flying by. It's not like a sound thing. They actively will look towards you as you approach. So if you thought you were going to sneak up on any of the animals in this game, you're going to be surly or rudely You rudely are going to find out that it's not possible, because the animals automatically turn towards you whenever you're walking by it. I noticed it when I was going to get my shit after falling in the cavern. That big spider, as I was turning around it where it couldn't see me, it was still sensing me and turning towards me. Now, granted, spiders do have a lot of eyes and excellent vision. It's still different. Hmm. Oh, that was my train station that I saw. I thought that was like an emergency message. Hmm. Now you got more screws than what you can dig with. Oh boy, deal with. Can you dig it, sucker? All of that's tier 4. Wonderful. Drop off these motors. That's 200. With an extra 50 stack. Well, I have 100 stack now. Yeah, I got screws going everywhere. If I need to separate them, I easily can and send them to another machine. We're good. Boom, boom, boom.
Milestone reached. The hover pack enables aerial overview of all powered factories, as well as easy transport across multi-level buildings by wirelessly connecting to the power grid.
I don't want to use the specific plates that I got from the ticket machine to make a hover pack. We'll look at it eventually, though. I'm going to see if this bauxite's actually flowing in. Not really. First, I'm going to upgrade these coal lines again, because they're slow as shit. Nobody likes a late delivery. Now, because I have two materials running on the same line, because, well, I'm getting lazy here at the end of this Factorio gameplay, I will need to get the Mark V conveyor belts just to make sure that I'm getting a steady line of coal and bauxite. These lines are fine being tier 4 or Mark 4, but the lines going into these need to be upgraded. Those are like Mark 1s. Goddamn. Yeah. The delivery lines that split off of this, I could care less. There we go. Shit. There we go. I've yet to pick up bauxite and actually have it in my inventory, so I haven't unlocked the next tier. And now that I think about it, until I actually pick up the bauxite, the research won't unlock. So if you are playing this game and you don't pick up the raw resource, does that just soft lock you on research? Because there's some resources that you might not ever touch unless you're reconfiguring lines or something. That's a scary thought. 2 minutes left on that pod to return, and then I can go and do the next thing. I need to get these conveyor belts down and done. So I think that's the next step. which means I probably need to smelt down the bauxite instead of storing it. So I can actually go write output bauxite. Now I see where the programmable ones come in handy, because this probably lets you program what exactly is being sent which way and when you want to send it. I see. I assume this shit just goes into a fucking smelter and I don't have to send it through the ore scrubber or whatever the fuck it was called. No, it's a blender. I'm gonna hope this shit can just be sent into a goddamn smelter, and it's not what I think it is with the crystal quartz. It's what I think it is. It's gonna take the crystal quartz. Which means I need the radio control units and everything else to actually use the bauxite. Alphabetical order would be nice. Oh, nope, I can do it in an assembler. Oh, happy days. Hmm. I thought I seen that correctly. You need aluminum ingot, aluminum and copper. And then that has to be fed with a bunch of bullshit. It needs aluminum scrap and silica to make the aluminum ingots. So you have the aluminum sheets, and then you have the aluminum ingots. So I need an assembler and a foundry. This requires copper, which I mean, I just brought in another copper line. See, this kind of bogus because my train's fucked up. I'll try deleting it and refilling it and doing all the bullshit to try to get it working, but since my train's fucked up, I guess I'll just have it running 24/7 and eating power. I can't get the quartz down to make the silica. Hmm. None of these take bauxite, by the way. It's just copper ingot and aluminium ingot. Aluminium ingot is aluminium scrap. And silica. Oh. There's alternative recipes to where you can use bauxite and water in a foundry to create silica. Everybody that said that I needed a lot of bauxite is talking about the alternative method to mix it with water to create the shit that I need for that. I see. I see. And then the aluminum scrap is just a refinery and looks like coal coke. So whatever the fuck that is, well, that's the equivalent of this. And that goes in with that. So water and silica makes whatever the fuck that secondary liquid I need. Or water and bauxite makes that secondary liquid in silica. Which then makes the aluminum scrap, or the slurry, or whatever the hell that is. I'm going to call it aluminum slurry till I know what it is. And that mixes with either coal or coal coke and makes the slurry and fixes it and makes water. So I need to build a refinery going into another refinery? Yeah. Because I ain't fucking with the crystal and all of that because my train's broke, so we'll go alternative. So I need a refinery feeding into another refinery, and that'll create that. So we're two refineries, and then I need a foundry. That's the progression on that. I have everything I need over here, but the water is in this direction, so here we want a refinery. Can't afford a missing copper sheet, fair enough. I gotta go back to the circuit boards, huh? Hopefully they are stacking there. Nope, they're going in one for one. Well, goddamn. Anything that gets produced here is going directly to that, which I need it to. That's no problem. Again, I assumed all the rest of my machines were feeding properly, and I missed to. I didn't go down and actually check. This is making 15 a minute. I can make it make 30, let's see, 42.5. Not good enough. However, in this case, I just need another constructor, and that's not that big of a deal. This is even better. I know this ain't the beginning, like the official beginning of the nuclear plant. And this will probably be in the way when I start actually going nuclear. But I think I'm going to take the nuclear plant up into the sky. So I have basically infinite building ground instead of keeping it in this cavern. Burn, 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 burn. Far away as I can get this. I want to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And here, I want to go smart splitter, smart splitter. From the right, we want any from there, and then we want all the overflow that's left over to go to the left. And there we go. Yeah. Yeah. You'll go there. You'll go there. These two will be my main two in. And if it can pick up the rest of the slack, these two will be any, and that'll be overflow. Overflow to the left. This one needs to be set to the left as overflow. Beautiful. Okay. Now I just need to grab this. Actually, you know what? I like these towers. They make everything very easy to be identified. Just in case the copper's mixed in with something else, we're gonna go here. Only copper ingot. And whatever the hell's mixed in with the copper, I can siphon out and put it wherever the fuck else it needs to go. I'm definitely gonna future-proof this shit, because I don't fucking trust it. Take this. Damn, I don't reach that far. What I actually want to do is go stackable conveyor pole. 1, 2. Boom. We come over here, there should be pure copper going into one of these storage containers. Pulling from it's probably going to fuck up my entire line, but I ain't too worried about it. Actually, no. I shouldn't have pure copper. Yeah, I do. These are going to go inside of one another. And it's going to look weird, but whatever. Now, here comes the important part of all of this. I need to find where this line's feeding from. And I need to readjust the splitter. Apparently that was a shit line too. Wait, what the hell? Was this line like never doing anything? What the hell? It had to be connected up there, right? Whatever. Smart converter. Anything going forward should be overflow, and any should go out the left and the right. I don't know. The only thing that makes sense is that this was going up there. You can chill out for a second. This side's not being fed. So gotcha. That's wrong. You should be getting directly fed through that. You No, you're an out. You're a splitter for something. Where's the end? Aha. I see where the issue is. Okay. I need to move this up more. Not gonna let me move this up more. Please. Okay. Kind of annoying, but that's fun. There's your direct feed in. And honestly, there we go. And you connect there. And then there's some line that was up here that I needed to connect to. No, I needed you to connect there. So that's the way that was set up originally, and I'm trying to add an extra line into this, so I need to... Right now, you can flow basically anyway, but straight. And where I fucked up is coming down here to try and pull from this side here, which is direct. Yeah, that's a bad idea. I should have pulled from, I mean, if this is going to the overflow, I could have just continued pulling from the overflow. In essence, what I did was pointless because I already set up my lines appropriately. I connect that to the wrong line, didn't I? Yep. And then I need to redisconnect up that iron line that let me make sure this is copper. This is the iron line. This is the copper. Thank God I didn't fucking mix that up. That would have been a nightmare and a half to sort. There we go. Then I just need to reattach this one, which I don't think I'm going to. It is 100% full of excess iron. I don't need it to go anywhere. So I think I'm just going to leave it. Because, yeah, nothing's pulling from it right now. I'm going to actually keep that line disconnected and let the excess steel go wherever the fuck it wants to go. Or iron. And just bear in mind that this line right here, that's supposed to be connected to whatever the fuck, wherever that line comes out of, is no longer, now that goes to the iron rods. I don't know, there's this iron line under here that's not connected. Apparently I disconnected the iron plate storage line too. I'm fine with that as well. Again, this is full of plates. And it's not pulling to anywhere. I should have disconnected that quite a bit of time ago. Is this copper? Well, this copper will be attached to something momentarily. But as of now, yeah, it is. There we go. Copper sheet. That's what I wanted. I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing here right now?
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
I think you're fucking lying to me. No, I want this one to go into that one and this one to go this way. I don't think shit's happening the way you say it is. Now, obviously, this ain't going to be able to keep up with production, and half of these are not going to be fed. But this is why we have this set up to prioritize the rightness up and not prioritize the left. Then I need to see where we're sending these. And I can actually get rid of this to get a little bit more resources back. And we go here. And then we turn. Go here. And afford it. And then we want to connect that there. I'm actually going to do this backwards, because it's easier. You might wonder why I did that. It's because I want to put the foundries and shit down here. Alright. Now I require 2 foundries. New smart splitter. Who'da thunk it? 2 foundries, 1 refinery. I think is what it was. And I'm missing modular frames and all of that. Was it 2 refineries and 1 foundry then? Smelts 2 resources in the ally ingot. So it was 2 refineries and then it was 1 foundry. Gotcha. For this, I need more encased industrial beams, and I need copper sheet. Unfortunately, most of that copper sheet's going to go straight up to the circuit boards, and they're going to be ate the fuck up. They're starting to stack. Sorry for interrupting your process, but I need some of those. I love how that stays, though. I'll worry about food another time. Both in-game and in real life. Yes. A refinery. And this requires another refinery. So 2 refineries and then a foundry. Might be too tall. Can't afford. Oh yeah, forgot to grab the things. I got ahead of myself. I love the way this jetpack feels when you're flying. You literally slide, and then boom, you're just zooming. Uh-oh. Wrong box. Still uh-oh, though. I'm starting to get low on these. Not a good sign. Look at dude, grab more. Hopefully we are out of the era of needing the industrial encased beams, because if we ain't, then I'd hate to say it, but there's going to be a lot of pain. Gotcha. Um, that's pipes. Or not pipes, that's plates. Don't want to do that. Yeah, I got everything going in where I needed to go. So right now, you guess you can hold your horses. If I need to convert you over, I can. So that's fine to have for the future. Usually I would put a storage and attach it to the storage, but I don't give a shit about that anymore. We're about to go big. We're going big, baby. Hmm. Now that I've used them for a while, tier 4s are starting to look slow to me. That's how you know you're spoiled. These tier 4s aren't as fast as they used to be. First world problems. All of this was Mark 4 except for weird. Very weird. Very, very weird. It's weird to say I say weird. That's the point. Mm hmm. Damn it. I done got distracted doing other pet projects. You see what happens? Modular frames. I'm starting to run out of rotors. That's fun. I do need modular frames. They are important. This way. Oh god. You're still using them, huh? And you also aren't receiving any. Hmm. Suspicious. I doubt that it's missing rods. I doubt that it's missing plates. It's just that slow at producing them, huh? I guess I only set it up to make 10 a minute. Mm. Hmm. I have excess screws and all of that. I mean, I could make more machines. But I kind of don't want to. 10 a minute should be more than fine. like here, I guess. You're making a whole 3 now. Let's go. Honestly, if I need modular frames, I can craft them. I'm not worried about it. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Hey. I'm not gonna make another modular frame. Despite people's constant complaints of, find the hard drives, all of this other shit. What you guys don't understand is that I don't want to streamline the game. I want to take my time, and I am purposely taking as long as possible to get this game completed. Because once I complete the game, I'm done with the series, which means I'm done with the game, and I have to go back to streaming Rocket League daily. I don't have a lot of fun streaming Rocket League because there's a bunch of dumbasses and shit like that. So I appreciate all the help and all of that and tips and all of that all of you guys give me, but I'm not going to follow half of them because I don't want to be efficient. I don't want to be, well, I mean, I want to be efficient, but I don't want to steamroll to the end of the game. Because once I upgrade the space elevator till its final tier and have a nuclear power plant, that's the end of the series, unless it somehow gives me something else to do. And once I get to that top of that tier list, I will no longer be playing Satisfactory because I'll have to go back to streaming Rocket League or Dead by Daylight or some other game. So, as the description says, if you see me struggling in things like that, or you see me short on resources, I understand, there's things that I can do. I get that I can find hard drives and do all that other stuff. But I mean, I don't really need the tips. I am still playing this game partially blind, so just let me play the game partially blind. If I'm talking about my thought processes and all of that, and I say something, it's rhetorical. I'm not actually asking questions to chat and all of that shit trying to get answers. I didn't just have it, it was a little bit a while ago. But I had somebody send me a comprehensive guide, like a big ass book on how to set up every factory and everything that I would ever need for the game. And I just now seen that I, have it, and I'm like, I'm not gonna look at that guide. I don't want to streamline the game and get things done, super fucking fast. I'm trying, like really, 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 really trying to get about a month's worth of hours out of it. Yeah, I'm really extending things out, which is why I stop and keep going on random rants and, that stuff like that while I'm in the interim period letting my, factory build things up. It's because I'm stalling, because at the end of the day, I know that when I complete this game, I gotta go to Rocket League. So let me be minimalistic and let me be slow, because that's kind of the part, and that's what I'm wanting to do. I mean, I'm not stupid. I understand, the efficiency and all of that and how many factories and all of that that I need to produce everything. I can do the calculations and all of that. That's no problem there. I'm not trying to speed run the game. So if you guys could dial it back some and just let me enjoy the game at a slow pace like I've been trying to do. Because, I mean, I spent 18 hours trying to do something that today when I jumped on, I'm pretty sure I did the same thing. It took me 18 hours in like 4 or 5 hours today. Like, obviously, I can work a little bit faster. I'm not saying I'm going to be the king of, Satisfactory. I might have said Factorio. Whoops. Satisfactory. But I do understand, and I do understand how the game flows, and I am doing things purposely the long way because I want a longer series. At the end of the day, this is content, and I don't have to go to Rocket League. Please, don't send me any guides, don't give me any major tips, and don't basically backseat game me and tell me exactly what I need to do at any exact time. Like, this motherfucker sent me diagrams, a gigantic ass fucking thing, but basically everything that I was working on. He's like, this is the way to do this. There is no one way to do anything in Satisfactory. That's the whole point of the factory building. There's a more efficient way, but there isn't one way. If I want to create a goddamn spiral from the sky that has every single material in it and just have conveyor belts coming off of that spiral in the sky going to different machines as they need it, I'll do what I damn well please. I'm not going to follow exactly what everybody else follows. I'm not a bandwagoner. I don't follow the general population. If anything, I'm more of a contrarian than the bandwagoner. So I'm going to ask you, semi-nicely, but firm, stop trying to backseat and tell me exactly how I need to build something. If it's something like the train situation where I just didn't understand, feel free to help me out. But if it's something like basic factory that you can literally just read what the shit says and put the shit down, you don't have to backseat me and tell me the exact order I need to lay everything down. And it's literally one person that has sent me this comprehensive fucking guide and has sent me diagrams and a whole bunch of other shit. If I wanted it, I would go online and Google the shit myself. Do you really think I'm not fucking stupid and that inexperienced with factory games and base builders and factory builders and whatever the fuck else that I can't figure out to go into Google and go, duh, how to set up efficient factory and hit enter? Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. You're gonna piss me off. This is your first and last warning before I either put you in timeout for the or when you come in, I'll put you in timeout for like 10 hours so you can't say anything throughout the stream. Or if it keeps going on, I will just straight up block you and send you on your way. These are the first and last warning. Some back seating's welcome. Seating is welcome if I'm completely fucking lost and I'm missing the obvious shit. But goddamn, when you're literally telling me what block to put where and shit like that, like get the fuck out of here. Go. I enjoy your company and I enjoy having chats and all of that and talking to fellow players, and I understand that you're enthusiastic about it. But let me make my own factory and let me make my own story. And don't interject yourself into it, you know what I'm saying? But now that I've addressed that, hopefully I won't have to address that again in the future. And I'm just gonna move on. I'm not. Oh, at this moment, I am irritated, but I'm not mad or vengeful or anything like that, so we're all good. It's just like, damn, chill the hell out, man.
Harvest.
Harvest. I'm like, shit, I haven't even gotten that far to even make the mistakes.
I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
I strongly advise you to chupa my huevos.
Comply.
No. I might have to move that in the future. Whatever. I'm actually, for this setup in particular, I'm going to go research the next conveyor belt poles. Or conveyor belt poles, what the fuck? Hour poles. Got me so goddamn worked up over literally a step-by-step guide, like a baby's guide in how to play this game. Is there anything else that I can get sulfur-wise? No, I still need the, whatchamacallit for that. I could get the rifle and ammo. I'd need 20 motors and 50 explosive power. Powder. Could also just get the explosive rebar. See, like this, when I ask something, can explosive rebar break the rocks? Like if I ask, you know, straight out the chat, can explosive rebar break rocks? If somebody answers me, you know, because I am asking you something about this, because I don't see any description on it saying that. Oh, never mind. There we go. It still doesn't say anything, though. If I'm asking you something, feel free to give me, you know, the step-by-step instructions for it and everything that I need to know. But if I'm just generally speaking and all of that, I don't need you to, you know, comment in and answer every single thing that I'm talking about. Those of you that don't know my streaming style and you're here new to the Factorio, I literally say everything basically that I'm doing as that I'm thinking and as I'm doing, etc., etc. I haven't been straightforward on Satisfactory because there's some things I'm not entirely sure, and I'll let you know after I get done thinking about it what I'm thinking about, because I don't even know if I'm gonna do it. But for the most part, typically like to say everything that's in my brain, as it comes through. So you understand my thought processes and everything on it. But I'm kind of preaching to the choir right now because I don't even think anybody's in chat. I ain't checked. Uh, what did I come here for? That's what I came here for. Well, no, that's not what I came here for. But I mean, I need to do this anyway because I have excess copper in my inventory. I'm going to need these for the tubes and whatnot to connect all of that in anyway. Then I need to run water all the way over to the other area. I don't think all 6 of the pumps are spinning yet, so I might be able to get away with just attaching that straight in. Get this copper out of my inventory. It's always nice to see people enthusiastic about a particular game, but sometimes you just need to learn how to curb that enthusiasm, that enthusiasm. Holy shit, English. Yeah, that word. Actually, thought all that. Where can I fit you in? Where can I fit you in? I'll thank myself later by making a fluid buffer there. Damn, I'm not gonna have enough plastic copper sheets. Okay, so to be fair, only the back two? No. Yes. No. Because I'm gonna be sending the bauxite and water in to make the thing. Yeah, then I need the material that I get from that in order to... Okay, yeah. Only the back two need water. Damn. I could run that again and make it work, but I don't think I'm going to. Also, I might want to use that control valve. That's going to use 5. I might want to use the control valve to limit the amount of flow coming down this line so I don't have a large amount just getting shoved down to where it doesn't need to be. I also regret not pointing that up in the air. Can't afford. Can't afford. That's fun. I got, whoa, way far on that one. Oh, this is the new area. No, 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 no. I want to pull from these. It did say 12,000 of that. I still have copper here, though. That gives me enough to run everything I need and some for the future. I like that. I'm going to put a flow limiter on the other end of that. Anything or exactly what it needs is what it's going to get. Nothing more, nothing less. It's going to take it forever to fill up the rest of the facility because these pipes take forever to fill up. However, I'm not going to have my entire coal plant shut down, you know, while that shit fills up. Or gets starved for water is what I should say. I don't know what it is for base, so I'm probably just going to limit it to like 20 or 30. Probably 30 just to be safe. But I'm definitely going to limit it, see how much flow of water I need, and then send that shit through. I could easily check, by the way. Laziness kicks in sometimes, you know? So I gotta go here, and I gotta go here, or I gotta type, or scroll all the way down, and then I gotta go here, here. Oh, it doesn't tell me how much flow. Typically, it's 15 a piece. At least most of the shit in this game takes it like 15 a piece. So I'm just gonna set this valve to... It's already draining. See? Limit yourself. Ah, you're starved for fuel anyway, so whatever. I mean, it does kind of make sense. Because I never went and set up everything the way I had it set up last time. I had Mark II drills, overclocked, and a whole bunch of other shit in the other server. But to be fair, with those off, I'm still staying comfortably above the consumption rate. So I'm just going to leave them off for the time being. That's limited to 30. Let me double check, because sometimes these like to reset themselves. No, that's limited to 30. Beautiful. Well, as I was doing that, these pipes were filling up, so won't have to wait too long on those. Ugh. What? let's do this. See, they do split out when they get water. The more water they get, the more they split out. All of that's going to run down here, and then it's going to eventually run into this machine. Alumina solution is what that is. That's not silica. Oh. What is this? That is coal. Okay. So we need to make alumina solution. That takes 18 and 18, so this needs 36 flow. 36 flow a cycle, 180 per minute. Typically, I would set the flow to 180, but I don't need the full 180 flow. It only needs 36. So I'm going to set it to 40. Ha, deja vu. So you're going to get 40 instead of 30. I guess that's the pipe's flow rate. This is what I should be looking at. Yeah. This pipe's flow rate's different from the other flow rate. And then there's a little bit left in the fluid buffer, just in case. It don't have to be full, it just needs a little bit in it. I do have an extra 4, so the extra 4 should be going into that anyway. Now, it does take silica. No, it produces silica. Now I remember what I was going to do. And why I went to the MAM machine. Because I was going to unlock the power poles Mark II. This requires 100 high-speed connectors. And I make 100 high-speed connectors. Dun, 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 dun. Circuit boards. Son of a bitch. I wish I would have made that earlier. I can only make 41 off of what I have in my hand. It's one circuit board per high-speed connector, to be fair. Nah. It's just not worth it. If I put all those extra resources in, then, you know, one, I'm wasting time on this facility making what it could make. Ooh, how do I want to do this? I think what I want to do is I want to create... First, click back on the screen. It wouldn't let me switch for whatever reason.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact. Harvest it. I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
I'm almost out of iron poles. Yeah, you keep saying that, but there's no merit in it for me for harvesting that shit. And I'm sorry, bud, but I'm not one to work for free. My payment of doing everything thus far is entertainment, and more importantly, not having to play Rocket League. You're gonna have to offer me something more worthwhile than saving the human race to actually do this shit. I love that I made that already. A little bit of bauxite that's been sent in to this guy. Did I not go back up and actually attach that line then? Whoops. I probably didn't program the smart splitter. Oh well. I need to go redo the lines and all of that up there anyway. That or I didn't connect the lines together. That's fine. Okay. That's gonna look a little jank, but I don't care. That's what I'm built on. Alright. There's that. Something's happening because there's a gap. Oh, wait, no, these aren't upgraded. That's where the gap's coming from. I need to upgrade all of these. I also need to probably overclock the drill. I am going to assume that there are two tier 2 drills over there. Now, I had overclocks sitting in machines over on this side that I think are now relevant. Never mind. They are very not relevant. And if I need them to put them back when I get back, I can just always overclock that shit too. So now that all of that's done, I just need to ensure that all of this is tier 4 going to the coal. So it gets faster flow. If I do need to make Mark II drills, I'll probably have to come back. But I mean, I'll have tier 4 belts that I can just fly off of to get back. I don't think I have the crafting materials anymore to make tier 2 drills. Mines. That's what I thought happened and why I got that pattern. Things were speeding up and slowing down. Okay. This line's probably clogging and having a hell of a time, huh? Yeah. And let me guess. A piece of bauxite or some shit's what's clogged its entire thing. No, it's still going. It's just that fucking efficient. Goddamn. um, this must be before I reworked the line. Yeah, this has to be before I reworked the line to send more back. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Damn it. Well, I hope you can deal with just having a regular ass splitter, friend. There that goes. At least makes it to where that is flowing. That's a tier 2, yeah. To be fair, I'm not really giving very much option to put that shit on there now. Now I'm gonna do something odd. Never mind, I can't afford it because I don't have rods. I was going to do something odd. But I guess not. I mean, shit. If that's the case. Just have them chill out for now. And that'll just send shit back that way, and that'll send shit down and clog up. Actually, nah. Fuck that. If I send all of this back... Oh, I already have this down. If I send all this back, I can make more coal generators, worst case scenario. So yeah, I can hook up more coal generators if I want to. That's more important. Eh, fuck it, dude. I never hooked that shit up to power. was thinking about the other thing that I went out and got. Which I don't even remember what the other thing is that I went out and got. Sadness. Um, Ow, mental damage. Okay, one of my lines isn't a tier 4. I need to run over these again. That separation's a problem. That's where the coal's supposed to go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I know it's one of these over here. It still had the rods in it. Nope. Mixed in with screws. Rods should be mixed in with screws. There you go. Come on, so fast. Need a little yeet out. So there is still a separation in my line because there's this gap. So there is a Mark IV line that needs to be put in somewhere. And I hope that I find where this is happening at. I don't need to be too terribly vigilant because I'll see the separation to go from being a full coal line to separate it. Don't tell me there's like one fucking conveyor belt right at the beginning that's fucked up. Is this being caused by the goddamn merger or some shit? Ah, that's when the coal plants are using that line. Then my question becomes, what in the actual fuck is going on with this other line? I only have 28, so I can't go in tier 2 that shit, or tier 4 that shit. But it's running like super inefficient. Never mind, all of these are Mark IV all the way down. As long as they're evenly spaced, that's how you know that it's the same conveyor belt. This is a Mark 1? Yeah. Ooh. Do I need modular frames or anything for the Mark II? I do, and I luckily have them. This is something I did in the other file. And I don't want to run out here anymore, except to maybe replace it with Mark V in one time. So, here you go. I never want to hear anything about that coal plant again, and it having problems. Again, you don't have to turn these off. They're not going to burn fuel. Yeah, oh, yeah. This should not need any type of overclocking because I don't even know what it's going to be really used for. 120 per minute's kind of ridiculous. You want to stand on this line too because it's new, huh? Now, the only thing I typically worry about is, and I am going to connect the lines despite it going to be probably catastrophic when I do this. Yeah, that shit's so slowed down now. Looks cool though. But all of that'll go down. Uh-oh. I even said that this was going to be a problem and never even bothered to fix it. I don't have any more AI limiters. Okay. Clear the box site from here. I can't do that. Don't need your invalid shape bullshit right now. Sure. Purge this line of bauxite. Purge the impure ones. Purge the impure ones. Oh, I contaminated all of them. I only contaminated one more, but nope, it went to all of them. Both of these connect to that splitter. There you go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And they're already reclogged back up. Now how bad is this gonna look? Okay. Okay. Aha. Nope. Catch it. Hmm. Okay. No bauxites in there. I do believe I caught it before it contaminated any of the lines. Oh no. My power dips, I'll know. Can't afford. Hmm. Honestly, until I need to upgrade this, I'm not going to. Ooh, that autosave about launched me. I felt the lag, so I tried to stay more towards on the ground, but it tried to get me. Cool. Those lines don't need to be Mark IV. They're literally just sitting there doing nothing. I would rather have these Mark IV all the way down to here. Then what I'm going to do is actually, well, I need to have this in my inventory anyway to get the next research. Apparently I already had. For now, oh, I about did the same thing I did before. Not snapping in. There it goes. Oh, I hope that was snapped in, because I'm clicking off screen. It's driving me crazy. Now we have a beautiful looking line. It's going to slow the coal down, but whatever. And when the bauxite starts coming down, it'll be sent over there, into this, across to this one. This then goes all the way up here. And this will then go down here, feed here, and send it both of these ways. These now need to be hooked to power.
Comply.
That could be...
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
And then you take the silica and the slurry to create that. That's not right. Mm.
Comply.
What am I supposed to do with the solution? Hang on. Scrap and silica. So the silica coming from this is fine, but I need to feed those into another machine before the foundry. Ah, aluminum scrap. Gotcha. That's what it needs coal. Need another refinery. Three refineries, then a foundry. And I can't afford it. And it don't look like I'll be able to even... Oh, wait, no. It needs to go this way. I don't know. Let me get the pieces for it. I also need those for the tier 4 whatchamacallits anyway, so whatever. Wait, I need to go this way. Starting to get super low on these. Well, I guess I can run that line back. Whatever. Do it that way then. We can do it. We can do it. I keep seeing that message and I keep thinking it says player join. It's set to private though, yeah? Not server manager. It's literally set to private, so nobody can join. So I need to stop worrying about that shit. That's this one. Repost chat. Actually, make sure everything's going fine and I'm not on a dumb screen or something. Yeah, we're good. Hmm. Okay. I mean, for now it's working, so I'm not even gonna bother bringing that back. I need to, though, because those coal generators need more fuel, but... Fuck it, dude.
Relaying message. Hello, this is paternal figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Would be nice if I could scoot that over, and just have both of these lines feed into the back and do like a looping structure. I can't, so I'm just gonna zoop me some room. Deforestation. I should probably pay attention to fuel consumption, but whatever. I run out of fuel and end up falling back into some crazy shit. Oh well. think I do that instead. Please do that shape. It shouldn't be that terrible. Come on. And now that you forced me to do it like that, now I gotta put the T on the top. It's just gonna float there. Yeah, I might have had a little extra room to slide that. Oh well. Run the line back first, dude. Okay. I don't even think this has a line, but we're gonna make a line. I don't even think I need to hook this up like this. But it does make it all look nice and pretty. This filling full of water by any chance? Oh, it's filling full of the alumina solution. So I did. You know what? This might have turned out for the best. This will hold all of this excess fluid. And if by whatever reason I need this fluid for another machine or something, instead of just making a tea, I can just pull from the fluid buffer. This is a nice little arrow. I like how it heads back. That's not good. Sure. If you let me do it, I'll do it.
Comply.
Again, the easiest way to get somebody to comply is to offer them a suitable reward. I don't see no goddamn reward, so I'm not fucking complying. Now, if somebody offered me a reward to get rid of you, I probably would take it, because you're as annoying. So, now we should have the... Wait, no. Silica is just the byproduct of that. I actually don't want that being sent anywhere. Too bad there aren't any smart mergers. I knew one of those didn't need to be sent down that way. Silica can be used for something else. This looks storage empty. This looks storage empty. Yep. In those words. Hmm. Now I can tell at a glance that's silica. Now here's the thing. Do I take that coal line, because I sent them both up to 200% or 250%. Do I take that coal line and do I slam that into this machine with a smart splitter? That silica is going to be used for something in the future. Probably the next tier. So from here, I can finally make aluminum scrap. Oh, no power. Okay. And now I have... Wait, it's making aluminum scrap and water, which I guess I can feed back into the system if I wanted to. But fuck. That's too much. And I can take the aluminum scrap and send that through a foundry. These crafting chains, boy. These crafting chains. Ah, that's what the silica goes to. There you go. Nope. Something tells me I'm going to be setting this up again in the future. I should send that to something like a splitter or something and do things that way. Concrete, got some of that. I got the speed wire. I have a crafting table somewhere around here. Crafting. Hmm. No. Wow. It's the copper scrap. That's the limit there. Surprising. Sheet. Copper sheet. Funny thing is, I'd remember it if it said like copper foil. But now that it says copper sheet, I can't remember that shit. Hmm. They could have even said copper plate, and I probably would have remembered that shit better. Copper sheet's just odd to me. You're putting out 10 a minute. 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 So you're putting out 40 a minute. Those circuit boards shouldn't take more than 40 a minute, or I'm just going to take an overclock out of it. Surely. Don't ask why I'm walking when I have a direct line that goes to that. Um, there you go. I need plastic. That's something that I noticed that I was getting a little low on. I have another stack, but this game's a little bit wonky when it comes to plastic. Because you can go from 2 stacks of plastic to no plastic left basically in an instant. Circuit boards already set. I do need circuit boards for other shit, so it's good to know that they're up and running properly. Why didn't I grab circuit boards? Cause I don't wanna craft it manually, cause it gives me time to talk, text, and drink. And you gotta kind of look for these small moments right here where you're actively doing something that's sort of engaging, but it also gives you time to take your hands off the keyboard. This is how I keep my fingers from cramping and shit for playing hours and hours on end. I take breaks. You go on long rants and You talk about other things to give your fingers a break. And as long as you continuously give your fingers a break every once in a while, you can play games for, 18 hours. And your fingers still feel exactly like they did when you woke up. Completely fine. So if you're wondering why I do things like this, there is a reason and a method to all of my madness. Why I didn't go to the storage container and grab circuit boards, even though, I had a storage container with a decent amount in them. There's your answer. Because I need a break. I don't want my fingers cramping. For example, Macho sent me messages on Discord. This enables me to log into Discord with my phone and all of that and get back with him to see what's up. Fuck it, dude. Craft them all. Again, what I was saying about the plastic and this game being like that, you can go from 2 full things of plastic to zoop. Completely fucking gone. Just like that. Thank you for catching me. I have gone too far. I know you're probably yelling at me saying you didn't craft the AI limiters. Trust me, I'm gonna put another bench over here. That's the plan. Drop a bench right over here and then continue the craft. That and my phone died, so I needed the bullshit while it charged up. Not enough space in inventory. Yoink. Hmm. I'm gonna eat up the rest of that quick wire stack. Beautiful. Oh, I'm going up anyway. Super boost me. Yay! Oh, it didn't do it that hard. Aw, did they fix it? Maybe it just missed the timing. Okay, so something that's been produced from that machine needs to go here. Aluminum scraps, and then that silica. Ah, I thought that was bauxite for a second. Go here. We go smart splitter. Then we go top is overflow and right is any. I should define this and specifically say the silicon or silica as it says, because it's not in the actual silicone state. And there you go. The silica will go through there. The aluminum scraps will go through there. I just gotta power it. I don't know if I want to go back to grounded or not. Hmm. It did say that all the equipment that you had on you would transfer over to the new game. So I keep my armor and everything that I left with. If that applies to people that have joined your server. So it's not like we lost everything, but the new base, well, I guess he's probably building a base and all of that right now, to be fair. If I do play Grounded, I'm not streaming it. Grounded is kind of a chill session. That's if he even wants me to play with him, that is. Grounded is a chill session that lets us just basically hang out and talk about random ass shit. So that's one of the games that I wouldn't stream, even though it would probably be a good stream. But, you know, chilling with the homies is more important than streaming. Attract new viewers, YouTube says. Watch this seminar. Pay attention to this guide to attract new viewers. Trust me, YouTube. If I wanted to actually become a serious streamer, I would do it. I've done my research and all of that into becoming a streamer and whatnot and what I need to do. Or a content creator in general is what I should say. I'm not spending hours and hours and hours editing shit. I'm not spending hours of my time recording shit. I'm not going to be this host that has, you know, a shtick going with it and, you know, trying to go in, host, and basically kissing people's ass to get started. I refuse to do that. Again, this channel, the YouTube version of that, and everything that you're seeing is made for me. I am making an archive of my life of gaming, basically. And I'm storing that on YouTube, so if something happens or when I get older, I can look back on it and be like, oh yeah, I remember when I did that. You know, those were the good old days and things like that. So it's kind of like a time capsule, I guess is what you could say, to myself for the future, to see how I was in the past and how I was, you know, would be in the future. I can go back and say I was a real asshole back then, or, you know, I was at the top of my game back then, you know? Either or. That is the whole purpose of this channel. It's not to become a content creator. I stream it because if anybody's interested or wants to be entertained by what I stream, anybody can come in and chill. Keyword there is come in and chill. If you want to do something besides chill, this probably ain't the channel for you. Are we in October yet? No, today is September 30th. How much of this do I have producing per minute? 360 per minute, but it's limited by coal. Fair enough. Actually, oh, that's why. Mm. You actually got to feed the machine what it needs, brother. Where did you just connect to? Stop that shit. Well, I'm glad that was a smart splitter. Alright, I need to feed this shit coal. I don't think I have any coal coming around this direction, so... Mm-mm-mm. I have coal going into one of these goddamn storages. Just don't ask me which one. Actually, you know what? No, 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 no. Nice try, bastard. Now, what I'm actually gonna do is do a... Now, because I can't do it that way. I mean, I can, but shit. That coal is backed all the way the fuck up, by the way. Never mind. I was gonna do this a lot differently, but it doesn't look like I have to. Rotors. I ignored them for so long. It's finally came to bite me in the ass. It took it a while, though. Dun 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 dun. Am I who I think I am? Am I who I think I am? This one's rotors, yeah. It's modular. This one's rotors. I don't even have room for these. What the hell's the one for? What the hell? Probably don't need more than two. Basically, the entire half of that machine or side of the facility's been shut down. So until I recommission it, I don't need to overclock it. Why did I come all the way back here? I didn't even create myself a land bridge either. I definitely got to do it like that. We go through any right overflow. We click back into the game. I gotta check. Ah, yeah. They are definitely full of coal. They're actually so full of coal that I should make more coal generators, but we're working on the next tier of power. With what we have, I build enough. Now we start from the end and work backwards. This requires 75 silica per minute and 90 of the scrap per minute. Damn. This is 360 per minute out of that, and I only need a portion of that. As long as it's getting 75 silica out from these machines back here, we're good. This is 50 a minute. This is 50 a minute. So we're good there. Our limiting factor is going to eventually be bauxite, obviously, and then it's going to be water. And what I can do here, which is what's kind of funny, is the other machine puts out water. So instead of fucking with more water, I just add in a junction cross like that. And I hook it to this. Okay, well, I need to go the opposite direction then. These don't like being on top of things, huh? I can Spider-Man some of the poles. There we go. Alumina solution. This needs 240 alumina solution per minute. coal I'll look into in a minute. Alumina solution. This is making 120 and both of them are going in.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
What I'm going to do over here is the fluid buffer is probably empty as shit now. Yep. Because I'm actually going to allow this to flow at a rate of 100. Actually, you know what? Full flow. Because you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to walk on over here. And I'm going to find one of these pumps that's always running. Sure. I can't even... Oh, yeah, I can. And we're going to do... that. Anything taking water right now is going to ensure that it gets water. It's going to get all the water in the fucking world that it needs. Now we just have to wait for all of these pipes to fill back up. Typically, I would stay and wait, but actually, I'm not for once. I gotta finish setting up the rest of the facility. No break yet. Holy shit. Too much heat. The tier 5 have to have a crazy amount of sling to them if the tier 4s are already eating me that fucking far. Like, goddamn. Anything attached to these? No. I hate when I scroll over chat. So that's gonna shove everything into this one. Yeah. That's gonna push that shit over to that one, from this one to that one. Means, why did I delete that, you fool? Oh, I don't think it was connected to anything. Maybe it was connected to something. I see every line doing something, so it had to be connected to I don't know. I meant to delete this one, though. Cool. That stores in there. That goes around to there. That comes out the top of there. Cool. Now I just need to connect this to the output of the other machine. That's the extra silicone one, yeah. And what I did is correct. They should go, yep, right up there and then start getting stored there. No flow. Bitches are taking forever to fill the fuck up. Wonder if I put a pump on it, it'll go faster. This shit's just gotten to here. Actually, to be fair, it didn't even make it that far. It's made it to here. I don't think it pumps water faster. But if there's any chance, I'm willing to take it. Oops. My consumption just doesn't want to go up, no matter how many machines I hook to it. Something must be bugged or something. Very, very minute amounts of head lift increasing. I like seeing that increased flow rate though, but that's just it naturally filling up. Okay, so I have the, actually, I think I did all of that to make just the aluminum ingots. Now that I think about it, I still ain't finished. I gotta take the aluminum ingots and then mix that with something to make something else. Or is that the plastic? What are you? Yeah, that's just the ingots. Now I need to make the alclad aluminum sheets. The casing are basically the same with plates, so I'm not really worried about that right now. But that requires in a blender, I'd assume. Nope, just an assembler. Well, yeah, it makes sense because blending, you're actually, never mind. I'm dumb. That takes the aluminum ingots, and then it takes a copper ingot and an assembler to create the alclad aluminum sheet. So I need to build an assembler. Hopeful thinking. Hmm. I need to go out this way. Hopefully I don't need to do anything with fabric in the near future. Because I have no automation of that. Bum, 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 bum. What are you? You are what I need. And then copper ingots. Good lord, they're everywhere. Literally, it's more of a choice of where should I pull it from. I did just introduce that new copper line into the what's going on, brother? I know that one's that one. I thought I introduced more copper into the system. I guess I didn't. What the hell was around that bauxite and all of that? Yeah, what was this? No, this way. No. No, it is this way. Yeah, this is where the coal is. And then there's something that I ran a line out to over this way that I don't remember. To be fair, it's not showing me the bauxite or any of that shit as well. What did I run over here? I ran two things. Bauxite and something else. I thought that was copper as well or some shit over there. Because I fell off the cliff for it. What the hell was it? It was on the other side of that I found. Maybe I never claimed it. Wrong way. There was something that I was trying to set up over there. I even said I was thankful that I ran a line out to that shit. Because now I can get back to it. You know what? It was out this way. And it was copper. I remember. Like, I know I got a set of copper. I ran it over that hill where the coal generators were. I remember now. That coal is slowing down my bauxite consumption. What a problem to have. What a problem to have. What a problem to have. So much goddamn coal that I'm no longer feeding my machine bauxite. I have 300. I wonder how far I can get with that. As far as I can see, that's good. We pop this line. We look at the angry trash people, because I put a lot of shit out there. They're not really angry. They're probably like, holy shit, though. Well, it's not a lot of shit. I just wrapped it in a way to where it's kind of big and bulky. But I mean, it has holes in it and shit, so it'll lay flat. And if it is a problem, they just won't pick that shit up. Our trash man lets you know when they won't take something. They'll just leave that shit there. Same with the mail people. If it's some shit that, you know, your mailbox is full, they'll just take the mail back onto the fucking hub. Even though half the time the shit's full, it's because they're dropping off Amazon boxes and shit into it. I'm like, you're the motherfuckers that filled that shit up because you improperly delivered the fucking packages. I understand you're a mail person, you open up the mail and you shove the shit in. But if you shove a big box into a fucking mailbox that you know you shouldn't be doing that way, don't be surprised if you can't deliver mail. And when I'm not getting my important mail and all of that, guess who I'm gonna come to and complain? I'm gonna complain to you motherfuckers. And what are you gonna say? Well, maybe check your mail often. And I'm gonna say, well, maybe not shove packages that don't belong in the mailbox in that shit. Because at the end of the day, I'm not gonna get that shit. And you guys have the responsibility of delivering the fucking mail. You can be dickheads and send me a letter saying to come get your shit, but I guarantee you it's not gonna work. I will let that shit sit there and I will let that shit build and build and build years. Our post office ain't that big. They'll break. They will break. I ran that the wrong way. At the very least, I can say they'll break before I do. Plus, my car is broke as fuck right now. So, even if I wanted to, I couldn't go get that shit. Fixed it. Now it has all the bauxite that I could ever need down there. Still not getting enough water. Interesting. 18, 18. It only needs 36. And out of the ass end of this machine, ooh, there's two back right there. Well, it's technically 120 per minute back right there, coming out of this machine. Yeah, like this bitch is completely full of fucking water. This is full of water. That's there, but it's draining. So are you meaning to tell me that I need to put a pump here or it's just not gonna do the thing? Why are you trying to pump the shit that way, you weird bastard? I was trying to pump it all ways. So I'll do that. Then we put this on this way. To stop that from pumping backwards. Maybe it's moving the flow where it's supposed to and not doing the dumb shit anymore. Yeah, I think it was trying to flow backwards when it didn't need to. Now we got Alicia's flow. If you ain't full, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. How are you not? I don't understand that. Its flow is okay, its flow goes up to 120 flow rate per minute. And this needs 180. I mean, there ain't much I can do to increase the flow rate. That's something that, I don't have control over. I can overclock the fuck out of all the machines down there, all the water pumps, but I mean, if they're not constantly running, then there's nothing, I can really do. Set that to max flow. I don't think I do have one here. Aha. I was about to say, I don't think I have any control limiters, but I do. I overclock that one so I can open up all of the control valves. There we go. That's why it was set to only 180 flow, because this one was set to 180 flow. Now that it's at 600, this shit should be blazing through. Like, this shit should be filling quick as shit. I guess I gotta wait for the fluid to actually get there. Let's go before the splitter. Yeah. Unlimited flow. Still need like 360 flow. I guess these motherfuckers don't stack. Because I have 6 of these. If all of these are 120 flow per minute, you would think all of those would stack and I would get more flow. But no. It's not how that works. I have 5 of these. I have 6. Hmm. Any extra overclocks that I get, I'm just gonna shove in the water pumps. But I mean, like, this one's not even flow. Like, this one's not even pumping because it doesn't need to. It just stays full. And it only extracts when it needs to. Ooh. I want to test this. Just out of curiosity. I wonder if they're pumping into each other. These all are magically set the 300 flow per minute. Wait, 300 flow a minute? Hold on. I see. What I get for trying to be efficient, man. There we go. I guess you shouldn't limit pressure on your main lines anyway. You should only limit it as they're going into the machines. This is requiring 360 a minute, and I was limiting the flow at 300. That's why I'm having that issue. Look at that.
Picking up multiple fix-it personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Shut up.
Comply.
Jesus. I don't have any more control valves anywhere, no. I also need to go get fuel. It's around about that time. Alright, I have no control valves on this line. I need a flow control valve. Mark II that goes higher. Okay. Ooh, it's through there. Ah, there we go. That one needs to have a control. Actually, does it really? Well, these are set to 600. So they're just fully open. Oh, I guess I didn't slide the slider up to wherever I needed it to go. You can flow whatever the fuck you want to flow, buddy. Oh no. Oh no. I updated these last session. I didn't upgrade these this session. How did I not notice this when I was sitting in front of it fucking with it? Damn, man. This is one of the more important things that I did that I forgot I did. Evan still ain't turning on. Goddamn. Now how much flow are we getting up this motherfucker? We're getting the 360, which is what that other machine called. Oh, that was 370. We're getting over 360. That's the only thing that's important. That one had 400 flow. I seen that. 600 flow. There it is. 600, 600. Now all of this just needs to fill back up. That fluid buffer better be empty. Cool, because it should have flowed backwards to fill up the buffer. Or the pipes. Backwards, forwards, sideways, you know. Okay, now... Actually, no. First, let's get some fuel. Go say hello to the doggo. You can have that shit back, you nasty fool. You're nasty and your booty stinks. Copper sheets. I should have plenty of copper sheets going into that conveyor belt, circuit board maker. At this point, might as well just eat the shits. Okay. Honestly, I can drop the sofa off now that I'm... Oh, wrong way. Now that I'm back near base. Hub. Hub, 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 hub. I'll keep like a stack on me. Hmm. All I can do is wait. I mean, that's not all I can do. There's a lot of things that I should be doing.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts. Comply.
Why aren't you getting any more water besides 17.2? You haven't moved like an inch. That's gonna have to fill back up.
Picking up multiple fix-it personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late. Harvest it.
There's 103 flow. This one's tearing it up.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
Mm. 155. I need this to be at least 360, man. Do I need to just connect this directly into the fucking pumps? Like, shit. It's too low. You know, let's see. 50. 100. 200. 200 is being used up by that. There should be a lot of 400 extra if we're going by, you know, flow all the way down the goddamn line beyond that. Because way higher than 360 is more, as far as I know. Why does that fluctuate so fucking badly? Why aren't you at the 600? This is the one I overclocked, yeah. Yeah. Good lord. Hmm. Uh, 'Cause now this one's at 600. What the fuck? It seemed to work. $265 ain't good enough. 265 just ain't good enough. Thanks for playing ball. $284 is better, but it's not good enough. It's like I could understand if, because I'm using multiple lines, the pressure split evenly between the multiple lines. But now, that's not how that's working. Ultimate power! I was kind of hoping that that tank was going to start filling. Well, I just destroyed my power grid for nothing, basically. It's still fine. It still hasn't gone up that far. Yellow, huh? Not bad. That's two. Louder upwards. Hmm. Ah, I see. What the hell? There a cave or some shit? That can't blow up, can it? I don't think that can blow up. No. But y'all asses got me on this one. Cave's gotta be around here somewhere then. It'd be weird if the cave was up top and you had to fall into it, right? And I ain't tripping. The light that I'm seeing is this goddamn power slug, yeah? Goddamn. Those don't look like explodable rocks. I don't know. There's a cave or some shit that I'm missing to grab that. That looks like it's coming through there. Check around the other side one more time. Not a water cave. You can't even swim down in this game. Nothing there. Okay, I guess there is no around. The greed! Yes, I know I can blow those up. I'm told at least once a stream that I can blow them up. The bare minimum. Once a stream. Somebody's like, you know, you can just blow them up, right? Or they try to slide it in low key and they're like, oh, well, when I have to deal with those things that shoot out those, I just blow them up. It's like, yeah, I know you're trying to backseat gaming and you're trying to low key give me a hint. Like, I'm not stupid. It's just the fact that it takes more time. I would rather just get in and get out quick as possible than to fuck around and blow them up. Ain't that way? I see. There's always somebody wants a stream. And I do appreciate you trying to be helpful, but I'm like, God damn. But that's what kind of happens when you show a little bit of leniency and you let people spoil things now or then and you don't set a hard limit. People will naturally just start spoiling more and more. And then they'll eventually get to the point to where they're telling you everything about the game. So, I mean, I do understand why streamers literally pop up a thing saying, I'm blind playing this stuff, like, don't give me any hints, tips, or anything. Even though it seems rude, it's like if you let somebody say something and then they're going to continuously say something and then say something and then say something, and the next thing you know, the rest of the game's been spoiled for you. And it's like, well, shit, what's the point of me even streaming and playing the rest of the game to that point? Because I already know what's going to happen and I already know what's coming up. Because at the start, I had an inkling on power progression and things that I needed to do. And now I just straight up know, because it's all been basically spoiled for me. Which is kind of why I'm like, whatever. At this point, I ended up getting off early the other day because I was like, fuck it, I finished the rocket and all of that. I ain't really got anything to look forward to because everybody's already told me exactly what to expect. So I'm just like, sure. I guess I'm just gonna get off early. There's no point launching the rocket and continuing on. I know what's coming next. I know they're trying to be helpful, but it's also like, sometimes you need to shut the fuck up and let people actually play the game for themselves. Like the first time you played the game and you were unblind, unless you watched somebody's playthrough, then that's on you. When you were going in blind and you were experiencing shit for the first time and you were having those first impressions, remember those days were part of the satisfaction was figuring shit out. Remember that and kind of try to leave me there to where there are some surprises, left, right, and center, and not spoil everything for me. Sounds like I'm being rude, but I mean, it's like you gotta put your foot down sometimes when it comes to that shit because people can't help themselves. They can't. They know something and they must be heard. I think I'm done here. I'll probably need more, but I don't really care. Aluminum scraps ain't keeping up. Because of the coal's not keeping up. Means the coal's been clogged by something. I bet you I can guess. Yep. Bauxite. There we go. I definitely don't think this is getting 120 coal per minute, by the way. I didn't realize it was that fucking much coal, or I would have done things a little bit differently. That's a lot of coal that takes. Also, I can't help but notice, but I'm no longer receiving coal because it doesn't have a left or right output hooked up anymore. Shit. Now that has to catch all the way back up. Alright, that's been purged. Let me go over to this side to make sure, you know, wherever the fuck this line's going to ain't being held up by some shit. So all of those coal generators were not even running right now, and the power grid didn't even shut down. Like, I am more than okay on power. Why is this shitting out coal? Oh, wait, now that's the right way. That's the coal line. Duh. Thought it was that. Now I gotta wait for this to back all the way back up again. This is also an auxiliary coal line. I should probably go back in and adjust it like I adjusted it last time. And full send coal down this line. With the overclocks and the tier 2 and all of that. They should be able to run all of that on its own. Cutest that I've ever seen. That means it's up. As long as I can afford it, I don't mind going up. Not what I meant to do, but alright. Now this way's even easier. I lied. Stick to the plan, Sam. Thank you for the catch. Ooh. I think I see it. There we go. It's better to say. I thought I seen it, and apparently not. I definitely ain't going down there at the moment. I got shit to fix. Why is that stopping? But one, I don't need this. Yeah, like it's sending out its max right now. Another 5. I mean, I respect them doing the power slug thing and making you go and find shit that's big enough to overclock your shit. But I mean, let's be honest, when it comes to overclocking and shit like that, that's something that's manufactured. You shouldn't be able to get access to overclocks till later in the game, but I mean, it would be better off making it to where you have to collect, like, I don't know, 200 worth of overclock slugs. And then after that, you get an upgrade to all of your machines. And they automatically overclock. Because at this point, I'm like, I don't need the overclocks for most things. I just need to pull the overclocks off of other machines. I'm just doing it because, well, I need something else to do in the interim period.
Comply.
That's it.
Picking up multiple Fix-It personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Oh. Oh no. Come on. Hurry up. Fuck. Honestly. Done nothing. Come on. Come on. Come on. Fuck you, spider. Oh, that one didn't turn towards me. Perhaps I was wrong about that. Or he was glitched somewhere, I don't know. I said, it just felt like it. I never said that it was an actual thing. Oh. I guess I'll overclock the bauxite while I'm over here. Might as well. So I think what I might start doing is I might start doing this and getting the stackable conveyor poles. Click out of the game to reset my view. Like so. And just making a connection between the two. Like so. And making little launch areas. So when I go out someplace, I can launch. And then, like here, when I land, and probably will need another pick-me-up, who knows, I can land here. And then I can just launch from that over to the other one, or next one. Essentially, launch from that, couple boost, land here, get more speed, launch from there, couple of boost. Land here. And then from there, I can basically just yeet myself. That's scuff as hell. I connected it backwards. Would be in, there you go. And then land on this with the increased momentum, and then yeet myself off of that. I have a dick. I have a ridiculous amount of coal. The fact that that stopped is worrying, because that means everything is completely full of coal. Suspicious. I definitely don't need any more coal before the line, I can tell you that much. Something like that. Not gonna lie, I was expecting this to be completely chock-a-block full, but there's gaps. Gaps have me believe that I missed a belt somewhere. One's a tier 3 or some shit, and not a 4. No, the gaps are there the entire time. It's not like a small piece off the damn machinery, is it? No. I guess it's just slow as shit. 300 per minute. Overclock is just change or slow as shit. Go here. Nice little yeet here. Ah, missed it. No. I wanted to test that out. I can still semi-test it out. I don't fly over everything like I'm doing now. Hmm. Nope. Everything that requires coal is just 110% filled the fuck up. So I shouldn't have to watch this anymore. I still have to watch this. Even harder. Why aren't you producing? And what the hell's clogging you up?
Harvest. Relaying message. Hello, this is paternal figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only
Hmm.
remedy is alien artifacts.
Even this shit's fucking full. Why are you idle? You're full of shit. You're the reason everything's idle, but then you need silica. I see. I see what's happened here. So because this is filled up, I didn't think that would be a problem. Yeah.
Harvest.
Actually, no, that don't make sense. Because there's nothing soft locking this. This produces silica and alumina solution. You're telling me this alumina solution pipe is completely full?
Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
It is completely full. It's the first I've ever had fluid get filled up. There. Now the facility should continue to move, yes? Because now that that shit has a place to go, these should continue to maneuver, yeah. So the fluid was the hard point here. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do with that?
Comply.
I mean, like, shit. If I do that, is it gonna eat up all the fucking alumina solution that's in the system? But I mean, this is full of aluminum pulp, or aluminum scrap. Which is gonna soft lock this machine because the silica isn't being dispersed quick enough. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of expected all of these machines to be tailored to use all the resources that it has. And now I am kinda baffled. Can't afford. You are indeed correct. I cannot afford that. These just empty storage containers. I gotta double check. They look like they are. Yeah. So that one, and that one. I don't know how important this shit is, so I'm just gonna make a regular splitter. And have it fill up too. So I don't ever want to deal with this shit stopping again. There's also a helicopter overhead, and they are flying extremely close to my house. I can feel it in my chest. There. This shit's using 300 water a minute. Hell no. We can do 120. Ain't happening with no 300. We ain't got water like that.
Compels you to harvest this artifact.
Mm. It's from the machine. So water goes into that, bauxite goes into that. That produces the silica and the other shit. All of that gets sent down the line into there. It does whatever it needs to do, and it sends it. As long as the silica isn't stacking up, which it does, well, actually it is. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, that's a little bit extreme. That is a slow drain. If I drop that down ever so slightly. Okay. At that point, I might as well just take that away. How are you still losing? Now it's gonna start storing again. Let it store. Because you know what? If it does overflow, I already have a security in place for that. It'll go up the overflow. Everything's hooked to some sort of overflow except for the fluids. I can't do much with that. I can make the machines push harder, but that's about it. The amount of water. Oh, that's how much water it makes. Oh, nobody gives a shit about that. Actually, I should give a shit about that, huh? Because if the water can't, yeah. Yeah. If I'm making too much water, actually the line shuts down. See, that's bad because now, hmm, because I'm feeding the water back into the line is why it's doing that. Also, I can't help but notice that this shit's going all the way up there and I don't even have a fucking pump hooked to it. Do I have enough to build one of these? Never thought I'd be building another one of these, boys. See what I need to do. And now I'm producing more power. Wonder if I can drain that coal line if I do this. Shit, it's only 30.35 coal a minute, even at max overclock. What the fuck? Why is that so low? What did that overclock to? It's probably enough worth about a fuel generator. 151 watts. That's nothing to sneeze at. That keeps the power grid fairly tidily. About 2,500. Let's say 2,200. It keeps it at least 2,200. To be honest, I think I might have needed that, because this was kind of approaching that, so, you know. Sadly, though, I'm still not eating up that coal buffer, though, so I might put another one down. But no, it's kind of sort of slowly moving, constantly. Oh, I did get the Mark II power poles unlocked. Wish I would have noticed that sooner. With that constantly moving, it's still... Damn. Alababa, Alababa. Man, this shit was so easy to control until I put on these goddamn Blade Runners. You should. I mean, I'm glad it's giving me extra acceleration in the air, but goddamn. That's insane if that stays topped off. It is. And it's not even struggling. Honestly, at this point, I might as well. Do this shit. It has so much flow. There we go. And if I ever require coal anywhere, that's where I can pull this shit from. Oh, Lord. I have silica overflowing into this. Aluminium ingot flowing into that. And scrap going into these. And I believe these are the sheets. No, those are the ingots. Where are the sheets? Did I forget to complete a portion of something? Oh, yeah, ho, ho. I think I forgot to include a machine. Into the line. Yeah, I need to get the foundry and craft that in copper to create sheets. Ooh, dare I? What does it require? Tells me it makes 30 a minute, but it doesn't tell me exactly what that shit takes. Whatever it takes. Ah, I know I can make it true. Oh, 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 oh. Be the best, best that I can be. I don't remember the rest of the song. I know I can make it. I know I can make it. I know I can make it through. Mm. You can't make that shape. Oh, it actually let me do it. Hold. That one's pointless. At least let me start storing those. I wish I knew off the top of my head whichever one of these was this one. Aluminium ingots. I'm gonna make it back a little bit farther. Flow rate is going to be left. Overflow is going to be straight. This gives me the sheets. How can I make this? Oh, but you'll let me do that. It actually works. That's hilarious. It's unique too, so I'll be able to tell at a glance what it's supposed to be doing. God damn, how tall is that shit? Might have went a little bit overboard. Oh well, big whoop. You wanna fight about it? Or however that guy from Family Guy says it. Hmm. It's just slow. And um, oh, this one being used? It's not. Oh, oh, this is original one that it actually went through. What the fuck? It still don't make sense why that shit didn't go up, because it's attached to there. Oh, that's the end. That's the end. It's an innie, not an outie. I assume that's hooked up the right way. Here we go. And now I have aluminum sheets and the ingots being prepared and sent over. Beautiful. That took a while to figure out, and I kinda sorta thought I was done when I wasn't. But I mean, it's the first time setting up everything, so not bad. I need to go do research. I was stalling trying to get everything set up and all of that. I should have set that shit up faster. So, I could get research done. Well, I ain't meet these goddamn whatchamacallit yet. That's the next step, so I guess we're doing these. Think finally using the ones that I got tickets and bought. 2 stacks of reinforced plate, and then I need to just refill on that shit. I should probably have all my other machines running on this side, making important shit, but I've also said kinda fuck it. Pick like 4 stacks of those. And then reinforced plate, something that I rarely need nowadays. Did I turn off this machine from making them, or are you just not being fed parts? Nah, you're being stored somewhere else. Oh, that's just the buffer that I made because I didn't feel like fucking with it and replacing that with a thing. So all of them are being sent down this way, which probably makes the modular frames or some shit. I don't know. Yep. 4.5 reinforced plates a minute. You're telling me you're not making at least 4.5 of them bitches? You're making 5 per minute. Explain to me how there's no overflow then, brother. There should be 0.5 per minute of extra plates. Like, where the fuck are they just disappearing to? Mind explaining that to me? They can't be going to the other module frames over there. I don't think I have this set up to be producing them. Pretty sure I turned these bitches off. I didn't turn these off. Stop making heavy frames. At least for a moment. I was gonna go re-grab the overclocks out of those, but like I always say, you might as well just go find more at that point. Out of range. Well, that's a sad. I'm gonna go that direction. Oh, I thought you were trying to show me the one that was fucking bugged. I wasn't about to waste my time going for that shit. Well, I don't know if it's bugged or not, to be honest with you. Is that a thing I can blow up? What the fuck? No. Let's see. I feel as though the signal should be a little bit stronger, being directly underneath it and looking up, but I found it in the end. That's all that matters. I know which one you're trying to show me. You're trying to show me that piece of shit. I don't know how to access it, so I'm ignoring it. Only have 46 fuel, so I can't be going too crazy here. I ain't seeing the way in. I ain't wasting my time there. I will waste fuel here because I don't want to get hit by those. Ah. Keep falling off of this shit. Rib saving fuel. There's 3. That's all I needed. I guess I haven't been here. I can pick up a hard drive. Wait, there's another one? Alright. Well, cool. Got a hard drive. So you want to try that again? I don't know about this scanner sometimes. see. Oh. That's unfortunate. Well, didn't mean to blow you guys up, but, you know, business is business. What the fuck is that? Well, I killed you guys for no reason. I think those slugs can fucking die. Yeah, I hope that bitch respawns. Apparently they can fucking die. Generally, I would search for a cave or something around this area that you can go into, but I don't think that's the case there. I think that bitch just straight up died. Here's a cave. I don't think that's anything, but fuck it. Blowing away the detritus, or detritus. Yeah, that's just that. Nobody cares about that. He's not yet.
Harvest.
Apparently, I stand corrected. Somebody does care about that.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
I feel like getting those artifacts and everything together like at once is a suicide mission, and I think that's how the story's probably going to end up going. You're being controlled by some shit and made to do some dumb shit. And that dumb shit is not only going to ruin their world, because the artifacts are probably holding their shit together, but it's also going to end up ruining your world. Alright, I tried waiting a little bit to see if this bitch is going to respawn. Yeah, it's not even on the scanner anymore. Oh, no, yeah it is. Maybe there's a shovel that you get or some shit you can dig that up with. Because if not, that bitch is dead. Regardless, it's dead to me. I thought I heard it, but I wasn't gonna say anything. Just in case they do decide to add it to the game before they wipe saves. If they wipe saves. Might as well have a little bit of that. Yay! Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. That's gonna probably destroy the plates because I have the screws taken care of. I even have another line that I can add in down here if it so happens to not be able to take care of the demand of screws. Plates, however, I don't think I've ever done anything with plates. Now that's 12.5 of those a minute. And your ass is only using 4.5 of those. Hmm. I say I should have plenty of plates. Yeah, look at these screws. Look at them. Now respect them. Probably not even storing these screws and they're probably going to waste. Did I store them? It looks like I did. Oh, that's a happy boy sight right there. I'm a happy camper, you're a happy camper, we're all happy campers today. Alright, now we sit at the crafting bench and we craft a shit ton of shit so my fingers can take a break. And I can get water and everything else that I need at the moment. I'll be back. All right. I'm still like 2 plates short. Some shit like that.
Milestone reached. Improved conveyor belts and lifts can now be constructed.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it is indeed faster. Alright, well. What the hell? Thought this shit was supposed to take like 10 minutes. Alrighty then. Hazmat suit. Yeah. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Radio control unit. And I need the plastic for it, so yeah. We'll go hazmat suit, and then we'll take the... What are these? The ingots, and turn them into those. It's 3-2. It's a negative. Ooh. So you had me till you said filters. Now you can buy filters in here. Mm-hmm. I don't think I can buy those. I can. 200? Easy. Back here. Wow, just straight up 6 inventory slots, huh? Pretty useless though. Coated iron plate. Don't need plates like that. This though. This takes out the ability, or it takes out screws and plastic, all of that bullshit. And it makes them faster. Only thing I need to use is the quick wire, which I'm not using for anything else. So, I mean, I have no problem with screws or plastic or cables or circuits right now. But there's no telling what the nuclear plant's gonna take. If it takes a shit ton of plastic, now I'm screwed, you know? But on the same note, if the nuclear plant takes this more advanced shit, then I'm also screwed. I do have a lot of machines up there that aren't running off of any of these materials right now. Most people grab it because they can just make engines faster. But is it worth it for 1.25 more engines per minute? Especially in a minimalist build? Hmm. Because I can grab all of these materials myself and I can start crafting engines as well if I really need them. All of those are being stored except for the circuit, whatever the fuck they are. I need to make a storage for those. Circuit board, circuitry, circuit something, circuit city, circuit board. Yeah, they're circuit boards. And I have no shortage of rubber. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm still sending rubber to the old trash can. Speed wire situation, or quick wire, but I'm going to call it speed wire. I need to still dump all the extra ore out of it and then so it can fill back up with the wire. And the fact that it takes 7 circuits instead of 10 means that I can overclock it. But I mean, on that case, if these are basically useless to me, I mean, yeah, it's good that I can output 75 plates a minute. Like, that's extremely good and whatnot, but it's also like, you know, eh. Plus 6 inventory slots. I mean, just empty out your inventory, bro. You know, at that point. It's actually a pretty hard decision. I will come up short in plates in the future, but I'm also going to come up short computers in the future. It's produced in a manufacturer, so you know what? Just for the sake of it being easy to switch the lines over, we'll do it that way. I can't say that I confidently chose the right decision there because I feel like I didn't. I need those. I see. Not very happy with the decision that I just made, but a decision needed to be made. Nonetheless. I don't know if these are being stored either, but I'm about ready to fix all of this. At least have a stack extra. Also, I get tired of pulling from the machine. Can't afford. Missing reinforced plates. I did just shove all of those into a machine. You ain't wrong. This lets me come back and check here to see how these are doing anyway. Hmm. Still need the 2 reinforced plates. What the hell? How did they get like stuck up there? I assume that was the right line. The hell? The conveyor belt is too steep. Are you fucking kidding me? It's a very slight fucking turn, and you're telling me that shit's too fucking steep. You can suck my fucking balls. Something tells me this was supposed to be a merger. Now the merger's up there. Okay. The conveyor belt's too fucking steep. The conveyor belt's too steep. Conveyor belt's too steep. I don't know if this shit needs any more screws up here, to be honest with you. Like, goddamn. Like, hang on. Check that. Hmm. Alright, now I gotta go fix whatever the fuck it was that I pulled apart over here. I didn't pull it apart. I was gonna do something with something. Ah, yes, I remember now. Oh, yes, yes. Okay. I don't even think that machine's on anymore, but this way. Next one. No. Did I pull it from this one? Thought I pulled it from a corner one. Now it's this one. Hmm. This one switched over. It's not switched over. This one switched over. Well, it's not going to get modular frames any fucking way. I just got an alternate recipe for something. I don't remember what the fuck it was. I don't remember what the fuck it was. It was an alternate recipe for something. I had the option between steel plates plus 6 inventory slots or an alternate recipe for something. That's how unimportant it was to me, apparently.
Milestone reached. With the new hazmat suit and iodine-infused filters, you will be protected against uranium-based radiation.
So I need those radio, whatever the fuck units they are, and I need 300 engines. That is 6 inventory slots worth of engines. Motors. I always keep like a stack of engines on me, so that should be enough. Yeah. Motors are downstairs. Is that full? Why is that a thing? Oh, they're going out to a machine. Gotcha. I'm out of fuel. I'm trying to be real quick and gentle. I'm not dropping you any more berries. You're not bringing me anything useful. Cool as a mechanic, but not very useful to me. This is rotors, right? It's modular frames. This one's rotors. That's reinforced plate, which means this one over here is motors. Gotcha. Any stored in here? Oh. Any stored down there? Nope. Might want to turn that bitch on and let it start storing motors. Keep following the line and hopefully we'll run into a storage bin full of motors. If not, I done fucked up somewhere. I did not fuck up. I mean, look at all these fucking stators, bro. Let's turn this shit back on. Go ham. About a minute till that shit comes back down. I got the 200 of that. Again, you can just skip the entire research phase if you just buy using tickets. It's so quick and so easy. I need 50 of whatever the fuck those radio units are. I don't have the inventory space for it. Copper's not important. Radio control unit. Sure. I'm gonna get rid of the tickets so I don't cheese them in the future. Did it refund my tickets? What the hell happened? It's inside of it. Oh, purchases. I was like, I know it's there. It's saying that it's there. Just click on the tab, man. Kind of looking legit. There's even the product packer deluxe in there. Hell yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 1, 1.
Milestone reached. Aerial transport of resources is now possible with the use of drones, ideal for shipping across long distances or difficult terrain.
I don't even know what I
Ensure the
unlocked
presence of
anymore.
batteries at drone ports for optimal results. A new project part enables progress to the next phase.
Radio control unit. Unlock conveyor belts. Hazmat suit. And now we're on that. I'm not making any more fabric, bro. If I can get fabric with 2 tickets, that'll be the last thing that I grab for this. No more cheese. It requires 3 tickets. I have 6 tickets. Goddamn. There you go. Add the art. Purchase it. Just to get rid of it. There. No more cheese. All the tickets are spent. We would do this semi-honorable. Should have got more filters. Hmm. It really wants it to be there, huh? Okay. Interesting. These filters probably get used up quick as fuck because they're easy to craft. But I'll carry some on me just in case. The hell's supposed to go on your head? I don't remember anything in particular unless it's like a scanner or some shit like that. Oh, the gas mask. Duh. I just dropped off coal on the ground and you're telling me I need coal for that. I don't have the gas mask made, so whatever. As I just go and make the gas mask. I wasn't planning on using this, but we're talking about, you know, nuclear shit. Now. Ooh, cosmetic change. Oh, okay, I see. I think I put it in a chest, didn't I? I have to have coal. Those will just say I have to have it. It'll make no sense if I don't. Now that I no longer really need the gas mask or whatever the fuck, now I'm using it. I'm gonna get rid of all of this cloth because it's dirty cloth. Why did that say have 60? I do have 60. Ah, it takes gas filters to make those. Go ahead and use these because I didn't make these fair and square yet. Take this down to at least 100. Or not, because I'm eating the fuck out of some filters, man. Jesus Christ. Uranium, I know where that's at. Electromagnetic control rods, uranium fuel rods, or should be uranium fuel pods, but whatever. Uranium fuel rods, we're going that way. Nuclear power plant, I think that's fission, right? Magnetic field generator. Hmm. Heat sinks, cooling system. I see. That goes into the nuclear shit. That makes more sense. What the fuck are you gonna do with the Mark III drill? Like, honestly, the Mark II drills are already insane. Good lord. I mean, I guess it's made for huge factories and shit, but good lord. Plutonium. There we go. Yup. The particle accelerator. That's what I was looking for. I wonder if they did it to where you have to make, the whole circle and everything to make it, Yep. Power usage is extremely high, unstable, and varies per recipe. Yep. Particle accelerators use a lot of power. I like that. Now, what does your particle accelerator generate, if anything? Oh, I need nuclear pasta. Hmm. But I ain't making any of that shit anytime soon. That requires these, the modular frames, and the supercomputers. This might be where I start. Very simple. And this is simpler, though. And this is simplest. And I'm basically already done with this shit. Gotta wait for this to return before I can do anything anyways. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the ingredients for this so I can just immediately send it on its way again. Oh. Oh, it increases the range. How the fuck do I go down? Wrong thing. Double tap C. Now it's letting me go down. What the fuck? Sitting there spamming C and it wasn't doing anything. Mm, 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 mm. One, two, three, four, five, 550. One, two, three. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10, 11. What the hell? 11? 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. And then some to take on the road. What the fuck? I thought about that. I'm like, 11? How much are you gonna grab, son? The bowls, I still have some left over from where I cheesed it. The radio control device, do I have any of those left over, or will I actually have to make them? Also, this hover pack seems uncomfortable as fuck for my character. I got those. I got those. I just need a little bit of these. How many do I have on me? 110. I need another stack. And those are the sheets? Nice. Not gonna lie. Hovering like this kinda makes me wanna take a nap. Is that what that is with the two stripes? Straps on it? Stripes. No, it's the owl-clad aluminum sheets is what I need. One, two. Fill up that. Hold an extra stack. And the minute when that comes down, we'll send it right the fuck back up. Now, if I was gonna go full minimalist for the rest of this playthrough, I would literally go through and shut down every single machine that isn't relative to the nuclear power plant. Go through, if you're producing something that you don't need to, shut that shit down and change it over and have everything only focusing that. I'm not gonna do that, so this isn't gonna be true minimalist play. However, I am gonna start building a nuclear power plant. Well, I'm not gonna start. I'm gonna start prepping to build a nuclear power plant. Imagine if I shot that and that broke the screen.
Milestone reached. The object scanner can now find underground wells which can be pressurized to extract resources such as nitrogen, water, and oil. Nitrogen will contribute to more advanced aluminum parts.
15 minutes now, huh? Do we stick with the original plan? Hmm. This is why I'm glad I ran power lines everywhere. Put down the wrong fucking line. Hmm. Add a cable. Hmm. Thought I had 36 gas filters. I hope I'm not eating them bitches away without realizing it. As long as I avoid this dead area. Oh, it's good. Do, 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 do. Honestly, people are gonna laugh at me for saying this, but I kinda wish Minecraft's creative mode was this smooth. That shit is so fucking sensitive, and this feels so smooth comparative. I guess it is sort of like this until you know, hit on the gas and start creative mode sprinting. I don't know, flying faster. See, now that I have the hover pack, I now understand why people take the time to build, big things and trains that go across the map and shit like that. Now, I know that the hovercraft doesn't work when there's no power, obviously, because I fell out of the sky a couple of times and I built power lines. But I mean, as long as you're building power lines as you go, you can literally infinitely hover. Just build a fucking power line. the hover the hover pack is literally the probably number one thing that you can exploit in this game. You never have to worry about really getting attacked by anything unless it's a shooter. And as long as I have materials for, basic ass power poles, literally as I hover around, all I gotta do is click and place, and click and place, and click and place. Granted, you can't go too terribly high above power poles when you're going, but this is enough to where most things won't be able to bother you. Especially because your strafing ability and everything is so... It feels so nice that you can just literally avoid anything. So I am going to stick with the original plan, and I'm going to build the nuclear shit out here. Well, I can't say that I'm going to build the nuclear shit out here. Let me tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I am going to build every single machine that I need to get into the nuclear area up on top of that platform, and then right above the platform, I'm going to build the nuclear plant. As I said before, after the nuclear plant is built, that's probably... Why did I grab more plates? That's probably going to be the end. I might not send the space elevator up there. Because what I've been told, aka basically spoiled, you do get something for completing the final phase, but I assume it's not much. It's just kind of a thank you for playing or some shit. And I'm not the type of person that, responds well to people basically, treating me like a kid and being like, good job. Yes, people like to be shown appreciation and shit like that, but I'm not that guy. I find it extremely annoying when people are like, good job, you're doing good, buddy, keep it up. I'm like, only bother me if I'm fucking something up. If I ain't fucking it up, don't bother me. Especially when I'm working. Don't walk over, disturb me while I'm working and say you're doing a good job. That just pisses me off. One, you're interrupting my workflow and making me stop. And two, you ain't even saying much. But you're doing a good job. I know I'm doing a fucking good job. Ain't nobody came over to me and said, what the fuck are you doing? So I know I'm doing a good job. I don't need you to come over and tell me. It's redundant. Go say good job to somebody else and interrupt their work, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be bothered with that shit. And a lot of people find it hard, or not find it hard, find it awkward. Well, not awkward. That's not the right word. Find it weird that I am that way. But I know I'm competent in what I do for the most part, unless it's something like this game, for example. But I mean, this doesn't necessarily transfer over to IRL skills. Plus, I'm also making the spaghetti factory, so I'm adding my own difficulty to it. And a lot of people are like, I don't know if I could do that, man. Well, one, I know the power of negotiation. So if you really think that I'm doing a good job and you really want to show appreciation, you can show appreciation in a whole bunch of other ways that doesn't, that was close. That doesn't necessarily have to be, good job, man. And any schmuck can say good job, especially not mean it. Good job is basically saying, hey, you ain't fucked up. Okay. And why are you bothering me if I ain't fucked up? I know for some people it's their job and they ain't got a choice to. It's actually part of their job description. Like some companies' HR, like you have to go around and do this. You got to make rounds. You got to say thank you to everybody that's working. And I know some people don't have a choice but to do that shit. Those people I'm a little bit more lenient on because I know you're not doing it because you want to. You're doing it because you have to. But other people just don't get it. Put me somewhere in the back of the facility where I can work at full peak efficiency and leave me the fuck alone. That's all I ask, and you will get the job done. You keep checking on me and doing all of that other dumb shit, then you definitely are gonna piss me off, and I'm either gonna quit the fucking job because you're bothering me, or I'm just not gonna respond to your ass. You're doing a good job. I'm gonna continuously work, and I'm not even gonna look at you. I'm gonna act like you don't fucking exist. You didn't piss me off. Blender. Two blenders. One assembler. Tell you what, let's just set this shit up how we would, Nah, I gotta stay in the way of the spaghetti. Damn. Well, I need to make radio control things. You're produced in a manufacturer. Kinda what I get for skipping this. There's the negative to using tickets to skip research. Hmm. Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's all going to be sent up. That's fine. Radio control units. I see. Alright. Can I get on the ground and can I zoop for speed? Sort of. I gotta deactivate the thing and do it that way, though. I had a stack of... no, I had computers, apparently. No, I had radio operators. This takes supercomputers. Hmm. I fly away now. Alright, so what of this can I grab? Computers. I can grab. You want power? I'll give you power, you son of a nut. I just dropped all my cable. Mm. Looked outside the screen. Meh. Any cables and concrete. Mm. Both are on this side. 2 stacks of cable and a couple of stacks of concrete. Use this damn train for something. You know what I'm saying? Hmm. There's a power pole right there. I don't know why I'm falling. There's computers. I think they only take 50.